Forrest,
do.
we've
do have
never
some evidence
seen
for that.
we've never seen proof
I know.
of a
I
laser
know.
bending. Yeah, okay, well, you'll be the
I know.
first in,
I
like,
know.
10 years, so
This is
cool.
why I'm
Bring
saying
it.
this would be,
Bring it. Yep.
yeah.
Looking forward
It's
to
Yeah.
it.
worse than that. It's worse than that. There's not even a
I think
Glober
there's a
laser
reason
test.
that women generally don't have any like achievements in science.
What about Mary Curie, mate? Like Mary fucking Curie. Like
Okay,
literally the
like
godmother of
one.
physics.
That's the one woman.
Well,
Mark, didn't I
already
eat
you're
you?
wrong. Immediately you're wrong, like, because you're not
Yeet!
putting respect on Mary Curie. Do you know how like much Oppenheimer and Einstein respected Mary Curie, right? Like,
Listen, he's
what if
just embarrassed. He's just embarrassed, I embarrassed him, and so now he's gotta lash out, so
Yeah.
he feels better now, so he can go.
What was I talking about before you interrupted me?
Sorry.
I forgot. That's why I asked.
You'll remember.
Good afternoon, Flurfs
Oh,
and
lasers.
Roundies.
It was the lasers,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Overfence, I was telling you that there isn't any Glober laser tests.
Right. I've
The
never
only
seen one.
ones that they ever bring up are the TV show ones, which are
Yeah.
absolutely pathetic. There's no like field tests using a laser that Globers do. I haven't seen one yet. Now I could be wrong. There might be one, but I've never been presented with one. I've never seen one. The only time they use lasers is in a fish tank with sugar water.
Yep. It's weird that only flat earthers are able to measure the earth, Hey, Warren, you're kinda hot micing a little bit. If you wanna ask a question, go ahead, or you might wanna mute yourself so you don't
Yeah, where's the
say
hot
anything.
mic? Yeah, that's what I thought.
I have no idea what you just said, but I said you're hot micing.
Yeah, but where was the hot mic?
I don't wanna know. Don't share with us.
That's not what I asked. No one was asking the direct point of my microphone. I said, what was the hot miking sound?
Hey,
Oh, you
Warren,
say sound.
here's the sound your mic was making. Yeet!
So, we sure have a clown car in here tonight, don't we?
I would love to be the driver.
This is my stop. I think I'm going to get off.
Address the point before about carbon monoxide pools in caves.
Yeah, you nailed it. This is why you guys should come to this server more often than the English hub, because the quality of clowns here is, I think they're a little bit more sophisticated, or at least their English skills are much better.
I like clowns.
Also, I'm
Laugh,
blocked
they're
on
funny.
English hubs, so I'm gonna be selfish here.
This is one of the best clown shows on the internet, and it's free. It's totally free. You guys could monetize your content, but you don't. It's very
We
nice.
do. We have a YouTube channel. It's live streaming, dude.
Brother, there's a big problem. See, you're not allowed to monetize picking on retards. It's against the law. So if we monetize our channel, we get shut down pretty quickly from all the Globers we abuse in here.
Also, there is no money in the truth. You may have not figured that out yet, but it's true. There's no money in telling people the truth.
There is. Like, if you tell me a true stock tip, we could make a lot of money.
Oh, hey, Lowtrack. Sorry to interrupt, but Lowtrack, did you say something about gas dispersion? I may have caught something that you said about that. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I was asking about carbon monoxide pools in caves or
Okay.
cellulose or something.
I just posted something in the side for you to take a look at if you're interested. So, Tourist, are you looking for your laser thing, or are you still watching the FE Core video?
Well, I know I filmed this, but I have so many photos, like thousands, and they're all on my computer. So I'm just gonna go get it myself,
Okay.
Because in the moment, I was like, I was not just taking it in my stride. I was like, guys, do you see this? Like, what the fuck is going on? It was crazy. It was genuinely like a rainbow, like the same arc of a rainbow. I don't mean like, you know, colors, but I just mean like the way it goes from, I don't know, it's clearly your own eyes playing tricks on you, but I mean, it's
Yeah, I mean,
definitely
because
different.
we've never seen evidence of a laser refracting downward in atmospheric conditions.
You say you've never seen evidence, but is it possible, like scientifically?
Yeah, but we've never seen it. I mean,
What do you
technically
mean? What do you?
anything's possible, right? But we've never seen evidence that it can occur in atmospheric conditions. The conditions have to be very
Well,
abnormal, not
no, hold
something
on,
that exists in
hold
the
on. Hold on. The odds of what I mean by possible, like the odds of Harry Potter appearing in your room right now are 0, right? So that's impossible.
Well, no, they
Whereas
aren't
I'm
0.
asking, is it possible?
They aren't 0, but no, we have never seen evidence of a laser bending down being refracted downward in atmospheric conditions.
Yeah, but I just asked if it was possible, like physically.
It's not well, as far as I have seen, it's not possible in normal atmospheric conditions. You can manipulate the conditions to certain extremes and affect it that way, but that's not something that exists naturally.
So if I search that up, that's what it's going to say.
Well, go look for it. We've been looking for, a decade. And we talk to Globers all day, every day, and no one else has presented any. If you can find some, then you're the big winner.
Well,
So,
I'll be real.
Yeah, we
I
just
don't
got
care.
done talking. We just got done talking about Globers don't do laser tests in the field.
Well,
So,
they definitely
I mean,
do. It's like all.
how could they have the evidence of this laser they need when they never do lasers out there?
Who's saying that? I mean, that's like all. That's all you guys do. Laser tests. Occasionally, a visit to
Yeah,
Antarctica.
we're not Globers, brother.
I mean, you guys love the laser tests.
yeah, why don't
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
you?
just
and
look,
Why
look.
the
don't Globers
Globers
love them?
love trying to heat up the sugar in their fish tank with a laser, so they could have a nice coffee with some nice warm sugar.
So look. The thing is, right, is that when I search up, can lasers bend downwards? Do you know what I'm looking at right now? Like, so what am I meant to do here?
Lasers can bend downwards.
Yeah,
I
hold on,
think
Mark
they're
J. Like, I know I've been
yeah.
key dangling this evidence. I know that's very unfair of me. It's just when I next go to uni. It was a bank holiday and I go in on Thursday, right? So allow it.
I think they're talking about regular atmospheric conditions.
Hey, what I'm talking about is evidence, not claims. A claim
Yeah.
is not evidence of a claim. It's just another claim.
Well, yeah, that's just me. Saying like I can actually physically find evidence like in my environment, right? But when I search it up,
What?
immediately it says yes, lasers can bend
I
downwards.
could care less what it says there,
I
dude.
definitely-
Who cares what it says? Okay, let me help you out, bro. A second claim reiterating the first claim is not evidence of a claim. It's just two claims in a row.
Well, this is from the University of Illinois, right? This is like this
I
guy's
don't
got a doc.
care, dude. I don't care.
I know you don't care, but
No, I don't
it's
care
when you're not
unless you
convinced
actually
by
go to the university, find his papers of his field evidence. Okay? Just the claim saying it came from a university is meaninless, dude. It's just a claim. Again,
you're gonna appeal to authority fallacy checked, right? So counter
no, I don't
argument.
even
All I'm
care about appeal to authority. I'm just saying it's just a claim. I don't care who said it. I don't care if they have authority or don't have authority. A university making a claim is no different than a homie making a claim. It's just a claim. It's the evidence that they support the claim with that matters, right? Or am I wrong? Claims are just make a bunch of claims. Which one?
you're right. Yeah, you're right. 100%. Like, yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Doris, you have to remember that you're dealing with a worldview that says that unless something is personally verifiable, it is assumed to be unfalsifiable.
Which is quite interesting when you think about it, that kind of worldview, isn't it?
No, that's
Yeah,
not true.
it's solipsistic. Absolutely.
That's not
Yeah, I
true,
wouldn't
Flounder.
call it solipsistic. It's close. I would say it's like a
All
cousin of
right, no.
solipsism.
Hey, listen, Flounder can go on mute because he's not going to speak for us and tell us what our views are. Okay, no one has that view here. No one has that view here, dude.
So you're
It's
not
I
a
think he
moderated by.
thinks we're zetetic. He thinks we're zetetic.
So would any
We're
of you
not
guys describe
zetetic, bro.
the solipsist?
A solipsist is you can only
No,
verify
I know
to be
what
true the
a
contents
solipsist
of your
is.
mind, right?
Yeah, I know what a solipsist is. I'm just asking, like, are any of you flat earthers? Would you say that you're a solipsist, or that the ideology
No,
appeals to you in some way?
no,
No. Okay.
no. Nobody cares, dude.
Hell no,
What
bro.
we care,
Hell
what
no.
we care about, what we care about is the evidence of the laser curving down. That's what we care about. So, for example, someone might present an evidence like, "Hey, we went out, we took a laser, we did this test. Here's the measurements we got. Bada bing, bang, boom. Here's a little paper. Here's a little video, right? And then we could scrutinize it. We're not just going to accept it carte blanche, right? Like, for example, there was a TV show that allegedly had a laser test on it on Discovery Channel, hosted by Mr. Speak and Spell in a wheelchair himself, Stephen Dawking, right? And you could clearly see in the video that there's a bunch of jump cuts. There was no continuous shot, and there was no information about any of the like locations or anything. It was completely just a TV show. It wasn't a rigorous test at all. And yet people thought it was. And so they come here and tell us that that's the evidence, but it ain't.
Okay. So, all right, I fully agree with you that we need to use our own eyes here to try to work out the truth. So, what do you think of this? This is a video of a dude bending a laser downwards, right?
In what? In what?
In Steam.
In Steam. Are you sure that's not Mick West and Sugarwater, bro?
Okay, yeah. Let me help you out. Let me help you out what was asked for by Over Fences earlier, in case you missed
Okay.
it.
Well, you
A
just said
laser
you've
bending.
never seen a
Hold
laser.
on, brother. Let me help you out. So when I said let me help you out by telling you, that wasn't your cue to interrupt me.
I'll help
That was
you out.
my
I'll
cue
mute
to
myself.
finish my sentence. So here's the deal. What was asked for is a laser bending down in the ambient atmosphere, not in special controlled conditions. In fact, Over Fences even parsed that out, said not in special controlled conditions. So we don't want to see it with steam. We don't want to see it passing over an iron. We don't want to see somebody using a blowtorch. Where
I
on
see
earth?
now.
Where on earth?
You've never
Hey, where
seen
on earth is it normal temperature, and then it's just a blowtorch right next to it? Where's that on the regular atmosphere, dude? Nowhere.
The only
That's
reason I'm hold on, because we've clearly like confused each other. The only reason I brought this up was because I thought clearly incorrectly that you just said that it's impossible for a laser to bend downwards. So clearly
Why
I was
would you
incorrect.
say that? I was extremely
holy crap.
specific with you. Why would you say
Is
that?
it, you know what? It's impossible Over
You were
Fences for
very
him to
vague.
pay attention.
You said anything is possible. That is like the definition of being vague and cryptic, right? You could have just said yes. Like
Do
that
you
would
need
have
to
been
go
better.
back in the live stream and re-listen because you sound very confused?
Please do. Please go back in the live
No,
stream.
no,
You
I don't need to go
anything is
back.
possible.
You need to go back.
You said
I know what
anything
I
is.
said.
Yeah, feel free
Okay.
to check.
No, I don't need to check. You need to listen.
So, tourist, just to make sure, I've dropped the truth behind that laser experiment that you thought was evidence of what you were being asked for.
No
Mick
way, this
West
guy got exposed.
lied.
No way. I have to see this.
Yeah.
Someone exposed this guy, actually made it no fucking way. This goes so
Yeah.
deep, the laser like community. Alright,
Tourist, did you
We're
even watch the
imperative to
video
the
that you
nth
posted?
degree. We don't tolerate nonsense nor lies. We investigate everything.
Tourist, did you actually watch the video that you posted?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So
one,
what was
it's 1
the
minute long.
substance? What was the substance that laser was in?
It's like sugar
What was
water,
the
basically.
environment? Yeah, sugar water.
Yeah, layman's terms, yeah.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with what we're discussing here today?
Well, hold on. Like I said, there's just been a confusion, right? I'm not trying to argue this point because I just got you guys
There's
confused. I
no
thought you said it was
confusion, you're just
impossible for a
lying.
laser to bend
Because
downwards.
you know it doesn't exist. We know it doesn't exist, and that's why you couldn't find it, and that's why you're coping right now.
No, hold on. You're like, I'm really not like, trying to argue with you guys.
Weird.
Like, I'll agree. Like,
Tourist.
okay, fine. We need to find evidence of a laser bending, like
To
in real life, like outside of lab conditions. Like, okay, I'll move on from there and try to find that. Like,
Yeah, because 'cause you're just wasting time, because I specifically said, "Not in those tank, not in a fish tank, not over an iron, not over a volcano."
wasting time. I'm just talking. I'm
No,
literally
go
just
find
talking.
it. You don't have to just talk.
Well,
Don't
I
just
found
talk, go
something
fi
and I've been course corrected, right? So it was a good thing I shared it. Otherwise, I
well,
would have
had
been
you
finding.
listened before, you could have wasted a lot less time.
Okay, all right. We got an attitude today.
Well, also sent you a link in DMs, tourist.
Yeah, I'm actually mid watching this
It's
the
fine,
errors
bro.
lies in the
It's
of Mick
cool.
West video.
Carry on watching, mate. It's cool. It's our home base. There's terabytes worth of data. Over 10 years in the collation of this stuff. Every topic's been investigated.
I've
Anything
joined
needed.
that like multiple times, and you have to join a voice channel to get verified. And every time, and I
No,
mean, I've
no, you
sat in.
don't. No, you don't, dude. We'll negate that because you're being civil and you're talking to us right here as it's our home base. I'll give you voice verification. I'm trying to negate all hours of nonsense and argument and link you to data, dude.
Okay, well, yeah, just because I have
Like,
actually like tried to join, and I just sit in the voice channel, and like no one joins and lets me in. So I'm just
Oh
like,
man,
okay,
so what you're saying is I need to start mandating that people have to do that, or they're not allowed to speak in the satellite forums. You know, good point, brother. So I'm going to see a bunch of people in our satellite forums talking, chatting it up, not taking care of our guests in the home server, and then I'm just going to ban them from the satellite servers and be like, hey, now you got some free time, go check that dude in, brother.
Yeah, we really do need to get on top of that. I try to check, but, it's sporadic over there.
Well, listen, anybody we talk to here, you just need to let them know, like, as soon as they go in there, just ping. Don't even try the VC checking because we've already talked to them, That's one way to expedite things.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I've got this horrible fear that like a Twilight Zone twist, I'm gonna go to the Meridian laser. It's just gonna be like perfectly straight, and I'm just gonna be like, what the fuck? Was I going crazy when I saw this thing curving? Like, and like the Twilight Zone theme's gonna play, and I'm just gonna be like, it's fucking flat, you guys. What?
All right, we killed the chat. Guess we got to unmute Floundering for some entertainment here.
Really? We have to.
Very generous of you.
The thing is, right, and correct me here, but what I'm looking at is that the debunk is that he's using a sugar solution, which you wouldn't find in the regular atmosphere, which is like a respectable debunk, right? Because
Well,
it's
it's not
not
a
the atmosphere.
debunk, it's just not equivalent. It's just a
But
non
then, right?
sequitur entirely.
Okay, yeah, right. But I'm giving you that, or I'm giving this guy this debunk video. Like that makes sense. But then the guy's only
It's
using the sugar solution to create a density gradient. So he's not actually saying that the
okay,
atmosphere is made of sugar.
that's not a real world condition, and also glucose has a unique refractive index, so it's not one to one.
Locals have a mayonnaise
Yeah,
refractor
you're
index.
you're totally right. But then I'm following that train of thought, and I'm saying I'm just looking up what is the density gradient above a body of water, right? And then
Are you gonna find a laser bending downward in
I'm being
atmospheric
told that
conditions, or are you
there is
keep talking about the glucose?
there is a density gradient above water, but it extends like the most intense of it is only a few millimeters and centimeters.
Okay, are you
But there is
gonna find
still
what
an
we're asking
immeasurable.
for, or are you just gonna keep obfuscating?
What do you mean? I've already said I can't find that till
Okay, thanks, then we can end that,
go
right?
till I
Then
go
we
look at
can
it
just
physically.
you're correct. You're not going to find it. We know you're not gonna find it.
Well, yeah, I'm not physically in like North Greenwich right now. Yeah,
No, I mean, it doesn't exist.
no mystery.
We weren't waiting all these years for tourists to finally show us a home picture. Like, nobody has evidence of this, right?
This is gonna be so good. I mean, yeah. Well, for now, you're right, like completely. So
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, well,
I
thanks
would
for
just
admitting it.
say
But anything's
hubris.
possible, though.
Anything, like you said, anything is possible. Those are your own words.
Well, things are possible. That doesn't mean they're likely or probable or proven to occur,
I'm just
right?
using your
I
own
mean, it
words.
could
You
be
said anything
possible
is
that
possible.
invisible gnomes are, responsible for downward motion, right? That's possible. It's not probable or likely or proven, right? So
Earlier, you
let's
sounded
not
very
harp on
confident
that
when you
because you
said
know
it
what I
was
mean and
possible,
you're just
like
looking for an
very
out.
possible.
You know
You
what I
actually,
mean and you're looking for an out because you don't have any evidence to support your claim.
I'm not looking for an out. Like I'm not. This isn't a
Okay,
proper
well,
debate.
well,
Moderator.
you know what? I was very clear that we wanted normal atmospheric conditions, and yet you still brought up a fish tank of glucose water, right?
What was
So
my point?
your point was that you didn't have evidence for the thing I asked for.
No, no, no. Just steel man my point. Like so, I know that you
Your
actually
point is
listen.
that lasers can refract downward in unique conditions that don't exist in the
That,
atmosphere.
that wasn't my point. Like that's not what I was saying.
Then okay, well then it's irrelevant. Whatever. If it isn't that, I don't know what it could possibly be because it's not
Changing my list.
analogous. No, it's just would you present something that isn't what we asked for?
Well, you don't
And
know
if
what
you
I
want
was
to talk
saying.
about a density gradient, that density gradient doesn't occur in natural conditions, in atmospheric conditions, so it's irrelevant to the
Yes,
conversation.
it does. Yes, it does. I'm looking at
Really?
this
So
right now.
glucose
Saying
water, that exists in that same density gradient exists in normal atmospheric conditions. That's your claim?
Wendell, you're changing the goalpost right there. Like right there.
No, it's irrelevant. I'm not going to
You just
address
said
something that's
glucose water.
irrelevant.
I've
You're
already
just gonna
said.
make okay,
No,
listen, you don't even know what refraction really is.
I'll mute myself so you can get it out.
Okay, cool. All right. Is there anybody else who wants to talk? Floundering?
Oh no,
I
I
know
just
you're
thought
dying to
because
talk.
interrupting me.
Hi.
Hi, Floundering. How are you?
Swell. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks.
Fences, I know that you're probably done with this topic, but I am interested in whether or not, and I could AI this, but if tourist knows, and I have yet to find out, that's wonderful. If without using glucose, using some other thing like a salt or a some other thing that is more likely for somebody to find in nature dissolved in water, if you could have a very close refractive index and
Well,
under
why are you asking me? I
I'm
mean,
not asking you.
we don't have salt water, above the surface in that kind of concentration. It would just
Shut
be
up,
mist.
woman. Silly bitch.
Thank you, Tony. All right. No, I just mean to say that am interested in the topic. If you want to veto it and you're saying we're done, that's fine. It's not entirely irrelevant is what I'm trying
No,
to
if you're
say.
interested, then, like, go out and find something like that. We'd love to see it, and then we can talk about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
glucose has a unique refractive index, but what if we can find something very, very close, like within several
Okay. Yeah,
decimals?
find it. Do it.
yeah,
Cool.
over fences. Just this is immediately what I get when I ask, right? And I've gone onto Wikipedia. I've got this Wikipedia article up as well, but I'm going to go into this second article as well. But this is just what I was saying, was that there is a density gradient above bodies of water. This is just like, it's
We know
fact.
that. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, wonderful, great. So you don't disagree with this image I just posted, the information inside this image? You don't disagree? Like, it extends
I'm
multiple
I'm
meters,
reading it. I'm
multiple
reading it.
meters.
I'm not gonna just say, "Oh, I agree with something," when I haven't read it, right? So, I'm gonna read it. Yeah, of course. I agree with that. Mhm.
Okay, great, right? So then, like, the logical conclusion is a laser would be affected by a density gradient above a body of water.
Yeah, it could be. Yes.
Well, would be.
No, it could be. It
Not
depends.
could be. No, would be. Like, this is, it's fact. We're not. It's not fiction. Like, a laser would be. Like, the way a laser works,
Okay,
the way it
how would it
makes
be? How
contact.
would it be? And to what degree? And what are we talking about? What kind of
Okay.
conditions? What height above the water? What kind of laser? What temperature? What's the water temperature? What's the air temperature? How much vapor is there? Like, these are all factors to consider. So it's not like a carte blanche. Yes, it will always happen this way, right?
Well, yes, it will. Like, it will always affect the laser
Okay.
in
How's it
some
going
way,
to affect the laser? Tell me.
be it minimal or large.
Tell me how it's going to
How?
affect the laser.
So essentially, right, like, higher density, it just equals more electrons that the laser is making contact with. Would you agree?
Okay. If you want to listen, the laser will be refracted into the denser medium.
Being a
That's
flat
not what I
earther
asked.
in 2026 is crazy.
That's not what I asked. I said,
No, you're trying to complicate this. It's really not complicated. Yeah,
simplify it.
T-Dub, go ahead. Was that you, T-Dub? Were you miking up?
No, that was some guy hot micing.
Some guy came in and said current year, and then
Are you
Yeah,
saying?
whatever.
yeah,
We're so hurt.
Are you trying to
current
say that?
year, bro.
What I'm
Are
saying
you
is
trying
This is
to
higher
say
density,
interesting. What
higher,
refraction will
AI?
cause the light to
Sorry,
make a
I will read it. Thanks.
higher density equals more
I
electrons.
don't understand why he's talking. So upper refraction as a normal condition. The study confirms that upper refraction, negative K, is a standard occurrence during daylight hours rather than an anomaly. Normal lapse rates when the ground is warm, it heats the air immediately above, creating a concave path of light that bends away from the Earth's curvature. That's interesting, isn't it? Well, do you want me to read the rest of this, dude? Because I think you think that we don't really understand this. We understand that sugar water really isn't the air that we fucking breathe, or we'd all be diabetic. We understand that certain conditions need to be met to deviate the path of light. And when studying the normal bounds, we understand the normal deflection of light is upwards because of the way that the gradient works with relation to density, moisture, and temperature. That's how the gradient works. It will deviate the path of the light upwards. I think we've been trying to go through this for the last few days with you. Why you're still banging your head against this wall, I don't know.
So I'm gonna try to think about what you're actually arguing. Like, you're basically saying, because this is what
Yo,
basically
sorry.
everyone was saying, that
Momentarily.
that refraction is causing the laser or line of sight, either one, to move in an arc fashion across a surface of the other, to make an arc segment pathway. I mean, just think about that for a second. It's not like you've ever observed that with
The
anything
thing is,
throughout
right,
your life.
I will genuinely not return until Thursday when I can get the video of this meridian laser bending. But from my perspective, and I don't expect you to believe me, but from my perspective, I've seen this thing bending downwards. So you know what I mean? So you guys talk about believing what your own eyes see,
Like
trusting
an
your own
art.
eyes to like
So,
false
let me
authority.
clarify that. When you
No, but
say
I'm not
bending
asking you
downward,
to
do you mean
believe
like an
me. I'm
arc?
just saying, in literally my own perspective, like my own eyes have seen this, so this is how I think because I've independently with my own eyes verified this. You know, so I don't expect you to trust me the same way I wouldn't trust you. But I'm just explaining like where I come from. Like it's to me, it's just indisputable because I've seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, Tourist, when
And
you first came to this, I was searching for it as well, bro, and all I could find was the observatory.
yeah, I
Um,
can't find shit about anyone talking about this thing like bending comedically in the sky, like honestly. And I was looking at it on the day. I was like trying to look at it on Reddit, like is anyone? And there's like some people. There's obviously like some people talking about it, but none of it was like the footage of it bending. So yeah, I mean, there's only like a handful of articles even on it. You know,
when
like when they
Well,
turned it on, it was like a big
when
thing.
you
But
when you observed it, when you saw this thing on it, now when you say bending, are you talking about a laser that goes up and it's refracted back down,
yeah,
or are you talking about something that's actually arced in an arc path that we can see from the side? That's an arc.
no, it went like no, it was like a giant curve. I don't know, you know, I wouldn't say it's not. There's no right angles, you know, but like it's definitely going up and down.
Okay. I'll keep searching, bro. If you get anything, send it to me, and like obviously I'll post it in here. And by all means, jump into
I'm
24/7.
realizing just how crazy this, like, you know, because it was crazy to me in the moment, and I'm kicking myself that I didn't like label the video I must have taken because I remember like sending it to my mate, being like, "Is this not crazy?" But yeah, I mean,
well,
literally
maybe it was taken down because
giant,
it wasn't
it's
real.
like
I mean,
absolutely massive.
we would have something, that would be, you know, replicable, right? We wouldn't just relying on some Reddit post, right? We would
I
have
mean, you have
we'd have
other stuff.
examples of this everywhere, and we don't. We've never seen a single one. So, yeah, go find it.
Okay, you know, with the attitude, you know, I mean, the attitude is crazy. I'm not even. I will
How
find this thing
dare I
as well.
expect evidence for your claims? What the hell? What's wrong with me?
Well, I
I'm
mean,
so sorry.
I did preface it by saying like, you're not gonna believe me. That's okay.
No,
Like,
I
you
I
know, but
believe you. I believe that you think you saw it, but if you could go find it, that
yeah,
would be
okay,
awesome.
great. I
But I
will
wonder
honestly.
why that this is the only example that you can come up with.
I like trains.
Oh my god, it's the slow hour. I like trains too. What's your favourite colour train?
I like the white and red ones.
I like the blue and green ones.
Nice. I like mine like
Mm.
pure white with like a big red stripe right in the middle. That's a whole train right there. A locomotive even.
I like the word locomotive. Do you like the word locomotive?
Yeah.
Good. Right, let's not be the slow kids anymore. You unmiked floundering. What's up? Apart from trains.
I worked today. I went to the gym. I feel good. I've never had somebody randomly come up to me and give me a compliment today. That happened. It made my day. Somebody came up to me in the gym and they said, "Hey, I've been watching you and you look really good." And that totally made my day. They've noticed my progress.
I've been listening to you for weeks and I haven't noticed any progress.
I know. I haven't really made any progress here.
No.
No. That's okay though.
Well, did you get his phone number?
He was holding the hand of his wife, and he was a straight man. So I don't think he was hitting on me.
I just want to
Did he
say,
say
Grace
something like
AI,
"Good to the 10-pounders"?
I think he was. I think he
Grace
was just being
AI.
really
I am
nice.
not. I am not misinterpreting it going into the horizon. I mean, like genuinely, I could see where this thing began and ended. You know, and it made a giant C curve in the sky, and I could see where it like went down.
Were Were you doing drugs at the
You know, it
time,
wasn't
tourist?
disappearing above the horizon at all. I don't do drugs, no.
Okay, well, just find it. Find another one. There should be hundreds, right?
Why would there? There's only one meridian laser, so why would there be hundreds?
We would have hundreds of examples of lasers doing this.
Well, I mean, you've got hundreds of like satellites up in the sky, but those apparently don't
But not
exist. So
no, so we okay, so
I've got
you're
to
just
meet
not gonna
you.
talk about
Got to
lasers?
meet you where
You're
you're
gonna
like,
change your
where
mind
you
and you get away from lasers now? Is that it? So I'm just saying that you're saying this one image you saw proves your claim, and I'm saying if that was possible, there would be plenty of other images that look just like it,
yeah,
and you
not
can't find a
image.
single
Hold on,
one, so
not image. I mean, I physically
very
not
well,
image. I
whatever
didn't
you
see
want.
an
Okay,
image of this. Like I physically.
okay, whatever you saw, there should be lots and lots of documentation of this happening, right? So you shouldn't just have to find
Go.
this one
It's not.
instance,
Look,
right?
it's not going around the back of the observatory. I understand I'm not explaining it that well,
Okay,
Drace.
well,
You
just
know,
find an
but
example.
Drace, it definitely is the Meridian. Definitely is like the famous Meridian laser, like famous big
So
green laser in
so
London. You
are you
know,
gonna
like I don't know why
are
it's
you gonna
not a
find
laser.
something?
Hold up. Fences, fences.
No,
I'm
it's
actually addressing Drace, right? So
yeah, but he's in the side
that's
chat and
why
I'm
it
here
sounds like I'm.
talking to you, right? So it's kind of rude. So go off and find what you're looking for. And then if Drace, if you want to engage with him, I don't know if you can get on mic. I could let you talk with him directly, or if you want, I can read your stuff to the audience so they know what we're talking about.
Just admit it, you made it up. No, I like honestly on my life, like it'd be such a weird thing to make up. This is why you I would understand your skepticism. Like, of course, I understand your skepticism. So just
Just go find it or one like it.
I will do this next time.
Oh,
This Thursday.
okay, cool.
This Thursday I'm gonna be
All
there.
right, and
I'm gonna
so
be
if you
physically there in North
okay,
Greenwich. Yeah.
all right, great. Thanks.
Like guarantee 100%. Like what probably be Friday, but next time I come in here, it'll be with like it'll be with the Meridian laser footage, the Holy Grail.
That can be repeated all over the place with every other laser, not just this one.
What's something special about the Meridian laser? Like it's got a special gemstone on it or
But
something.
yeah, nothing. See, the thing is,
Like,
this should happen when we repeat it with all lasers. Does it? You'd been able to find one by now, wouldn't you? It wouldn't just
well,
be
what do
an
you
appeal
mean?
to
Is
this
like
one.
you're implying the Meridian laser?
No, I'm implying that this should happen all
It's
the
like
time with lasers,
it's like
dude.
a
I'm
modded
implying
laser
that you
somehow.
should be able to find this anywhere because it should be the common occurrence when shooting lasers at targets. This should be the easiest thing to find.
What atmospheric refraction, mate? I mean, usually
A
lasers, I
demonstration,
think, in their
dude,
day-to-day use
dude,
are
dude, dude. It's weird. Yes, atmospheric refraction in the way that you claim. Yeah,
they're less than a foot.
you need to get a better microphone, dude.
Like I think most lasers. Yeah, but I'm just saying. I think most lasers that are used are like actually less than a foot in length, like 10 millimeters. So,
So
but
so
you
what
wouldn't just encounter this every time you
so
So
what
see
go
should
and find it
in
happen?
the
then.
YouTube videos. No.
Yeah,
Go and
hey
find it.
tourists. So if you don't bring us back a repeatable laser test showing this occurrence, what do you think? How do you think we should deal with you? What's it worth to you? You said you are 100% sure that you will find it. So what if you don't?
No, I was.
What are you willing to
Sure that
bet?
mean it.
Are
Like,
you willing to
I
how long of a ban do you
already
want?
said I'm worried about the Twilight Zone twist where I just show up and it's like a straight line now.
Oh,
Like,
so
and
you're
I'm
not
just like, wow.
100% you're not 100% certain that you can bring it to us, right?
Well, no, I'm just ready for the Twilight Zone twist in case I am like in the Twilight Zone. But
Okay.
that's more of a joke. I am pretty much like 100% sure. Like, yeah,
Okay. We'll
yeah.
see. We'll put something on the line for this, and we'll see. Looking forward to
I
seeing
will
you on
bet money on
Thursday.
it. You want to bet money on it with me?
Oh, I
Do you
don't
want to
put
like just
money
bet?
on it. Just like a ban, probably, until you
We
can come
don't
up
do
with the
any bets
information.
on our streams, buddy.
Yeah, we
No
don't bet
gambling.
money.
Okay. Okay.
No, no. We'll just see how sure you really are.
I wasn't saying like a large sum of money, just like a fiver.
No, I don't bet with so cool. Well, bring it back, and we'll see what you
Dude,
have.
So what is
betting money is
what
against
is it?
TOS of the Hey, bro. Betting money is against the TOS of the platforms we operate on. So we're not
Okay, my
betting any
bad. So
money, okay?
what is on the line then? Like,
I don't know. Maybe just make you stay in the text chat for a while until you can
yeah, I
put it
think
up.
to be honest,
Integrity's on the line.
I'll be real.
Yeah.
I'll be real. You don't need to put anything on the line because the shame and humiliation will
Oh.
be enough.
Well,
Uh,
that doesn't stop anyone else who comes in here. So.
And I
All right.
mean,
Well, I hope you do find something. So looking forward to it. And you're starting to robot,
like
so it's hard to hear you.
seriously.
Is he just going to robot into the night now?
Which makes it sound
Yes.
disingenuous. Let's see around it. We still because it's just
Did McDonald's Wi-Fi just go down?
I think so, mate, yeah.
Tourist, if you can hear us, reconnect, bro.
You're
You're breaking up.
Why? My Wi-Fi.
I'd leave and rejoin, dude. We can't hear you. Every time you come back is 7 sentences later. Go away, but then come back.
My Wi-Fi. There he goes. Good lad.
Yo, is my Wi-Fi bugging out, or is just like no one talking?
No, we can hear you now, but you were roboting really badly for quite a while.
Yeah, no. I'm in the middle of nowhere right now, so yeah. Look, I'm a dip, but when if I come back and I don't have footage of the Meridian laser curving, then that's an evil clone of me. That's not me.
Okay, curving how? Let's be specific, right? How did you claim it was curving? You said like a rainbow.
Give me a sec. I'll just
Okay,
draw
because I don't want
I'll
you
just
coming
draw
back
this.
and you saying, "Oh, look, it looks a little curved there, and that's what I claimed." Right? Let's be
Yeah,
specific.
let me sketch this out real quick. Let me sketch out what I saw.
Okay.
All right, this right here, right? Obviously, the laser's green. I'm just using a panoramic photo here, right? And I'm using a panoramic photo because the way this works is that like none of this is within your complete field of vision, right? So this is like a full left, middle, and right turn of the head, or like left, center, and right. You know. So like around the middle is where you'd have to turn your head either left or right, if that makes sense. That's why it's like a panoramic photo. So this thing was like cresting in the sky and then going downwards back over the horizon, right? And it was green, not red, but this is what this is like at least a vague simulacra.
Isn't it supposed to be following the curvature of the Earth?
What curvature?
But look, this is a doodle. Remember that, right? It's just Fences said like, can we see like what are you trying to describe here? So
Okay, fair enough.
You know, I used to be in this chat a lot. That's why I joined this server, was like because somebody from this chat invited me from another server. And I've been a flat earther for like 12 plus years now. And I actually hit a point where I was like frustrated where, like but you don't know. You know that what you're being told are lies, but you don't know 100%. Like the shape, which personally I still don't know the shape of the Earth, but I do know that the area that I live on, being the area that we all live on, is a flat area. It's a flat area from one direction to another, regardless of where you're going. So I bought a sailboat and I moved onto the ocean for a while, and there's no curvature. Like even certain people who are of science will agree water has no curve to it because it's self-leveling, and that there's probably something with that. But like, how could you still think it's a globe if water's self-leveling? What is it? Just like all the oceans are flat? They're all connected. How does that work?
Did you not navigate out on the seas?
Oh,
Out on
I
the seven seas with
navigated.
the boat?
No. That was a rhetorical question at the end there, but it's flat. It's flat. It doesn't matter if you're a pilot or a captain, whatever
Flatter
navigation
than a
you're
flapjack.
using to go long distances, it's flat. You like there's no other thing that I mean, that's what proved it to me. I just went and did it. There's nothing that could prove it to the individual besides experiencing it like yourself.
Could you
Hey,
get Pythagorean on this? I feel like some other guy was trying to argue this, and he wasn't doing a very good job. So I know I would. But is there not like? Could you not say that if it was flat, you could do the a squared plus c squared equals c squared thing on a triangle, and then you could go that distance on the third length, and if it's it would imply sphere. But if it's exact, if you're like out on the ocean and you get the exact, measurement, then it would imply flat.
No,
No, I mean,
I
could you
think
do that?
without even having to get to that point, the issue is that like you can literally see further than you should. You know,
hey,
like that's
Doc,
the simplest. That's the
What does that
simplest
mean?
basic. What?
You can
I got a
see further than you should. What? Like it's outside
Yeah,
render distance.
you can see. Oh, here, let me rephrase. You can see the horizon and objects on the horizon further than you should, going off of the given equation for the curvature of the Earth.
I have a
It's
question
not
for.
accurate. Even geological surveyors, like people who do that as a job, who do long distance measuring and use lasers, do not take curvature into effect.
Okay, hey, DOS man, what is the radius of the Earth off the top of your head right now?
I don't know. Like what I'm told that the radius of the globe is.
Yeah.
I
What's
don't have it memorized. I've honestly I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I know isn't it like 27 something?
You're not a flat earther, bud.
Are you a flat earther?
Yep.
Okay,
Bro,
so am I.
bro, we don't do witch trial inquests around here, brother. His reasoning was sound, right? Maybe he didn't go down the path, but if you understand water's flat and level and it covers 70% of the Earth, regardless of the size of the Earth, if it covers 70%, it can't be a globe, right?
That's what I'm saying. I believe that the area that we live on is a flat plane. I do not believe that the shape of the entirety of the Earth is known, and I definitely don't believe it's floating through space.
Yeah, I was just
I
calling
don't
out.
believe in space, like I simply just those are things I believe in celestial bodies, but not in the way that they're taught. Obviously they're there, we can see them, but that doesn't mean that they're as far away as they say they are. That doesn't mean that they're the shapes that they say they are. That doesn't mean what they are is what they say they are. What we're taught they are.
Do you
We have
guys ever
mapping.
worry that? Do you guys ever worry that the things that you say are going to be like men with guns are going to come and put you in prison
Right?
like in 5 or 10
Why?
years?
I mean,
Think
I'm
Why
not
would
really
they?
worried about that if they want to
you guys are so
do that.
far. You guys are so far beyond the existing um, control mechanism that they're going to come for you.
What?
You guys ever worry
Why
about
do
that?
they
I'm
let
not
us?
worried about that.
They let us flourish. What are you talking about?
Who's they?
They, the people, the geocentrics or whatever, the heliocentrics.
Yeah,
It
The
we
doesn't
people
matter.
who are making
we
Or the
ain't worried about it, bro.
hold on, the people who are making
You're
the
not worried, are
doctrine.
you? And they're going to come.
So
Yeah.
obviously
I'm
the
not
people that are
a
making the
coward, dude.
doctrine,
So who cares?
Well,
obviously the people who are
Well,
making the
nothing,
doctrine
bro.
are trying to hide the truth,
Oh, I
but they
thought there
still
was no
know
way.
and believe the truth themselves. Do they not?
yeah, but I mean, people want you controlled, and you guys are speaking openly. You ever worry
Right?
about that?
No.
Never. If someone wants to prosecute me for what I believe in, I'm willing to die a martyr death for it.
Okay.
Well, I just want you guys to consider that.
Oh, how kind of you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you for your consideration.
it's something to think about. If you guys are
Hey,
on
you
the
know who
cutting
that?
edge,
Hey,
if you
brother,
guys are
do
on
you
the
know who they
blast
kill?
wave,
Hey, check this out, brother. Check this out. Do you know who they kill in a revolution first?
The flat
not
earthers.
flat earthers.
No. Just think about it. Think about in history. Like they had all these different revolutions. They
Oh, they always
killed
go after
the
God's
people
chosen
that
people.
they kill the people that they use to get themselves into the thing, dude. They kill their own people.
Yeah, you guys are listen. I don't know everything there is to know, but I just thought about this because this room is so heavily populated, and if you guys are really pushing against the existing system, then you guys are in danger.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past somebody who feels strongly about a false dichotomy, but I'm not gonna stand in fear for what I believe in. I would rather stand proud for what I believe in and talk about it and be open about it. And if somebody has an issue with that, so be it. If I need to defend
Yeah,
myself, so be it.
I agree with that. I mean,
I'm a patriot. I believe in the
can't talk.
Constitution. I believe that every human, regardless of country, place, origin, believes and I believe and
I'm not,
agree that they all should be given human rights. Doesn't matter who you
yeah,
are.
I'm not.
Even if my
I'm not
even
talking
if
about
I'm American,
politics.
even if my own country went against another country out of pure anger and attacking, and those people were of innocence and couldn't defend themselves, that doesn't mean I'm gonna agree with my country and fight on my
Yeah.
country's side. If it came down to it, I would fight on the
Yeah,
side
but
of the
isn't that just called a skill issue?
Oh man.
Dawson,
I mean,
are you a globe
sure,
cuck?
but I think that what matters most is the human life.
Well,
So
The
listen. I mean,
quantity or the quality of it?
that's downstream. What I'm saying is, if you're shaking up the existing worldview,
Doctrine.
Yeah, they're gonna track you across the globe. I mean,
they're going
right?
to come for you.
So who here is the globe cuck?
But does it okay. Do you think that some of the people that are within the certain lobbies of, let's say, truth knowing, like let's say that information is lawfully given to them, meaning that the ones who are creating the doctrine allow them to know the truth, do you think that they're in danger?
Well, no, they're part of the system. You're not part of the system.
I don't think
That's
you
what I'm
know.
warning you about.
I don't think. I mean, regardless of if I am or if I'm not, what would the difference be of somebody who just believes the truth saying the truth versus somebody who knows the truth saying the truth? Because at that point, anybody who doesn't believe in that truth is not going to believe either person
Hey, hold
regardless.
on. If you threaten the existing cosmological order of the power elite, they will come for you, and that's all I'm trying to say.
Dude.
But how does that relate to flat Earth?
So
How does the elite relate to
there's a
flat Earth?
problem semantically with what you said,
Well,
and that is if you believe in the truth, you can't say that truth.
let me put it this way. Whoever just asked, like, restate your question, AI
So how
overlord.
does the elites have anything to
Or
do with flat Earth? How does that
okay,
like?
okay, so because of the doctrine that's pushed, that's widespread pushed globally, they control the doctrine. So that's how they tie into it. So they want you
No,
to
no,
believe
hold on.
X, Y, and Z.
No. You're a conspiracy theorist. The Earth is flat, and the people that are there's no one covering it up. They're just wrong. They're just doing wrong science.
No, it's not okay. There has to be a
They're using
there must
violence
be
to cover it up.
no, hold on. There must be a what's the right word? You must have a reason to want to distort the truth and to make people believe something,
Oh
right?
yeah,
So
yeah.
most people say the reason is control, but like what is that control? Because at that point you're controlling information, sure, but why are you distracting people from the truth? What is it about the truth that's so dangerous to you
that you don't want people to
I
understand.
actually agree with you. I do actually agree with you. I was mocking a lot of flat earthers in here that will think like kind of what I just said of they think there's no sort of other thing pertaining to the topic. They think it just ends at flat earth. And it's like and I just
No,
make fun of
it's
people in here.
definitely very deep. It's a very deep,
No, I've had arguments where there's this many
religious-oriented
people,
topic.
there's this many people in the chat, and no one stands up for me. And I'm talking about how there's obviously a fucking conspiracy. Like how the there's obviously lying about something when they put things. They say they have satellites in the sky and this and that. Obviously lying about something at some point. There's obviously a coordinated lab. No, they're just foolish and they're too stupid to realize that we're the smart. I've had it in this chat and it pisses me off. I'm sorry. I'm just like an autistic nerd though. You guys are talking about legit shit. I'm just.
I don't know how many people have come like. You guys know how many times
I'm
publicly
ranting. I'm
they've
sorry.
been
I'm
like, "Oh,
ranting.
conspiracy
I'm
theorists about this, all this, this," and when you look back at like what was a conspiracy theory in 2005, 2010, 2015, and you look at them now, literally most of them, majority of them they're now open truth. It's not
Hey,
conspiracy.
but do you understand why? Like, so now you seem almost going to the other side. Do you understand why flat Earth is a conspiracy theory?
I do understand why flat Earth is a conspiracy theory because
Well,
of my
that's the
own
way the
beliefs. I'm not
power
saying
elite
that
treat it
I'm
that
not saying
way, and that's
everyone
the
understands
reason
the
why.
truth.
No, because it literally is a conspiracy of people coordinating to hide it. That's what a conspiracy is.
How much money
that's
does it take to keep the world in the shadows each day? It takes about like I don't know what, 65 or 70
Well, that's the
million
reason why
dollars a
flat
day.
earthers are ostracized. That's the reason why they're banned. That's the reason why. Ultimately, I'm warning you guys. You guys are
Because you
going to
don't
be in
own the C
prison.
word. You don't
You're going to
own the
be
C
put in
word.
prison
You
for
don't
these
represent the
beliefs.
C word with pride.
What's the C word? Christ?
Conspiracy theory.
Every single day, a flat Earth YouTube channel is shut down by the power elite. The people that
let them try to
are
do it. There's enough
controlling the narrative,
I'm talking
controlling
about the word,
cosmology, controlling the
word and how it's used.
understanding.
But you do understand that the people that are controlling that same information are using it for their benefit, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do understand
well, of
that?
course they are. That's why you guys are running and hiding. That's why you guys are in here right now, is because nobody else is going to pay it.
I feel like I'm not running and hiding. I feel like
you.
like you said earlier, I'm putting myself in danger to have these open beliefs that I have. How am I?
This dude, hey, bros.
Where am I running and hiding?
This dude, high exclamation point, be coping. That's what he be in here doing.
Coping?
Yeah, coping that the Earth's flat, and he's upset about it. So he has to tell us that we should be scared for our lives, that we're hiding like cowards, that nobody cares about what we have to say.
If we were hiding like
dream
cowards,
on,
we
brother.
wouldn't be having this open discussion in a public context. I have this discussion in person with people. Like, if someone's willing to fight me over this, I'm willing to fight them back to defend myself.
Dude, I get
fight, bro.
And if
I
you
get
are scared and we
inquiries.
don't
Hold
talk
on,
about this stuff
Dossman. Hold on,
openly,
brother. Dossman, let me help. Hold on, I gotta change my mic.
Let's fight. I'm down.
I'm 25 years old. I've believed in the flat earth as my main ideology, or whatever you want to put it, since I was about 7, and that's because my father, his father, my mom's parents, not my mom because she's a schizo paranoid person that believes the government's trying to anyway. Everyone in my family, everyone knows. Like there's more groups and there's more people as you talk to more people, like just in public and who you don't know. There's more and more people that they might not truly believe in the truth, but they don't believe in the main doctrine. They know something's wrong. They're just not comfortable saying what it is.
Hey, brother, check this out. There was a
Yeah, we call that conspiracy theory, buddy.
Yeah, check this out, Holmes. There was a survey done, and I think it was ages like 18 to 25, Like 40% of them said they don't believe in the standard heliocentric paradigm. So that means they believe in some alternative cosmology.
I think it's fine because, like I'm saying,
That's not true, by
I
the way.
believe that the space that we live in is a flat plane.
Oh, it's not true?
I
No.
don't claim
Yeah,
to
cool story,
know,
bro.
and I don't think anybody. Sure,
Prove
there
it's
might
not
be
true.
some
Hey,
people
DOS
that are
man, hold on. I got to
who
smack
don't
this
claim that
fool.
they know the
DOS
shape
man,
of.
chill. Hey, DOS man, let me help you out, brother. Pay attention to the verbal cues, bro. Okay? All right, who said it's not true?
Mute that guy right now, buddy, before I seriously get mad.
All right, prove it's not true.
You prove it's true, buddy, boy.
Too late. You already said it's not true, so you made a counterclaim. So now
No, it's
prove
too
your
late.
counterclaim.
You already said it's true, so go ahead and prove it, buddy.
No, don't have to. So you just can go on mute till you get the evidence that it's not true. All right, DOS man, back to you. Yeah, don't make counterclaims, fools. Just demand people validate their claims first. All right, go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. I can't prove that it's true that the Earth is flat, but I can prove that it's not a globe. I'll just put it that way. Ask me something. What do you want to know? Be specific. I'll give you my personal belief. You don't want to
Dude,
ask?
I was smacking that other guy, not you.
No, not you. I'm talking to the guy that you were smacking. Did he leave?
Of course he left.
Oh, God damn it!
The dude was coping because he can't stand
I
the
had
fact that people don't believe in his religion, bro.
a 3-year point where I was like very just angry with my parents because I wanted to prove them wrong, and like I went atheist, even though you like truly know deep down, like anyway. I started going to college and I took physics and biology, specifically kind of focused on aquatic biology. I feel like some of you have heard this story. I know I've talked to Bat before. I've now talked to, I don't know, a few other people in here. I don't know if their names have changed and such, but I don't know. After like 3 years in there, like you realize that, I don't know. I had a really good professor, I feel like, and he told us on our first year, sometime within like near the beginning of our first year, just shut the fuck up and disregard everything you've learned in high school. We're not teaching you theory here. We're teaching you fact. The theories don't matter, and you can run off on whatever theory you want to, but we're studying fact and what's provable and testable. And when you look at the breakdown of the different scales and the different powers that form and hold those scales together, like the nuclear scale, the atomic scale, the molecular scale, and looking past that at what would be a theory of the celestial scale, and you look at the powers that take dominance on those scales, like the nuclear scale, nuclear powers hold those together. It's nuclear forces that hold the parts of an atom together. And then on the atomic scale, there are slight influences of nuclear forces, with the majority of them being affected by the electrical forces. And then on the molecular scale, it's literally like, okay, it's a consistent ramp up from the nuclear scale to the atomic scale. Nuclear forces have 10 to the 36 times. I don't know. You could fact check me on this if you want. I'm just speaking off of memory, but nuclear forces have 10 to the 36 times 10 to the 36 power times more power than electrical forces have on the nuclear scale. When you go to the atomic scale, it's electrical forces have 10 to the 36 on the atomic scale and the molecular scale, electrical forces have 10 to the 36 power more force over gravitational forces, which is not a truly testable force. If you know what a gravimeter is, it's what they use to test gravitational force or gravitational acceleration in a certain area. But what it actually does is it takes the electrostatic the electrostatic forces within the ether around it, within the atmos, if you would. You know, I don't believe in the atmosphere. I believe in the atmos. It's a layer. And it does a bunch of calculations and spits out there's X amount of gravitational force. It's not true gravitational force. It's electrical force translated into what the theory of gravity states to be an accelerating force, like a force you feel from acceleration. And if that were the case, there'd be like a 27 to 36 degree angle of the earth at all times from it spinning that would literally have too much centrifugal force against the gravitational forces that section of the earth would always be flying off. The things that are loose and not compressed hard enough towards the center would just be leaving, like it would get shattered apart. The math does not math because it's just a theory. It's a taught theory. It's taught as if it's fact, and so many people believe it and just run with it because we're taught at such a young age and pushed through the doctrine. Like, you guys know that, like, this is jumping more into conspiracy theories now, but if you wanted to search, just look into who provides all of the curriculum and standards for the American public schooling system, and then also look at how many private schools also use the same exact curriculum but just charge more for it because they're private schools that are usually like have a religious stance and blah blah blah. You know, there's Coulomb's law literally disregards gravity and does not implement it. Like, we are electrical beings. We may be made of organic material, but our muscles, our brains, every part of us works off of electricity. Every single part. The ground is neutral, right? We know it as -0. You ground all electricity to the ground with conductive rods. Not only that, us humans are semi-polarized, which means that, you know, like a magnet, you have polarity. It has a north and a south. North attracts south, north also rejects north. They're polarized. You can change the polarity with temperature and with fabrication, but you cannot, once that has been changed, it's not superfluous. It's set
Hey,
in its
Dustman, that was
polarity.
a cool rant, but there's one thing I'd rather you talk about because like none of this you can prove. Can you explain what -0 is?
It's just neutral because it fluctuates, so it's not constantly -0, but it is negative in comparison to. Okay, so yeah, it's just
How do you
it's
make
what
zero negative?
you don't. It's just simply what's used when you're. It's the symbol that is used when you're talking about a neutral grounding.
Can you provide a source for that?
I could, if someone else wants to start talking, I'll go look at pulling up a source for that.
I think maybe we just might need a little bit of a break.
But you also need to understand there's a testable.
But are you talking about electrical notations?
Yes, yeah, but also it's just the fact that positives attract negatives is the basis of what I'm trying to get to, because the area the literal field that we live within, the air that we breathe, the gaseous field that we live in, is an electrical field, and it's known as write this down, okay, if you want, an incoherent electrostatic accelerating downward vector. That is the full name of
incoherent dielectric random acceleration.
No.
Yeah, we know all about it.
Incoherent accelerating downward vector.
Right. So it's incoherent, right? So that means it doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, but no, do you know what the incoherence
yeah,
is?
Incoherence means it doesn't make sense.
No.
Right?
Incoherent is describing the way that the electricity acts. So you have like us, we're organic bodies. We are semi-polarized, which means that we are technically incoherent. The polarity depends on our positioning to the positive and the negative. When you're touching the ground and when you're standing on the ground, the charge gets less and less as the charge gets more and more positive as you are closer to the ground. Whatever body, but you could be doing a handstand, it doesn't matter. You could flip your body around. The polarity stays in its same position in space, if you would, but your body is moving because you're non-polarized. You can't flip upside down and have your positive deflect the negative and start hovering magically. That's not how it works. Electrical forces, but you could do that with a magnet, especially if you get a magnet extra cold. You can have it hold its place and not just deflect, but deflect and hold its place in space. So there's. I would just recommend everybody. I would recommend, if you're curious on this, to just study physics 801 and up. Like, start at physics 8.01 and go up from there, and you'll learn a lot. That whether you want to watch it on YouTube videos, whether you want to actually buy the books and sit there and read it and like get a full understanding. This specific stuff I'm talking about starts in college physics 801. And it continues through 802, 803, 804. It goes over so many. Like, all I can say is research it for yourself if you're that curious. I've given a good amount of information pertaining to it.
I'm still waiting for the documentation that proves negative zero is a thing. Hey, AI, I know you're working. Is it okay if I mute high exclamation mark or unmute them?
Yeah.
Only if
I
he
mean,
stops talking
I personally
about
don't care.
dread and fear.
Okay. Deal. You're unmuted high.
Thank you.
So it's considered negative zero because it's being approached from the negative side. Because it's negative compared to its surroundings. So it's being approached from the negative side, versus if you're looking at a dead battery that would be normally from the positive side, you would see it as a positive zero if it was completely, utterly dead, because it should be in the positive.
I don't see
So,
any documentation, man. Can you at least
I'm
provide a
sorry. I'm
document?
gonna send it in. I'm gonna send it in.
By the way, AI, I put two of those videos. No, I'm sorry. I put two websites supporting your argument for 40%. Slightly just under, but basically 1/3 of millennials, or 18 to 24 is what they said.
Yeah, so he was actually right. He should have held me to task and made me prove it, and then I would have had to eat my crow on 40%, less than 40. so he should have stayed. But see, what I factored in that a lot of people who took that survey, even though it was anonymous, were too much of a bitch to actually say what they really felt, and they kind of just lied. So I'm including an extra percentage for those types of people who actually don't believe in the standard model, but they just didn't have the courage to do it on an anonymous survey.
Yeah, want them. That was my bad when I said millennials. My bad. It's not my fault though. Like literally in my mind, when I look back over all the years that I've been alive, like an entire decade is like missing. Like I know my age, I'm over 40, right? But for some reason, from 2001 to 2010, it just doesn't exist. I can't name one thing that came out of those years.
Did you have children during those years?
What's that?
Did you have kids during those years?
No, I didn't have kids. I didn't have
There's
kids.
the answer. It's called the lost decade. It's well known. Basically, is you didn't have kids when you're supposed to, and so your brain is coping with the trauma.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send
Are you
two sources
serious?
in chat.
Yeah, brother.
The first one is Wikipedia, but it references another one that I'm also sending in chat.
Is Wikipedia a viable source?
No, that's why I'm just saying the Wikipedia link doesn't actually. It just mentions the IEEE, which explains, and then
Well, that's a
the
computer
other one is
code.
from John Cook.
That's not a physical thing. Right?
What's not a physical thing?
It's not physical. It has to do with computer coding, right?
Not entirely. Like it's
Not entirely.
No, because it's a there is okay. Well, there's
IEEE
I'm not talking about
754 is a
computing.
floating
There's
point
yes, like if you want
representation
to
like
use
float
computing, there's
or
obvious
double
negative
in
and
C++,
positive zero.
Java, or Python.
No, but that's for computing. This is for electrostatic grounding.
Okay.
This is pertaining to electricity.
Does it take?
Hey, listen up, brother. Listen up. What do you call a farmer, redneck, who's really into electrical statistics? An electrostat hick. All right, that's about enough of that.
I'd say that's probably the worst joke I've ever heard. Man.
Oh, wait a minute, dude. Are you saying it gets a rating of -0?
Hey, you know what? There's always a first for everything.
If the value's low enough and coming from the negative already, you never know.
Well, it started negative and then approached zero. I guess you're right.
Well, yeah.
So would you say that it's the lost decade?
Yeah.
Is that what you called it? You're supposed to have kids when at a certain point, and because you didn't, that decade's missing in your memory.
Dude, your 3 biological imperatives are to defend yourself, eat, and procreate, right? And if you screw up on one of those,
So
bad things happen to your system, right?
Not the first one. The first one is literally the wrong, like what I'm not talking about. The second one would be more what I'm talking about with lack of specificity, because it's more of talking about like atmospheric electric charges with major voltage differences. But when talking about grounding, if something is it's referred to as a -0. I wouldn't say like specifically you can call it 0 or -0, but it's usually known as -0 because negatives attract positives, and that's what's being experienced. I gotta piss. I'll be back.
Yep. So the lost decade of childbearing refers to the period between roughly ages 25 and 35, once considered the prime reproductive years, when a growing number of people are delaying or skipping parenthood, often leading to deep, complex feelings of regret, grief, or longing. I don't know if I have regret of not having
Oh,
kids
dude,
when I
you
was
don't get
younger.
it, bro. The reason why you don't regret it is because you're blocking it out. That's why you don't remember it. It's traumatic. It's like PTSD, but you're blocking it out, bro.
I mean, those were some fun years, man. I don't know. It's like,
Listen, you know that they've been. Listen, here's the fact. Biologically, you know they would have been better if you procreated and actually raised a family instead of having that fun. And so, and to cope with that fact, you have to block it out.
it's funny. I feel like I'm being shrunk by Sigmund Freud. You're blocking it out because
Dude,
you're
it's
having.
well, yeah. Think about it. Think about it. How much do you have to
I
abuse a
get what you're saying.
mammal? How much do you have to abuse a mammal to get it to not procreate?
I mean, that just wasn't like for me. I just wasn't ready. I wanted to do other things. But I get what you're saying though, because like most people want to, like when they look back on their youth, right? They're like, oh, I should have worked my ass off from the age of 18 to 25. And then by the time I was like 28, 29, I could have been married, had a, making a mortgage payment, doing all these things that I should have been doing when I was younger. And now I'm doing these things when I'm older. I
Yeah,
get what you're
that's when you're supposed to be doing it when you're younger. Your body knows it. All your hormones, everything that's going on in your body is telling you that. You have to override it intentionally for other reasons. So you literally have to offline your biological imperative. It'd be the same as if you weren't eating. Like, how much trauma would you get if you just decided to stop eating when you're hungry? See, but this is the problem. A lot of people, they don't stop when they have this urge. They go out and they gratify it with sexual encounters that don't result in progeny. And so they have this, whether they realize it or not, their body knows, and the effects are what's it called? Uh, it's not psychosomatic. It's like subconscious. There you go. It's subconscious manifestation of those issues. It's the same
Can
with like the
I
cat ladies.
can I give a little bit of advice I got when I was younger? Maybe twisted, reworded a little bit, I guess, by me. I'm asking. If no one wants advice, I gotta go anyway. But I'm willing to say something before I go.
Man, just do it, man.
So, higher knowledge, when being approached without your corresponding development to your character, humility, or your inner discipline, doesn't liberate you. It unbalances your soul. I don't know if any of you believe in a soul or not, but it unbalances you. I'll put it that way. It doesn't mean that the truth is too dark for you. It means that you're not ready to carry the truth and the darkness of the knowledge at the same time. Your awareness will rise, but your true capacity doesn't. And what is real before you have built your inner strength, you see in your reality, but you dismantle your own worldview before you've built a self that's strong enough to withstand it. And seeing is one thing and being is another. So although you may hold information to you until you can hold that information in your hand, it's very frustrating to retain. And it can have the effect of making other humans seem like they're NPCs, or like that's just a broad term I would use to describe it, because y'all know what I'm talking about. But makes it easier for you to like classify them into categories, types of people, and prejudge them before you actually know them. And it's hard to see the world for the world, and all you see are the lies, the indoctrination, and the social training that's going on around you. So it's hard to find the love for the person that's standing right in front of you, no matter who they are, when that happens. And you can't be too awake, but you can be awake without being rooted. And that's what's important. When your mind wakes up before your heart and your intellect outruns your embodiment and your insight surpasses your emotional capacity, you see everything clearly, but you can't carry what you see truly. And that's why awakening, I'll put it as awakening, feels like it's a poison at first. And it kind of really makes you have that feeling that ignorance is or was bliss, you know? But it's not that you're learning the wrong things or too much. It's just that your brain is learning them too early for you to have control, um, without dismantling your worldview completely and crashing, you know? So don't take, and I don't want anybody to take the words as judgment. I just want you to, it's what I wish I was told when I was much younger than when I was told it, because there was a long time where I was in this limbo of psychosis, I'll say, and maybe it's different for other people, but that's just me. So anyway, I hope you all have a great night, and don't know if anyone needed to hear that stuff.
It's just a process of
Doss,
the
man,
ego death.
I sent you a friend request. I'd like to talk to you more about this. In fact, I need you to talk to me more about this.
Yeah,
Will
I
you do
could
that
tell.
for me?
I mean, that's why I kind of said it, because it's based off of stuff that you were saying, and then someone else mentioning like the fear of. Because anyway, yeah, I'll add you back.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be back on in a few hours, if not tomorrow.
I hope you are.
Let me make sure I added the right person. Okay. All right. Anyway, y'all have a wonderful night. God bless. Speak with y'all later.
I would have come into this room more if I heard truth tellers like that.
I don't know any truths, so I cannot collaborate with the experience of your emotions.
No, this is the intellect, my friend.
Yeah, I'm just here for the ride, sir.
Well, you can ride all you want, but the intellect was stoked. You recognize the truth. You recognize how dangerous that truth is.
Yeah, so I stepped back a few notches and I just do
But ain't
the.
nobody talking about the heart. Nobody's talking about the heart. We're talking about the
You guys
big
are on
T
about
truth that is denied.
our responses. Who's denying our responses? Are you denying our responses? Excuse me,
I have
sir.
no
We're having
idea
a
what any of you have been
conversation.
talking about for the last 2 minutes. What the fuck's going
We're having a conversation. And you're denying our responses, and I don't appreciate that.
on? Okay, or is anybody talking about the Earth? Or are you all just lost in
No,
the woo-woo?
it's called the rock.
Yeah.
It's called the rock. It's not called the earth.
Dude, can you at least
no, the
fucking
truth.
talk about it? Because I'm getting bored of this bullshit.
Hey, bro, it's called yeet. Holy moly.
See, Wanton Mechanic has joined us again. That's always fun.
I'm trying to put up sheetrock, Jedi. I can't afford to be constantly muting these fools. Oh, by the way, sheetrock is flat panels, and I'm putting them up vertical, and I'm putting them up horizontal. Deal with it, Globies.
No, it's not really flat.
Hey, Jedi, do you have Wonka Vision on your phone?
Do I have what?
Wonka Vision.
I really took that the wrong way. No, dude.
Oh, dang, because I was going to ask you to hold this end of the sheetrock for me.
Okay, cool. I got you. Oh, is that like the TV thing where you can project yourself into a TV? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but it's also a cool physics problem. Do you want to hear the physics problem?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're where you're at, right? And you got the Wonka vision, and I'm where I'm at, and I need you to hold the sheetrock.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you stick your hand through my phone,
yeah,
right, you're on the ground. Your feet are on the ground,
yeah.
but your hand is through my phone. So if you're holding up the sheetrock, is it your feet that are supporting your hand, or is it the phone that's supporting your hand? And is your arm going to get cut off?
That's a really good question. Could
I
I
know, right?
theoretically hold up your sheetrock while skydiving out of an airplane? Well, I'll post that one to the brains in the jar for later.
See, when you think about it, like if it works the one way, then I can just take my phone because your arm is through the phone and the top of the phone will hit your arm and not go any further down. So I can just take the phone and move it wherever I need you to hold. So I can just pick, and my phone would just float there because it's being supported by your arm because your arm's being supported by your feet. But if you take the other view, then as soon as I let go of the phone will fall to the ground with your arm in it. And it technically wouldn't hurt you. And then the third view is that it'd chop your arm in half.
I like it. Needs some work, but I like it.
Well, I just was going to talk in some hypotheticals to make the Globers feel, kind of comfortable to come and talk about their hypothetical religion.
Wormholes next. I get it.
Yeah.
They're working against us. All of my family has been seduced. And then the United States government runs this operation that they went around the moon a month ago. It's already I've had a social capital collapse over the years, and now the military-industrial complex is totally dedicated to this narrative. And when I speak out, I'm worried. I'm worried that my own family will report me. I've had professional collapse. People ask me, I will no longer tell lies. I will only tell the truth. I don't understand. How do you guys deal with this?
It's about balance. Not everybody's gonna, take in what you say, right? Bible says don't throw your pearls before swine. Not to say that family is swine, but like some people just aren't ready to take the information in that you give them, and they may never be ready to take the information in that you give them. You'll have to just live with it, and you'll have to make a decision between the happiness of you and your family or the conviction of truth, right? And honestly, I hope you pick your family over the truth, because I think family is far more important than anything else. Because the longer you spend time with somebody, the more likely they will be to receive information. But if you burn that bridge now, you may never get a chance to share that information. So you got to play the long game, not the short game. Everybody I work with knows I'm a flat earther. If they want to ask questions, they will. If they don't, then that's up to them. I'm not going to make it all about that. My wife is not a flat earther, but she knows that I'm a flat earther, right? She thinks it's silly and she thinks it's a joke. She gets mad at me when I have conversations with my friends about it. But it is what it is. You just got to find balance, right? I'm not always going to talk about flat earth all the time. Because what's more important? Going out and spending time with your family and creating memories and showing the never ending love that you have for you and your family? Or bombarding them with truth so much that they despise you?
I have a hard time reveling in the fact that they're gonna listen, man. I don't want to be crucified. I want to fight. They hate God. They hate Jesus Christ, and they hate the cosmology described through the Bible. They hate it. They want me dead, my family dead, and my people dead. Listen, I mean, they want my family dead. What am I supposed to do about that?
Who does?
You're not fooling anyone, bro.
Shut the fuck up, Jew.
No. Oh.
Oh shit.
Looks like it's time for the yeet.
Get it out hour today for some reason.
Guys, I'm a flat earther. I'm paranoid. I'm scared. I'm crazy. I'm doing drugs all day. My family, they're being hunted by assassins. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What am I supposed to do about it? Hey, I know what you can do. Go to Will Duffy's church and be a Glober again. Problem solved. You need it, brother. Now, on a lighter note, if he was serious, man, what you need to do is just, trust in God. God will take care of it, bro. No worries. Man, I had my phone plugged in this whole time, like for a couple hours, but I didn't have it fully plugged in, so it wasn't even charging. What a chip, man!
Did I miss all the action? Dang it.
If you mean crazy people, yeah, you missed all the crazy people. Yeah.
Oh. Okay, maybe that was good then.
There's still some in the side chat if you want to go play with them.
Okay, let me see who the characters are. Oh, 99 plus. I missed a lot. All right.
Why did the blacksmith guy get banned? What? He was a flat earther.
So? That doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, but like, why? What did he, like, I was listening to him there and like, I'm surprised. I'm like, what did he even say that was off kilter?
I can't remember, but I will say this: whether you're a flat earther or not, that doesn't mean that you're not going to get banned.
Yeah, I know. I'm
What?
asking why.
Yeah, I
I'm
said
saying
that right at the
why.
beginning. I said I don't know why, and then I went on to say what I said.
Tor- hey,
Interesting,
Taurus,
but you don't
Taurus,
fucking listen, do you?
Taurus, you want to know what the word of the day is?
Why?
Yeet. There you go, tourist. You want to talk about something that's not about people that got banned? You're welcome to be unmuted. If you want to talk about people that get banned, you can join their ranks. Choose. All right, I'm going to assume you chose wisely.
I think Drace AI answered the question in the side chat. If you want an answer.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Seriously, that other bastard. Like, that's a low move because now if that actually does happen to like one of us, nobody's going to believe us.
What?
The dude with the story about paranoid dude thinking he's getting followed.
Yeah. I get you.
I thought it was two guys because I thought the first guy was saying.
I'm going to remind you about AI's warning.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You been doing any more beats, tourist? Any more lyrics?
Nah, nothing. Nothing like flat Earth related. You know, I am writing this short story kind of about flat Earth, but not a beat.
Give us a synopsis.
It's like this guy who's like obsessed with getting over the ice wall, and then when he eventually does, it's like just miles and miles of ice, like ice desert, and it goes on for so long, and then he eventually leaves that desert and enters like just a sand desert. And as he's making the journey, he just realizes that even if there is civilization beyond, the distance is just so far that he's never going to be able to make it. And then he encounters someone coming the other way. So like a traveler from another one of the lands trying to get to our land, to Earth, you know? And they meet each other in the middle, and they both sort of realize that they're going to die out here in the desert, and that meeting each other is sort of like the reason they went on this journey. And that's all they're going to get, like as a glimpse of each other's civilizations and societies and worlds.
Yeah, that
Interesting.
makes perfect sense. And then you give the other guy the flash to find out if he's the thing. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, isn't there a Jewish midrash about Enoch where he
I'm getting it
goes to
checked,
the
okay? Oh,
what's
sorry,
that?
my bad. I said I was getting it checked, but you're talking about something
Well, I
else.
think there's this story about Enoch where he goes to this land and he just keeps walking through more ice and more snow and more ice and more snow and just never ends.
Yeah, I think
Like it just might as well be. It's so massive that you'll just never be able to traverse it. But there is something.
So even if there were life on other worlds in their worldview, you'd never reach it. The only way to reach it is literally with magic.
It's true. It is actually like a very similar like situation. You know, like two different equations, same result. It's like, you know, yes, there might be something out there, but the distance is simply like intraversable.
To be fair, I'm not against concepts of let's just call it, for lack of a better term, a procedurally generated Earth, where it just keeps going and going and going and never stops. And since it's been doing it, you're never going to reach the end, because when you reach what was the end before, there's now the end removed. Now, interestingly enough, that's the same claim in the heliocentric model, that the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, and the parts of the universe that have already gone beyond the light horizon can never be reached. Not only can they never be reached, they can never be seen. And for all we know, and we don't know, but for all we know, in their worldview, no, this is coming from their point of view, that just goes on for who knows how long. Because remember, all their ideas about the universe are from the observable universe, which means they don't even have the full sample size, because they don't even have samples of what has been going faster than the speed of light and gone beyond the light horizon. So they're working with a limited data set within their own religion. It's a whole bunch of fantasy nonsense, brother. Speaking of that, though, in regards to flat Earth and stuff, with the alleged alien disclosure, keep in mind some of the senators in the U.S. who said they're going to disclose the aliens. Some of the other ones said no, it's not aliens; it's interdimensional beings or demonic entities.
And the Navy's saying that they come from the ocean.
Joe.
Where they came from before that, who knows? But they reckon they're coming out of the ocean. So you got 3 different perspectives from government officials. That's crazy.
Well, Jacques Cousteau, you remember Jacques Cousteau?
Does he have something to do with Project Blue Book?
No, he's the famous oceanographer that does all the videos out in the ocean, goes down deep, looks at all kinds of fishies.
Oh, all right, yeah, go on.
He went on a diving expedition once. Can't remember where it was. I don't know if it was Bermuda Triangle or who knows. But anyway, what he said is that when he was down low, he just heard what he could best describe as screaming. Humans just screaming and screaming and screaming. So I mean, maybe the pit's down there, like it's described in a lot of ink.
Freaky.
Reminds me of that movie Abyss.
Yeah, but Abyss, the thing was kind of nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, it was a
Except
little
for kind of
freaky at first, but it was kind of a nice. I'm pretty sure it was nice.
yeah, they like
And then
opened up a little airway in the
Shrimp-looking freakazoid that just starts killing everybody. Then the one guy tries to escape because he got super scared, so he tries to escape in the escape pod, and of course he just gets the bends and dies because he rushes away too fast. See, instead of having that or something, who knows? But instead we got Interstellar with the retarded space library.
Yeah. But what you're talking about was a bit like Jason Statham movie with the shark, the mega shark. Was it called Mega Shark? I can't remember what it was called. That Jason
Called
Statham movie.
Megalodon.
Meg. The movie.
Oh yeah, the Meg.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought it was called Megalodon, but you're right. It's just called the Meg.
Yeah, it was about the megalodon, though. Yep. It's pretty good.
That came from the lower density region that you're talking about. I mean, higher density, lower, higher density region.
Man,
I
if I
thought
was,
that.
oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought that guy in the submarine that hit that
waves on a beach.
Like shore,
yeah.
Yeah,
I
that was
saw
cool.
that. And there's SpongeBob, justified.
It's pretty amazing.
Folks, since it's kind of quiet here, I'm gonna head over to the home server if anybody feels like heading over there and discussing anything. I'd love to have you.
Okay, that might sound fun. Once a mechanic, have you got a link to our server? If you want one, just give us a DM.
Hello?
Hi.
I believe it's just slash flat earth, right? For the main one?
Yeah, you've got. Yeah. We're going to head over there. You're welcome to join us, dude. Too.
Earth's still around?
There's links in the profiles of the bots at the top, anyway.
Yeah.
So the thing I brought up is in the chat. If you haven't read it, I think UTemp banned me for a couple days, but we don't need to dwell on it because the past is the past. So we all believe in second
Yeah,
chances.
exactly. That's why I just invited you onto the home server because we're moving.
Okay, yeah. I'll DM somebody at some point.
Yeah, come
But
follow. Yeah, no worries.
So looks like all the cool kids are going. Alright, I'm gonna head over there too then.
Me too. My Glocks are my favorite. You can run them over with a truck. You can put them underwater. You can do whatever. They'll still fire.
Yeah, they're terrible for me. I shoot them really poorly. So
I'll say this: it's a heavy gun, but high
Yeah.
points are very one of those Kalashnikov type weapons where you shoot them through anything. I've seen
Right.
videos where the guy buried it in mud and then hung it up on a tree and shot it with another 45 and hit the slide, cocked it back, and it fired all 15 rounds.
Yeah, they're indestructible, man, for sure.
I
The
don't think
ugliest
they're
gun
the
you'll
most
ever
accurate
see.
though.
They're pretty accurate.
Have you Americans done with your gun talk, or do you need a few more minutes?
Oh, we could talk for hours. You're just
Oh, yeah, we
jealous.
could.
I am. So shut the fuck up. Johnny Law, I got a question for you, buddy. You still there?
Yes, sir. Yep.
You watched my video, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Do you have any thoughts?
I'm kind of still reeling in it. It did open my eyes a lot. I was wrong. I hate saying it, but I feel like I'm wrong. I'm still kind of holding on to maybe everybody's lying kind of feeling. And it's just hard for me to shake that. Like, what do I believe now? How can I believe? I'm stuck in that rock. And okay, what do we believe? Things have been changed so many times, and things have, I'm stuck in that limbo stage right now, and it's frustrating, but it's gonna take time.
Sometimes it feels a little bit humiliating, doesn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
shit, I was wrong. How stupid of me. It was actually in front of my eyes. Actually, if I read the fucking thing, I probably would have figured it out.
Right, if I'd have took my time, for sure.
Yeah, it can. I was in the same boat as you, dude. I believed and said exactly the same thing because I thought it was, because it sounded good, like these things always do. Thought it was true. One of the things that we must understand, right, is although we find truth, we understand that there's a lot of shit out there as well, and that shit is going to be thrown at us, and if we're not careful, that shit will stick. So little things like this. Please watch the video and the rest of the gentleman's content with regards to things like the language that was used and the words that we think are the right words. If anybody's interested to know what we're talking about, it's the true name of Jesus and God. I've passed information on to Johnny with regards to the language that was used and the true Hebrew and Paleo Hebrew and the type and the text was written in Greek and all of this type of stuff, blah, 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 blah. Because of something that seemed to have happened within the last 10 years or so with regards to the true name of God. Yeshua for Jesus and Yahweh for, his father and so on. This isn't true, but we've been told to believe that it is true. This, and you'll love this comes from Jews. This is Talmudic stuff. This is tricking. This is inversion. So I'm trying to point out the trickery to everybody because Jesus' name's Jesus. It's not Yeshua.
Well,
But
the
anyway,
thing that stuck to me, Jedi, was when he was talking. He's like, well, they spoke predominantly Greek. Hebrew wasn't even, that was 200 years prior to him. And I was like, what? I was 100% for sure that they were speaking Hebrew back then, but they weren't.
No, Hebrew was a dead language. It died out after Daniel, like the 400 years between Daniel and Jesus. This is what Daniel was talking about, the decline of the Jews, right? They weren't speaking what we would call Hebrew. They were speaking a version of Aramaic, but predominantly Greek.
Yeah.
Everything that was written in Greek.
Yeah.
So when we see things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, hopefully you got to that part in the video. This one just smacked me sideways. Wrong language. That written language, the Hebrew that we read today that's on the Dead Sea Scrolls, that wasn't developed as a written language up until, about 800 years ago? I'll give you 1,000 years ago, not in written text. What we had before then was Paleo Hebrew, the stuff that we find carved around the bottom of Mount Sinai, Paleo Hebrew. This is important because this is the insertion of the Jews that rejected Jesus, right? So we have to understand that all of these things, Yeshua, Yahweh, they come from the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is Jewish mysticism. This is the religion that isn't God's religion. So when we start using these words, like, for example, they, over recent years, and I say they meaning the Jews, they say that they are waiting for the Messiah and his name is Yeshua, right? They don't want to be associated with Jesus. They want Yeshua. So they start telling us that they are the keepers of God's true name, like they were at the temple. They gather those 5 names from the Tetragrammaton, and they also gain Jesus' name from that as well, from their new language that they developed to make them look special. The whole content of this guy is very, very interesting. If anybody wants to know the channel, it's Ben Born Again. Goes into the Kabbalah and the Talmud and how what they do is thrown over as a blanket over everything that we say and do. It's their mystic religion that is pushed upon the world, and it shows itself in things like Yeshua. They get us to say these things thinking that, making us look smart because, we found the true words. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
I always thought he was Spanish because of, Emmanuel.
Exactly. But I will say, Johnny, I appreciate that you did watch the video, mate. You were really open to the new information, so I do appreciate that. I understand that this type of stuff treads on toes, and I don't want to upset people, but I do appreciate you accepting the information, mate. So thank you.
No, I appreciate you giving it to me because, like I said, we need to. The point is to take us away from the truth and to hide it and to pervert it, twist it, turn it upside down, and to pull us away from God. And I'm happy that there's people out there that watch your back like that. So I thank you.
Hey Jedi, I'll take that video if you want to send it my way as well, because I'm coming across new information also. And even though I agree with you, the whole Aramaic thing, you're right, absolutely right. The whole thing was written in practically Greek.
It's how do I put this? when we look at the Old Testament and the New Testament, the one that is more verifiable is the New Testament, because it was written in Greek, like 2000 whatever years ago you want to think that was, but it was written in Greek, the language that was spoken, and we still have that today. When we look at the Old Testament, what we've got is later texts, up to and including the Dead Sea Scrolls. We do not have anything in Paleo-Hebrew. So when we look at the validity and which one is more accurate, that would be the New Testament. Now, I'm not saying that the New Testament in any way, shape or form hasn't been corrupted. It definitely has. But when you're looking at the more verifiable testament, it's the new one. It's the one that's written in Greek. That's why this is kind of really easy to figure out. Jesus' name was Jesus. It's not Yeshua. And this goes into things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and that type of manipulation upon the world, because it's when they found these scrolls, it's, hey, look, we found corroboration between our texts and what was written thousands of years before, blah blah blah, even though that language wasn't developed like for 800 years as a written form and was written on the wrong type of paper, because they used papyrus back 2,000 years ago. They didn't use animal hides, right? But the Dead Sea Scrolls are written on animal skin, not papyrus. That didn't develop them for a few hundred years after that anyway. So it's the wrong language on the wrong fucking paper. But that's held up as a true standard of, what confirms the Jewish way of saying things. The Masoretic texts, not the Septuagint. Now, this is information that's like been drip fed to me by like certain people around in the flat earth community and me going my own direction. But understanding this little piece of information shows you directly that the manipulation with the timeline from Adam to Jesus is something that definitely took place. 1,000 years was taken out from the Bible by the Jews. It's pointed out in the Greek writing. Literally do a side-by-side comparison. It's right there in front of you. Anyway, I will bore everybody, so if anybody else wants to talk about anything else, please feel free to do so. But Sheepdog, I will pass you that video, dude, for sure. Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I sent you a DM, man. I've come across from a different point of view the whole Greek thing, and so I just want to compare it from what I've heard from this other person saying, who wouldn't be so favorable to many people here. Very crass and different from what we have come to understand on things. So I just want to see what this says compared to what he's saying. Okay. Well, Floundering was opening his microphone initially when me and Overfences were in here, and then everybody jumped in, and Floundering got pushed to the bottom. So what's up, Floundering?
I have nothing to contribute.
Nothing. I mean,
Other
normally
than
the conversation's flat Earth, so we don't have to be religious. Right?
Other than to say Jesus is God, I have nothing to contribute.
Well, there you go. What's your opinion on whether or not the Earth has a shape?
I'm a roundie.
And what makes you choose the roundie?
What makes me choose the round Earth?
Yeah, like why are you clung to it?
It's axiomatic to my worldview.
Okay, so it's the base understanding from your worldview ever since you can remember?
It's presuppositional. It's axiomatic. It's given.
It's given. Why is it given? What's the evidence? If the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used in everyday engineering as flat, what's axiomatic about it being curved?
Well, that axioms don't deal with evidence. Axioms aren't claims. My worldview presupposes that the Earth is round.
Right, but that's not where you started. I mean, all of our studies show that children believe the Earth is flat until they start being indoctrinated around age 4. And that's because they haven't been introduced to an idea that
Oh, sure.
contradicts their natural experience. So it's not axiomatic at all.
No, I'm saying it's axiomatic to my worldview. I didn't say it was axiomatic to the human experience. I'm saying my worldview presupposes that the Earth is round. And
No,
by round, I mean a sphere.
you were introduced to this. You didn't come up with this on your own. It wasn't something you came to innately and naturally.
But that's not what that means. I'm not saying that
Okay,
means
so
that I came to it naturally. I could have been convinced to change my worldview.
if no one
It
has
just happens to
introduced
be my
you to
worldview.
this, if no one has introduced you to this, if no one had ever introduced you to this,
Oh, they have.
how would you come up with it?
I didn't say I came up with it.
Well, it's axiomatic. So, what would be the evidence for it being the basis?
Axioms and presuppositions don't deal with evidence. They're not claims. They are the givens for any worldview. So it's presuppositional to my worldview that the Earth is
Starting
round.
premise.
What's the definition of an axiom?
It's a premise or a presupposition. I mean, I
That's
can
it?
grab a definition for you.
Base.
Yeah, give me a definition.
Yeah, a statement, principle, or proposition that is self-evident, obviously true, and requires no proof. It implies something so universally accepted or fundamental that it's taken for granted as the starting point for an argument. So it's
Right, like
assumed.
flat
It's
Earth
assumed.
and flat water.
It's assumed. A premise regarded as self-evidently true, as in requires no evidence, self-evident, given, taken for granted, or a priori.
Right, we don't need to read it again. We know what it means.
I didn't
But
read it again.
the Earth presents itself as flat and water presents itself as flat at rest. We observe the sun and the moon and the stars and the wandering stars moving in the sky. Those are the base axioms. So you can't say that the spherical Earth is axiomatic because it isn't.
No, it most certainly is axiomatic.
Okay, so where do you observe curvature, or where do you observe curvature anywhere and experience it?
I didn't claim that I did.
You just said, listen, we're not going to play these games, right?
It's not a game. We're not
So
playing.
what's
You
axiomatic
claim that
about
the
it?
spherical Earth is axiomatic, yet you have no evidence to prove that claim, because obviously the spherical Earth is not axiomatic, because for centuries, for all of history until fairly recently, everyone accepted the Earth as flat. So it's not axiomatic.
Okay. Do you know what a presupposition is, over fences?
Yes. What's
Okay,
your point?
okay. If you and I have worldviews and I presuppose something, could it also be the case that my presupposition is axiomatic to my worldview? Could it be true that it is both presupposed and axiomatic? As in,
Just because you presuppose something doesn't mean it's axiomatic.
for example.
No, I find those two things at odds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd love to hear why.
Well, because a presupposition is assuming something before the evidence is presented.
Okay.
So an axiom is the evidence in front of you without without anything to justify it, right? It just presents itself in front of you naturally.
Okay.
So those two things are at odds. What you have is a globe belief that you want to complicate with a bunch of little stories.
No, I'm not complicating it. I actually think it
You definitely
simplifies
are,
it to
because you want
say,
to make it sound more intellectual than it actually is.
no, I don't
Because
need it to
you
be
don't
any.
have any evidence for your beliefs. So therefore, you're going to claim that the globe is axiomatic when that's just patently false, and I can't imagine anyone would agree with you anywhere, regardless of their viewpoint. It's one of the more ridiculous things I've heard, to be frank.
I want to interject something real quick, Foundering. I went ahead and
Yeah.
DC verified you because you showed control of your microphone.
Thank
So I appreciate it. Just make sure you read the welcome at the top of the server, so that way
I
we can
read the
hear
rules,
you.
yeah.
Okay, cool. We do have a live stream room right above this VC. You now have access to that as well. So
Thank you.
people will provide evidence in that room for you.
I don't I don't think it's going to be long before I make an Australian very upset and get banned anyway. So, but I do appreciate it.
Sounds like a presupposition.
You're right about that.
So is that Australian? Is his name Jedi?
There are. I don't think there's any flat Earth Australian that comes in here that actually enjoys me or would hold back on muting me or banning me.
T-Dub will hold back. He ain't gonna ban you unless you do something to be bannable.
No, T-Dub definitely doesn't like me.
Yeah, Jedi's
Doesn't mean he won't ban you. But anyway, just because you make a presupposition doesn't mean it's true. I could presuppose that unicorn parts are the reason why we stay glued to the earth, right? Doesn't mean it's right.
Bro, what's self-evident about the place you live in that makes you think it's a globe? What's the axiom?
Why is me living on a sphere an axiom of my worldview?
No. I said, what is self-evident about the place you live that makes you think it's a globe? What is the axiom?
That's why it's presupposed, because I'm not making a truth claim.
Well, you said it was an axiom.
You're right. It is an axiom. It's the
So
third
what is
axiom of my
self-evident?
worldview, which is
So what is
presupposed.
self-evident about truth?
You know what? I'll agree with it in this aspect. He would have to presuppose the Earth to be a globe to believe it. So if that's the first thing he's gonna do, and make that his axiom just to presuppose it, I mean, I guess you got to go with it, right? He wants to believe the Earth is a globe. He doesn't have any reason not.
Well,
to
presuppositions
choose
are
otherwise.
axiomatic by definition, but the entire point of having axioms to begin
That's
with
not
is that we
true.
can.
That's
Yes, it
not
is.
true. No,
Yes,
it
it is.
isn't.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so anyway, we know you have a lot of sophistry and you like to belabor everything with anything but actual evidence.
But do you have any
So tell
definition that agrees with you? Like, do you
so
have a
anyway,
definition of
you know what? I really
presupposition?
don't care about your games. They're really
Okay, so
not
you're
very
wrong.
interesting or novel.
It's not
So
a
we're just
game.
going to move on to what the subject matter is here, which is the flat and stationary Earth. So if you wish to engage on that topic, I welcome that, but we're not here to talk about your feelings. So if we could move along, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, we'd like to talk about
Sure.
like
We
physical
can move
evidence
along.
that we can demonstrate. So if you got evidence to prove, your case on that the Earth is a ball, right?
You and I do not agree on what evidence even is.
Well, evidence is repeatable and verifiable.
It's been the case, at least. I'm assuming that. I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that because every single time I've come in here, my definition of evidence and a flat earther's definition of evidence are very different. And so
Is that really the name you chose, floundering? Because that's literally what you're doing.
it's a funny word. I like the word. It's a funny word.
It suits you, man.
I've done a lot of fishing in my time. I like flounder. Flounders are funny.
So let's see if we can agree on something, dude. See how honest you are. Can you admit that the globe only exists in your imagination?
There is a globe that exists in my imagination. Yes, I'll agree to
It
that.
only exists in your imagination.
No, that's
He
not
has
true.
to. He has to presuppose it.
That's not true.
You can't be honest with yourself? Where else
It could
do you...
exist. It could exist in someone else's imagination.
Oh, I see.
I'm not just gonna.
So he
I'm
just
not just. I'm
wants to
not just
play
going to
games.
assume other people aren't thinking.
He can't be honest with us. It's no use talking to this guy, really.
You
Yeah,
didn't
it
like my
really isn't.
answer.
It's a waste of time because
You
he
didn't like
just
my answer. That doesn't mean I'm not being honest.
no, you're not being honest with yourself.
Yeah, you just want to be contrarian.
I'm not being contrarian. I agreed with you. Yes, there is a
This is
sphere in my
tedious.
mind.
This is tedious.
But I'm not the only
Why do you have a
thinking
sphere in
person.
your mind, Floundering? Where did that come
I'm
from?
pissed off.
I presuppose it.
We got a pissed off
Okay.
Australian?
Yeah, we need a pissed off Australian.
I know Matrix is listening on YouTube. Where you at, buddy?
T-Dub, you gotta be quiet right now, or you gonna fill in
T-Dub
for
can't be
Matrix?
mad.
Oh, yes, he can.
So anyway, this is just cyclical reasoning and waste of time because he's not able to be intellectually honest. He wants to do whatever whatever gives him voice to himself talk about nothing.
How could I
So,
be dishonest if you're asking me what my mental state is about
well, I
certain
think we already
premises?
I have a presupposition about your mental state that seems axiomatic.
Okay. But your incredulity
You're
about what I'm saying is not an
shoveling
argument.
honesty.
Do you know
You're
that?
shoveling honesty off to the side.
Like you're
You don't
saying,
want to make
no, no,
any
no,
sense.
no. What Fences is saying is that I'm being
No, no, no,
emotional.
no.
But the problem is that this is
You are
about
being
your
emotional.
incredulity, not mine. You are
No, it's
incredulous
not.
about my position, but you've been
No, I'm
questioning
not.
me. So this is about my worldview. How can I be dishonest about what my worldview? That doesn't make any sense.
You're just being dishonest about reality.
You're saying I'm being intellectually dishonest, but what you really mean to say is that I'm being bad faith. But I'm not. This is actually my
Both.
worldview. I really believe what I really believe.
We get it. You
I
believe you're
understand.
telling the truth, right?
Yeah, I'm not lying to you. This is actually what I really believe. I'm
I
not. I'm
get it,
not being
man.
intellectually
I
dishonest.
understand.
I'm
There's
not
a lot
being
of
bad
people
faith.
like you, dude. I get it, man.
I mean, Fences can be as incredulous as she wants, but it doesn't matter. I
Oh,
don't
it's not
care.
incredulous at all. I mean, we see people like you all the time. It's not incredulity that I'm expressing.
Oh, there's
It's
nobody like me.
amusement and it's amusement and derision, if we want to be frank.
Do you think that we were never on that side, Floundering? That we didn't believe in the globe? Is that why you're saying that we're being incredulous because we've never believed it?
No, I'm sure you guys have been on all sides of questioning your beliefs, and you've either been on one side or the other, or you've ridden a fence for a while. But what matters is that if you're going to question me about my worldview, and then I tell you what my worldview is flat out, and then you say, "Well, he's just being intellectually dishonest," it's like, okay, well then that would make you a mind reader, now wouldn't it?
I didn't say you were
I mean,
dishonest about your worldview, dude. I said you were
No,
dishonest for
Fences said I was
admitting
being
that.
intellectually dishonest. I
No,
did
wow,
not answer any of your
you're
questions
just
in a
gonna talk right
dishonest
through me,
way.
I guess, right?
well, I
Yes, when
mean,
you said the
I'm.
globe was axiomatic, that is dishonest, and you know it
No, it's
is.
not. No, it's not.
Well, he's presupposing his
An
axiom is
axiom,
the presupposition.
an axiom is a facet of a worldview. How could it be dishonest to say it's axiomatic? That doesn't make any sense.
He's presupposing it. That's his axiom. That
And then you said
because
that
he
presuppositions and
presupposes the
axioms are
globe,
not the same
therefore the
thing.
Earth's a globe.
A presupposition can be an axiom. They can be the same thing. They are not
Doesn't make it
always,
valid.
but they can
Doesn't
be.
make it
And in
valid.
this case, they
Doesn't make it
are.
valid. Doesn't make it valid.
It makes it internally consistent.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Only in your imagination it does.
A schizophrenic may find something internally consistent. It doesn't mean it's logical or can be applied
I
into the sane
agree.
world.
Now
And
we're
that's
getting
kind of what
somewhere.
you
I
sound like.
agree.
And that's kind of what you
Dude,
sound
No, I
like.
agree with you. I agree
it's
with
the
you.
oldest argument in the book. We've been hearing this for years. Listen, how do you know the Earth's a globe? Well, we already know the Earth's a globe. Therefore,
No, I
right?
didn't say that I know that it's a globe. I didn't say that.
I'm
You
not saying you
presuppose,
did. I'm
dude.
just saying we've heard that.
Knowledge is justified true belief. I'm saying I can presuppose it, which is a premise. It's not a knowledge claim. It's a premise.
Well, good for you, man. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
My bad, y'all. What's up, Spliff? Wild Bill? Have we messaged the room, the lobby?
Oh, I'll go do that.
Okay. Thank you. So ad infinitum.
Excuse me to interrupt. One, Johnny, are you still there, dude? Hopefully you are. You can answer a question for me. If not, it's not a problem. Okay, so I passed Johnny a video yesterday. I've tried to pass that to Sheepdog. I've gone. Are you still
What's
there,
up,
Johnny?
buddy?
Oh, what's up,
Yes.
man? That video that I passed you yesterday. Can you do me a
Yep.
favour? Can you see if you
Yeah.
can find it and watch it again for me, please?
Okay.
Just very quickly. You don't have to. Just like 2 seconds. Just want to know if it's still there because I can't find it.
Yeah. Let me go here. Hold on.
Thank you, dude. Surely some people must have something to talk about. Come on, guys. Johnny's going to solve a problem for me in a second. And when he gives me that answer, I'll have a short announcement, depending on what that answer is.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it here. My kids go on YouTube here, so I'm trying to search my history here to get it. So give me a little bit.
You're fine. You remember the channel name was Ben Born Again. See if you can find the channel. Well, you'll probably find the channel, but see if you can find the playlists. See if you can find that video on there. If you can't find it in your watch history. I can't find it in my watch history. In fact, I can't find anything that I've watched from his channel in my watch history, but his channel's still up. But it appears some of his videos are gone. To me, that's why I'm asking you to see if you've got it, because I'm 50 almost, so could just be a mental block. But if it is the case, I'm not going to be speaking so much on Livestream.
I went there and I only see one video on his account.
Yeah, I know.
Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah. He's got a list of shorts, but and if you go deeper into training, you can find a playlist, but it's not the playlists that I'm talking about. It's not the video that I passed to Johnny yet. You can't find that on there, and that is very specific information.
On his home, it has one video showing, but it says he has 12 videos.
They've gone.
Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, what
I mean,
the
it could have
hell?
been.
I can't find it, Jedi. It's not in my history, and it's not on his channel or nothing.
Okay.
I don't know where the hell it went.
I'll say this then. I've got someone's channel shut down, kind of. And I'm saying this because I was talking about this on the live stream yesterday, and the channel's for a while, and I've said this, and now the information's gone. I won't be talking about open things on the open YouTube channel. That was my fault. I feel quite bad about it, because that's information that people should have. But I won't be talking about things on the live stream because possibly I might be pulling things out my arse. But if I had 2 and 2 together, that's a coincidence. And so I'm not going to be talking about things that I've been speaking about on an open like YouTube. Sorry.
There's a few Satanists that watch our live stream religious.
We have other
Honestly,
channels like Chill Chat and Philosophy and stuff, so we can talk about things in there, I guess, if it's not YouTube. But yeah, wow, sorry.
honestly though, Jedi, I like just by looking at the guy, and seeing how he wrote everything. He probably wants his message to get out there, so he's probably not going to take any fault if that was the reason.
Yeah, just
Yeah, I found a
But it may
mirror
be in
site
private.
for it, and
Ooh.
everything's been taken down from there too, except for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Interesting.
crazy, man. I have everything else. Like, I got all the stuff Yoder sent me, and that's the old that video's gone. I can't find it. I tried to go to his channel too. Yeah, that's crazy.
I've gone through all my DMs that I've sent it to. I've sent it to other people as well. Can't hit the links on there. It's all dead. I sent it to you, Sheepdog. It was dead. So yeah, it's dead.
What was the
Shit.
name of the particular video that you're
Oh,
referencing?
Jesus never called God the Tetragrammaton Yod He Vav He.
Yeah,
So
it was
Jesus never
why.
called God that.
Yeah, it was YIVH or something like that.
Yeah, the Tetragrammaton. Yeah, Yod He Vav He. Yeah, Jesus never called God Yod He Vav He or Jehovah or whatever. Okay, I feel so weird about this. Yeah, I might disappear down to another chat or something. If anybody wants to talk about this, I'll go and talk about it down there. If you don't, I'll be back in 5 minutes and we'll be talking about Flat Earth. But I don't even want to talk about it here. Sorry.
Yeah, I think there's probably a case to be made for not having the bot
Okay,
in
I found
every
it.
single time we gather. Oh, you found it? Oh, good.
Yep, I got it. I'm gonna copy it here. I'll hold on.
Put it. Well, if you want to send it to me in DM, go ahead. I wanted to watch it.
It's a very interesting topic. I want to watch it too. Where are you posting it, Johnny? The link?
Not in the server.
Yeah, I got it. I got it on my clipboard here. You want me to throw it in the chat or what?
Probably
Out
just
of
DM
respect to
him.
what Jedi said.
Yeah, you can DM me. That's fine.
Okay,
It ain't that big a secret. Just post it.
Yeah, it's.
All
I
right,
mean,
hold on.
we don't want to talk about it on the live stream, but you can post it. That's fine.
Yeah, hold on.
Did someone find it?
Yeah, I found it, Jedi.
Cool.
There
Thank
it
you.
is. Cool. Okay.
Can you? Yeah, awesome. Fun.
You can take it down if you guys are worried about it, but I have it now. 2.5
Weird.
hours.
Yeah.
Could
It's
listen to this
also,
on a road trip or something.
it was in a playlist and it was broken down into like 10, 15-minute sections for like each chapter and so on.
Well, the funny thing is, I took it,
shut up now.
Jedi.
Yeah, sorry.
I took it and I put it in a folder,
Mm.
and I didn't realize I put it in a folder, and I went in that folder and I looked and it was there. So
You legend, mate. Well done.
thank you.
There will be songs sung about you, sir.
Well, the funny thing is, if you know what my real name is, there are actual songs about me. So
Sorry, I'm trying to think of songs with names in it that I can guess.
Sweet Caroline.
it's
Roxanne?
biblical.
I said
My
Sweet
name,
Caroline.
my name is biblical, so I could tell you my first name. I don't care. It's Ezekiel.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, that's a cool name.
That was going to be the
Thank
name
you.
of my next cat. The last one was Elijah.
Yeah, all my kids are biblical too.
That's good. Tell them to keep it going.
Yeah, that's the plan, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this out, Jedi. I don't think you sent this one to me, or if you did, I'm skimmed over it. So looks interesting.
Yeah, it's hella interesting. I'm gonna have to watch it again before something happens to it. That's for sure.
Yeah, his voice is kind of hard to follow at first, but it grows on you.
I don't like the music that plays like at the end or beginning of each chapter, because generally I listen to these things I don't watch, and I'm kind of like away with my thoughts, and then all of a sudden this music comes in and it kind of disturbs me out of my my thoughts. But yeah, you get used to it. Nothing's ever perfect, but you struggle.
No, seriously though, thank you. It was one of the better videos that I've watched in the last couple of weeks. So it actually, it's one of those videos that opens your eyes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I guess we have to be prepared to rethink our positions, right? Especially when confronted.
If you've seen the video, you've seen the whole playlist, right? That you said it was broken down into segments, so you've seen the whole video?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the greater takeaway, I guess? What's the subliminal greater takeaway here that is, other than the argument that he's providing it direct evidence for, is the idea that the Talmud and the Kabbalah are attempts to get us to change the way that we speak in a sort of like, if we change how we speak, then we change how we think, sort of thing.
Yeah, kind of. It's like being inducted into a religion that you don't know about, like a false religion. You start using like bits and pieces that don't quite fit. You say the wrong words in the wrong places. You do the wrong. Yeah. When we look at like what this is like mysticism. However you kind of take that, spell casting, some people could say, or whatever. But I think the biggest takeaway out of, okay, there's been a manipulation in what people would say they would call Jesus. I think the biggest takeaway is to understand that the whole thing is a manipulation. As in, how do I put this really simply? The biggest takeaway from this is understanding that very simple evidence points to the fact that we've been lied to about the way that we should look at the historical value to, let's say, Jesus' life within the Bible, and how that is
sort of like how the changing of the names.
How that's kind of manifested in like today's society and church and the way we speak about like spirituality and religion and what we think it is.
Okay.
Hey guys, I don't know if you're interested, but Neil has pulled a Glober from the depths of the sewers of TikTok and is willing to bring him in if you guys would like to have a debate. Is anyone interested in that?
That sounds lovely, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Neil, you there?
Yeah, give me a second. 1 sec. I'll bring him in.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's called 24/7 Flat Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know why it's check. Yeah, it is.
All right. All right, you're up. Want to introduce yourself?
They're just going to talk about the Black Swan all day.
Yeah, your audio is crap, brother.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Mic check. One sec.
Wait,
we
no,
can
hold on, Neil.
Mic check.
Sal,
Mic
talk to me
check.
and we'll stop. Hold on, Neil. One sec. Sal, talk to me real quick. What's up?
How's that? Is that better?
Yeah,
That's all I need. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, just state your claim. You want to know why the Earth is flat?
I want to see evidence of a flat Earth.
It's still pretty hard to hear.
Nobody ever proved the Earth is flat with evidence. No globe now, though.
I'm having some technical difficulties on my end. You'll have to
Imagine
bear
that.
with me.
I don't understand it.
Brother.
Yeah, we can't understand it.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, something's up with my audio. Something's going on. And I don't think that lobby would work. There's like two guys just incessantly interrupting, and they don't even want to have the conversation. So, well, I'll try another lobby.
Well, they've obviously never looked at water because they want evidence of a flat Earth. So, there's that.
No, it's funny because the guy that was up there, he brought up evidence of, he took a picture and there was a boat like behind the supposed curve, and he's like, "There, that's the curve right there." Oh, I know what's going on. Okay, let me disconnect from my the Bluetooth speaker on my phone.
Ew.
Mic check. Is that better?
The flat earthers in the room with us right now.
Yeah, that's much better, Neil.
Okay. We got the mic situated. All right, feel free to.
Oh, good. Cool. Can anybody there show me any evidence that the Earth is flat without using any globe amount? No, they can't because they can't share their stories because they're pansies.
Are there two or one, Neil? And are they just talking amongst themselves, or are they going to actually talk to us? We probably need one at a time.
Well, the gentleman's asking for evidence, and the other one's saying, well, you won't be able to show it. I could speak about the evidence, but then you'd have to see it.
Do you want us to? Can we speak about it? Is that cool or what?
Yeah, I mean, speak away. Yeah, provide evidence.
Okay, no worries. Well, I'll give it to you in a logical syllogism, and we can go from there. Understanding that a logical syllogism is like a maths problem. We're going to add some things together that are true and reach a true conclusion based on the true statements. So the first true statement is 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, like the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, for example, and we're given that number. So 70% plus of the surface of the Earth is water. Water is observed to be horizontal upon the surface. Water is also measured to be horizontal upon the surface. Water is also used as a horizontal leveling tool. So if we add those things together, the surface of the water taking up the most part of the surface of the Earth, and that water being observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal reference datum, for example, for depth and altitude, then we can conclude that the Earth is not a sphere. Now, do you have a problem with either of those four? Do you have a problem with either of those four premises?
You said a couple of things that are actually wrong. Earth has never been horizontal. No. It doesn't measure horizontal. It actually measures with curvature.
Sorry.
15,
I do apologize.
1 degree for every 96 miles, something like that. 69 miles. 1 degree every 69 miles. Yeah, it's actually measured.
You don't seem to be listening. I gave you four premises. If you have a problem with my syllogism, can you talk about the premises, please?
It has curvature.
I can't do this now, sorry. It's like talking to a man on a tin can.
So Neil, can you ask your buddy? So he's saying that water finds its level.
Yeah.
Hello, come in, Neil. Yeah, water finds its level.
Yes.
Level 2.
I don't think I said that. I didn't say that. I said water is observed to be horizontal. I said it is measured to be horizontal. And I said it is practically used as a horizontal reference datum.
No, it's not.
Sorry, it's not. Okay, so you have a problem with the premises. Okay, can you point me to an observation where water, a large body of water, not a water droplet, a large body of water appears to be curved and not horizontal?
No, this is just fucking hilarious. These people can't get their own fucking accounts and interact on their own.
Sorry, you have a problem with the premises. I would assume that would be the observation of water being horizontal. You then need to provide an argument or an observation of water not being horizontal. But please don't give me a water droplet. You must understand, my friend, please don't interrupt me. It's hard for everybody to listen. You must understand that I'm talking about a large body. Right. Sorry, Neil, I can't do this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, they kicked me, and yeah, those guys are idiots. My bad. I thought they were like had something good to say, but
they were exceptionally stupid.
very, very emotional.
It was about to get somewhere when he said no, it's not, but then people interrupted him because they're all being silly. TikTok is not really conducive for a good one-on-one. Everybody's got to butt in. Unless you have good moderators.
Yeah, you just gotta find a good host. But that guy literally just was letting his lackeys ruin his own channel. Like, I might have another guy. Let's see. We've met him before, but we'll see if he gets another one of his globies to take over for him.
What's up, Neil?
What's going on, bro? You're a glober?
What's a glober?
Or do you think the Earth is a globe or a sphere?
Yeah, it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay. I'm a flat earther. How
long have you been a flat earther for?
Quite a while, around 5-6 years.
5-6 years? Some dedication. So in that 5 or 6 years, what would be your strongest piece of evidence for this Earth being flat?
Just like water, right? The ocean.
Can you explain what you mean?
Yeah, no, like water, right? Reaches its benchmark for level, right? And over long distances, right? There was supposed to be a ball. There would be curvature, right?
Yeah.
Well, we don't observe that in reality.
We don't measurements for curvature and reality, you're saying?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, you said it better than me.
Oh, okay. So how much like expertise do you have in like land surveying?
Not much. If you could, explain, that'd be great.
Well, so I'm a music producer. I don't really, that's not my expertise, but I do know land surveyors here on TikTok, and this is what they do. They've been doing it for what, 20-some years, maybe? And they will agree that when they measure the Earth and do their job, they're accounting for curvature, and that is in their equations. I mean, a lot of times they're in my chat, so they possibly might pop in. But why
No,
is
they
it that
don't. They don't measure the Earth as curving. That's not correct. They measure the Earth as flat, and then they apply it to a reference geoid. And actually, in actual practical use, no one ever accounts for curvature in any kind of surveying or civil engineering, etc.
on live here with Caleb, and we were actually, I'm not sure if you know Caleb F.E.,
Yeah, I've heard of
but we looked up bridges and the blueprints of the bridges, and there was 100% account for curvature.
No, the bridges are curved because that is the strongest structural way to develop them. You have to have curved bridges. That doesn't mean the water over which they cross is curved as well. Right? A bridge is curved because that's strong structurally. Do you understand? It needs to account for differences in temperature and potentially earthquakes and the motion of things traveling over them, etc. They're not accounting for curvature, and when you see pictures of bridges that are curved, you can see the water underneath them is level and horizontal.
But why is it that we observe other curvature, let's say on a larger scale, such as like the sunrise and the sunset? And
How is seeing a light in the sky observing surface curvature?
Because what's obstructing that light for it to become nighttime?
Well, when things move away from you, you can't see them any longer. Okay, Jedi, all yours.
Yeah, but when things move away, they also change in angular size, what we perceive, at least. That doesn't happen with the sun.
It does for a solar filter.
No, when you have the solar filter, you actually observe it not changing in angular size.
Okay, so I appreciate what you say. It's hard for me to give you the evidence, though, being as you're not on the same social media platform as me. But I do have evidence that shows that the sun is changing size for a solar filter. Not by much, I'll grant you, but there is a reduction in its angular size.
Okay, but let's say that there is a very, very small amount in change.
Yeah.
That would cause it to become dark.
Probably the amount of air that the light is having to travel through. Can I give you an example? Would that be okay? So, for example, it's daytime, midday, and you're at the beach, and you go swimming into the water, and you dive down, and you notice it gets darker and darker and darker the further you go down into the water. Why is that?
Of the medium, the water.
Yeah.
And the light coming through the water.
Now, it gets dark relatively quickly, within a few hundred meters, for example, right? Now, I'm using water because that's quite easily understood. The air acts as the same type of medium, but we're dealing with hundreds and hundreds and thousands of miles. So a greater distance. We understand the reason why we can look at the sun on the horizon is because the way that the light is attenuating through the air. All of the wavelengths have been passed out until we're left with the red one, so it looks orangey red. So this is how we understand that the light waves are being moved through the medium of air until eventually they're probably not going to get to your eyes, illuminate the portion of the earth that you're on. So the reason really why we have a day and night cycle is one, because the sun is moving across the earth, and two, because the light can't permeate the entire surface through the air, because the air acts as a blocking medium, as the water did.
So that would be great, and that would be a good argument and everything, except for when we see half of the sun get obstructed, and only
Okay.
half of the sun.
Yeah. So from this point, why do you say that I can't see the bottom of the sun? Do you say that I can't see the bottom of the sun because the curvature of the earth is in the way?
Yes.
Cool. Now, I had the same assumption, right? No problem at all with that. But what I do understand now is that horizon that is physically blocking the sun isn't physical. Now, the horizon moves around, right? I can change the distance to the horizon just by changing the optic that I'm using. And even if I keep the same optic, like a high-powered zoom camera, the distance to the horizon will change because of the meteorological conditions. I, for example, can stand on a beach and observe a horizon about 3 to 5 miles away just with my naked eye. But if I get a high-powered zoom camera out, I can start observing a horizon 10, 15, 20, 30 miles away. Now, when I'm 6 foot standing at the beach and I have a radius value of the Earth, just a little bit of mathematics will tell me that the curvature of the Earth, the horizon that the sun is hiding behind, if I'm 6 foot, is approximately 3 miles away, no further, because it's physical. So what we've discovered, because we've got optics and cameras, is the horizon is optical. It only forms in the human eye or optics because of the way that the light enters through the aperture. So it's a reduction of angle across the surface is the reason why we can't see the surface anymore, because we see everything in angles. Put your hand in front of your face, it occupies a large angle. Move it away, a smaller angle. Same thing with the surface you're standing on. As you look further across that surface, the angles become smaller and smaller and smaller until your eye can't resolve them. Until eventually you won't be able to perceive the surface, and it will look like the surface ends and it meets the sky. And this can be demonstrated also when you get a high-powered zoom camera out. Because the optic has changed, it can now open up those angles that the human eye can't see, and you can perceive more of the surface. So the sun isn't hiding behind the curvature of the Earth. The sun is quite simply moving away, lowering due to perspective, and the sun isn't able to illuminate the portion of the Earth that you're standing on because the amount of air that light is having to travel through. I hope that's clear and concise, sir.
Yeah, so again, fairly good argument, but we still have the fact that this sun, not only is the illumination from the sun being affected by the curvature of the Earth, but the actual sun as we can see it through a solar filter is obstructed. So it's not just the light coming off of it, it's the actual sun that is becoming obstructed. So it's not just optics. That would be fine with if it was just light becoming obstructed, but that does not explain why the actual sun is only half seen and half not seen.
Because it's converging with the thicker layer of atmosphere that is closer to the surface. This is why sometimes when the sun lowers into the horizon, it looks like a lemon. The top half is being reflected to the bottom half, so it's squishing into that denser medium. So the light is going away because it's traveling through a denser medium. And I understand your point, but the problem being is the claim is the curvature of the Earth is in the way. And even with a solar filter, you're still not going to be able to perceive the angles anymore. That's going to require a higher optic with a larger aperture. So when we make the observations of the horizon, where, for example, it should be at 3 miles away and it's at 20 miles away, we understand that the horizon isn't physical to cause that type of blockage in the first place. We can replicate the observation of lights disappearing into thicker mediums and that thicker medium obstructing that light on a flat surface. That's not a problem.
We have people on the ISS that witness this with their own eyes out of the window. Like,
Okay. So, I'll try and still man this position for you, right?
That's 24/7.
Okay, I'll try and still man this position. You say that there are people in the International Space Station with anecdotal stories that when they look out the window, they perceive the curvature of the Earth. And I will also grant you that they can take pictures of the surface of the Earth being curved. Is that okay? Okay. So just because of these anecdotal stories and the photographs, that means that just by sheer coincidence, I will measure the curvature of the Earth with tools like the pictures and the stories are told, right?
Okay.
If they say that the surface of the Earth is curved, I will measure that curvature, won't I?
You will be able to measure Earth's curvature.
Yeah, or no, sorry, I can't hear you clear enough. I want to hear you clearly before I carry on.
You said yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I understand. Right, good. So obviously, I will measure that curvature if people say that the surface is curved and they got pictures of a curved surface. This is the problem, though. So this is the reason why I and other flat earthers exist, is because we understand that when we try to measure the curvature that the people talk about and are depicted in the pictures, we don't measure the surface of water to be curved with lasers, for example, or other measuring devices like theodolites. What we do measure is the surface of water to be horizontal over distances, according to the math, that should show curvature. Do you understand how the verification process takes place? Someone says the surface is curved, so then I will measure it. When I try to measure it, I should measure that curvature that's claimed. What actually happens is I measure the surface to be horizontal, not curved. You understand?
You prove your measurements are flat. Could you show that?
Yes. So we've got hundreds of long distance observations and laser propagation tests. For example, a line of sight propagation of a laser to a target. That target should not be hit because of the curvature of the Earth, but we hit the target every single time, demonstrating that the laser is parallel to the water or Earth surface below. I don't quite know how to get that information to you, being as you're not on the same social media platform, but I think Neil might be able to provide you with some of those.
I could get a link or some document showing that. That'd be great.
Well, if someone wants to post like a video in the side chat, I can turn my camera on and then put the video onto the laptop.
And make sure you tell them about our server since we have so much information here.
Yeah, show us how.
I know. I already cooked a few people in your server. I think it was a few days ago.
I highly doubt it. So why don't you come in here and then we can give you all the information that you didn't read while you were here.
No, I read everything that was messaged.
We have links to laser tests here. If you were here, you had access to that, I assume. What name are you under when you came in?
Pink hair.
Not familiar.
It was for a few hours.
Cool. I'm glad you're here.
You having me?
Awesome. So, Jedi.
Did he just say that he cooked a few people in here?
Yeah. What did you cook us on? I'm kind of curious. I missed that.
I just want to know. I just want to know why you lying, bro.
Yeah, I don't even recognize his name, so I'm not. I think he's thinking of someplace else.
Well, shit. Now you guys are gonna make me go get. Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
That's okay.
I posted a couple in the side chat for you, Neil. But I mean, if he's already got an account here, he should just come in. Especially since he's like obviously totally dominated us.
I mean, yeah, I missed it. I'm kind of. I mean, I hope we get part 2 tonight. I hope he. Well, I don't hope he dominates us. Pause. But Yeah. See if he can put up a fight. He's been putting up a good fight. I like the questions he's been asking. He's been a respectable opponent.
24/7 flatearth.org or something like that.
Yeah.
We're in Discord.
Flat Earth Discord
You
channel.
said .org, and you say yeah, .org.
This isn't .org. This is Discord, right?
What the fuck is .org?
That's the website I sent him, and that it links us to all 3 of the channels.
Yeah, got it.
I got it for 24/7 flatearth.org, and then that took me to you guys' Discord.
So who'd you talk to?
Awesome.
Let me go.
Weren't you in
Sally
TikTok and speaking through someone else's? You were in TikTok,
Yeah, he
weren't you?
is. Yeah, Neil's doing that.
But this is the guy. This is the guy that was saying that he didn't want to address the evidence. He didn't want to look into the
Oh,
evidence.
I know who this is. I thought he sounded familiar.
How do
So
you
he hasn't
cook
actually been
anyone
in
if you
here.
didn't even look at the
Yeah.
evidence, dude?
Yeah, he hasn't actually been in here. He went
I
to
remember that. I was here for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were channeling his spirit from
Too funny. I think I yelled at you earlier. My bad.
It's funny. No, it's all good. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate you guys having me in the Discord. Are you guys like new in the TikTok flat Earth community?
Yeah, exactly. So we're seeing a lot of dumb TikTok flat earthers. So we're trying to steer the boat, a more intellectual route.
Definitely.
There are some good ones though. We've seen a couple good ones, but I mean, yeah, there's a lot of like ice wallers and esoteric ones and Bible thumper ones. I mean, which is like to their own. I'm down with it.
What are your claims as a flat earther? Because I know flat
There you
earthers
go.
always very
He's a psychoanalyst. He's here for the psychology. He's not here for the evidence. He's here for the people in here, not for the evidence.
That's nice.
That's what he did last time, and he cooked people. He said. Go ahead, Neil. Since you're gonna tell him about your opinions, go ahead.
My life, I don't know. I think as a flat earther, I wake up and I don't eat till 2 p.m. and I'm a faster, because we're smart, we're critical thinkers as flat earthers, so we fast. Not all of us, but some of us. And then I get off of work, and then I'm just a flat earther. I'm just thinking about it constantly. Like, oh my god, the Earth is flat. It's so great. No, like seriously, what are we doing here?
Someone said they had evidence of with laser test. If anyone could just point me in the direction just publicly to find that information. I'm not going to join the Discord at this moment. So if you guys can just drop the name of whatever test or whatever YouTube video, I would love to.
Taboo conspiracy.
Is that the name of the channel?
Yeah.
Well, I put some links, Neil, in the text chat.
Yeah, I'm not joining the.
I could turn I could turn my camera on, and then we can watch one if you pull me up on the big screen.
Well, no, I just like to look over it.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Instead of just trying to watch it through someone.
That's okay. All right. Well, I guess we're done here. I appreciate you produced, and maybe if you want to hear the evidence, we're always here. 24/7 Flyer Discord shouts out. So ever in the chat, come join us, and appreciate it, y'all. See, on TikTok, I gotta be nice. I didn't know. I yelled at the guy earlier. I felt,
He totally deserved it, though.
Hey, I want to add my 2 cents. That guy was cooking. You guys got cooked.
I know, he did a really good job. I thought, as a Glober, he did an excellent job as a Glober. I'll give him that.
He asked some
The
poignant questions.
sun going over the horizon was a good argument.
I think so.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'll just not say what I think then.
So this is the observation, though, right? You're at the beach with your own eyes, and you see the sun setting on the horizon, and then you get a camera out, zoom in, and the separation you couldn't perceive between the sun and the thick layer opens up again, right? The horizon in this instance is moving around. It's not the physical, like, top of a hill, right? Like when the sun goes behind it, you see the hill silhouette on the sun type of thing. This is different. The hill doesn't change its distance when you zoom into it. The back of it doesn't flatten out, so there's a new peak produced at the back end of that flattened outness. The claim is that the physical Earth is physically blocking the physical sun. So I would physically see that when I zoom into the physical thing that's blocking it, right? But the claim of the horizon being physical is completely blown out the window as soon as I fucking pick up a camera. Before you asked, I dropped my phone because I'm so fucking cool, not because of gravity.
Welcome to the room. If you have a question or a comment, feel free to open up your mic. Oh, Reductio is here. Okay. Oh, it's ad infinitum. Yep. Well, we should be a lively evening, folks.
All right, I'm going to hold you to that. It's 4 minutes past 5 in the morning for me. If I go and make a cup of coffee and this goes fucking dead, I'm blaming you.
Not me, right?
Are these guys all stars or something that you're talking about? I mean, you gotta hype them up. Unmute yourself. Come on. She just, give you an alley oop. I guess they're shy right now. That's okay. Or they're loading up their mics or their globe evidence. I don't know.
Yeah, I have ad infinitum blocked, and I don't block almost anyone. So take that as you will.
Why'd you block him? Unless, if that is derailing in here, we don't have to talk about it.
Because he won so many times. That's why.
I mean,
Yeah, it's just
he
incontrovertible
wins ad
globe.
infinitum. He's a
He
winner
wrecked
ad
us.
infinitum.
That's why he
Yeah.
wrecked us.
He totally did. Yeah.
He has an IQ of 175 and he drives a Mustang GT.
He's got an IQ of 6, 7.
I've never taken an IQ test. Let me Google one.
No, you can't Google them. They're administered in person.
Yeah, it requires just as good of a proctor as it does an actual exam.
In the UK, it's called Mensa. Do you have Mensa in America? Or is it a
We
different
do.
establishment?
Yeah, we have Mensa, but
I don't know. I'm Canadian.
I'd never join that place. A
Yeah.
bunch of weirdos.
Mm-hmm.
I used to play pool with this lady. She had redheaded stepmother energy. She was the tallest woman I've ever met, and she was a fabulous pool 8-ball player. And she was in Mensa. She claims, at least, she has a certificate that says that she has an accredited IQ of 193. So she's a super genius. I mean, all I can verify is that she was a hell of a pool player, but she was like 6'9", incredibly tall woman, and she was a redheaded stepmother. She was hot.
Sounds like Nephilim to me.
But anyway, it was like, well, IQ of 193, that's really good.
How many fingers did she have?
5 on each hand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she gave me a hug, so I did see her fingers.
Yeah, this is getting weird, floundering.
Well, I don't see her anymore. I'm just saying it was a nice friendship. We had a very nice brief friendship, and we played some pool. That's all I'm saying. You meet some interesting people playing 8-ball. You really do.
Other people have joined the server, right? There are new people here.
Yeah, Ad Infinitum is afraid to open his mic. So I guess he's just gonna sit there. We have a few other people.
Nah, I'm just not falling for the bait.
Then why'd you come in? You just missed us so much?
Oh, it's me. I'm new. I haven't heard you before. I want to hear you.
Falling for the bait. I like it.
She hyped you up so much. I'm like, dude, you're the only person blocked. Like, I'm new. No, I'm not new, but haven't heard
I'm
you.
assuming Ad Infinitum's a Glober, right?
Mm-hmm.
I knew. I'm Ad Infinitum.
Is Ad Infinitum a roundy? Is he a roundy? Glober?
Usually if I've banned them, it's because they're a total degenerate or, just a head case, usually something like that. So you guys get to see. He came in here to spend time with us, but he's not willing to open his mic. So
I think he's a changed man. I believe that anyone can change, and we're gonna see a changed person today. All right, he's gonna do 360. He's gonna prove the globe, and we're all gonna be Globers. All right, Ad Infinitum, you're up. Welcome to the family.
Infinitum, Mr. Infinitum, can I call you that? I'm a round earther. I'm a Glober, so I'm just breaking the ice with that. I haven't fallen for any of this flurf nonsense. So you're
okay, but you can just be quiet and let him talk. All right.
I'm breaking the ice. He's in good company.
Get a room.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess those two have snuck off together. Is there anybody else?
I love my ball-shaped planet. I'm
You're
gonna hug
weird,
my
man.
when I go outside.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really, really freaking weird. But that's why they don't want to provide any evidence. So
when I go
Just
outside
gotta-
and play with my dog in the grass, I'm gonna hug my ball-shaped planet.
Yeah, we get it. We love balls.
Yeah. You think it's gonna trigger us or something? Like, I don't know.
Like we know. We not our first time talking to Globers. Hey, Bill.
Howdy.
You there? How you doing?
Yep. Doing good.
Good. Your
Just
mic
listen-
sounds pretty good. Got a good
Oh,
connection
good.
tonight
Nice.
for a
Nice.
change.
Yeah, exactly. I've been listening a little bit. I'm still shocked that people don't look at the drop over distance issue and think we live on a ball.
Is it really an issue, though?
The fact that there's no curvature? Yeah.
It's not really an issue.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So there's no curve to a ball.
No, balls have curves. That's true.
Yeah. So if you can't find any curvature, what would that tell about being a ball?
It could be a cube, couldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess that ends that debate.
For it to be a debate, you'd have to present evidence, and you didn't, so that's not a debate. I mean, water is flat at rest, and you can't complicate your way out of that reality, you know.
But you do understand that the evidence that the Earth is flat, like the laser tests and anything involving water, your syllogism, even all of it, could be demonstrating a cuboid Earth.
Still flat.
Oh boy.
What's your point?
A cube is not flat.
It is on its surfaces. Yes, it is.
Whatever.
We don't make a claim about the entire Earth, so just, can you stop being such a tool? This is boring.
No, I didn't know that. You don't make a claim about the entirety of the Earth?
No, of course not.
So what's the rest of
Right,
it?
dude?
Like, where's
How do we know?
if some of it is flat and level, what's the rest of it? That's a good.
Well, we know
I
it
didn't
can't
know
be a
that.
sphere. It can't be a
I'm
sphere of the
learning
size
something
claimed.
tonight. I'm learning
Can't be a
something.
well, that's a first. So it can't be a sphere of the size claimed because
Okay.
we measure it flat. And 72% of the known Earth is flat. So can't be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Why would we make a claim to know the entire shape of the Earth when no one can do that?
No, it's just really interesting to me that you're limiting the scope of your claim on purpose.
Yeah, to things we can prove. Imagine
Yeah,
that.
it's called being dishonest. They don't have a model. That's the whole point.
Oh, so not claiming a model is dishonest. Really?
Why
So
do
I'm
we
just
need a
supposed to lie and make it up for you, and that would be honest?
this?
Well,
This
a
has
model is a
started to
hypothetical.
this has started to
Hypothetical is
bug
a
me
very
over
useful but
recent.
testing model.
This has started to bug me over recent time when people ask us for a model. I'm starting to get the urge to point out to them that this model that they think that they've got, they didn't fucking make it. They probably couldn't make any type of model like that, even if they bloody tried. They wouldn't know where to start. And they turn around to us and say, well, you haven't made a fucking model. You didn't make the model that you're proclaiming to fucking believe in, dude. Let's be fair. You wouldn't know where to start. To be fair, I don't. I just measure the surface of the Earth as it is. From that point onwards, fucking hell, who needs bloody models? The measurement is.
I'll drop it, but I just want to be perfectly clear. I want to ask one more question, and then we can move on from this topic. Is it possible that the Earth is a cube in your worldview?
Why do people always come up with these perfect plutonic solids? Like cubes and pyramids and all of these type
They're not
of.
going to answer that question. You know that, right?
I'm getting there. Do you know what? I'm fucking getting there. But I will give you. I'll skip to it. I'll give you that a cube has at least got flat surfaces, so the potential is there. Fuck.
Thank you. We can move on. I just want to be perfectly clear because you're not making a totality of the Earth claim here. Like Overfence has said, right? There is no claim about the totality of the Earth. I won't say planet because you guys don't believe in a planet, but the totality of the Earth as we see it. It's just that what we observe and what we measure is flat and level. Perfect. Cool. Okay. But it is possible that the Earth is a cube.
But to make that claim, you'd have to have some kind of evidence of your other edges and surfaces, and there's none of a cube. That's why it's so ridiculous. We're working with a surface description of horizontal and stationary and level, flat, so to speak. There's no evidence of the edges of a cube to even bring that up. It's ridiculous.
Well, I've heard some people on this Discord and the politics Discord in the 24/7 Flat Earth make the claim that there is an edge, and I've heard some other people make the
Who?
claim that no
Who?
one claims an
Who
edge.
said? Who from our team said that? Who?
I don't know. I don't know their names.
No, you don't know because that's not something we say.
It was me,
Oh,
right?
okay. Oh, okay.
It was me.
Well, some of them have used the word boundary.
Who's them? I want to hear.
We don't
Yeah, I want to hear
claim an
who.
edge.
No.
Yeah. I guess edge has more of a edge has more assumptions than the word boundary does. So I guess boundary.
Don't straw man us.
String, dude. What do you think? We think that.
I'm saying I've had these arguments before. Some of you claim a boundary and some don't.
Like what do you think it is? What do you think the flat Earth looks like? Just be honest, man. This is not a trick question.
Well, from the arguments I've had with you guys, you don't believe that space is real, so it's not a flat object in space. I know that. So if I were to try and steel man your guys' worldview, I won't say model because you guys don't use models, but your worldview, it's that one, either the boundary of the flatness has yet to be discovered, or that there isn't one. It has to be one or the other, right? Because if it had been discovered and we had evidence of it, then you would show that. Because it would be consistent with your worldview to show that. So I'm not.
Yeah, we don't know.
Right. Okay. Perfect. We don't know. Okay. So you don't claim a boundary. You guys don't claim a boundary. But
we don't claim a boundary because we
you also don't claim a totality.
Experience one.
You just claim flatness. So if
we don't claim what we can't prove, floundering.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I were to, I know you guys believe that east to west is a circle, right? So
that's not a belief. That's how you navigate around the Earth. Do you understand?
Sure.
North is at the center. It's magnetic north, and it's a circle. Yes,
Sure.
that's not a belief, floundering.
Oh, okay. Well, knowledge is partially belief, so it is a belief. But
just stop. Just stop. You're just like so frustrating to talk to.
The name's fitting for sure, eh?
Yeah, he does flounder, doesn't he?
If I travel opposite the North Pole.
What do you mean travel opposite?
Directly away from the North Pole in any direction.
You mean
so
south?
180 degrees away from north. Okay.
Yeah, but you guys don't believe in a single point south. So.
Oh, stop. I do.
You do?
Yeah, let's have a conversation about south.
Yeah, let's talk about south.
What is south, and how do I know when I've got there?
South is the opposite of north. Let's start there.
Okay, so what is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
I know that I'm heading north when I'm heading in a northward direction, and if I turn around, I'd be heading south.
How do you know you're heading in a northward direction, dude? Please answer the question before I get frustrated.
There's evidence of that. There's magnetic evidence of that. There's
okay, good. Thank you.
Evidence of that.
So let's clear these things up. We're not going to be talking about magnetic north and south.
Okay.
Not these things. Let's move those things away.
Sure.
So let's try again. What is north, and how do I know when I've got there?
There's a few different evidences for north. For one, there's temperature. Temperature decreases as you go northward.
Not always. Sometimes it's warm.
Not always. Average temperature does not decrease as you head northward?
Sorry, I just pointed out that in Scotland, sometimes it can be warmer than in the south of England. So, in your fucking idea, I would be travelling south to be north. Dude, please answer. Do you want me to answer the question for you? That'd be all right.
I'm pointing out there's different evidences we can use to determine that we're heading
well,
northwards.
I'll tell you what. Let's use North is underneath a celestial rotation point in the sky. I know when I've got there because I'm standing underneath it, right? Like the North Pole Star. The North Pole Star is a northern circumpolar star. It rotates around an unseen point. When I stand under that, I'm at the north. Would you agree?
Sure.
Cool. And you said this is the same when we go to the south, and I will agree. When I go to the south, I'll be standing under an unseen rotation point in the sky. Good. So that's what north is, and that's what south is so far.
If we could just clear one little thing up. I don't know what you meant by unseen when you said an
But
unseen.
we don't see it because what we see is stars and the rest of the sky is black.
Sure.
Right? Cool.
Okay.
So when we look at Polaris, it's rotating around a bit of blackness that we can't see. So unseen point in the sky that other luminaries rotate around.
Okay.
Cool. Awesome. Now you may continue. You were at the north and you wanted to go somewhere?
Right. What point is that on the Earth? What point is that?
What do you mean? What point is that?
Well, we know that there's a northward point. What point is south?
I think that's in Antarctica. But you were at the north. This is why.
Yeah.
You were going away from north. Do you remember?
Sure.
Cool. Do you want to pick up your conversation from there? Why were you going away from north?
My question. Yes, my question ultimately was getting at if you continue heading south.
Oh, hold on.
And you continue heading south,
Mm.
and you continue heading south on.
Mm.
Okay, I was about to say model. I won't say model. In the flat Earth worldview, right?
Yeah.
Is there an infinite southward,
Right.
or is there a boundary? Is there is there something we can point to and say this is what you know?
I hope you're going to listen because I tried having a conversation with a gentleman last night, and he was an absolute cunt, and I had to leave.
I'm listening.
So remembering this, when I'm at the north, I'm standing underneath northern celestial point in the sky. I stick a stick in the ground. I call this stick the North Pole. I go to the south. I stand underneath the southern celestial pole. I stick a stick in the ground. I call it the South Pole.
Okay.
I got two sticks in the ground on the floor. You understand this, right?
I sure do. Are those sticks parallel?
Yeah, on a flat surface.
On a flat, they're parallel?
Yeah, dude, you're asking from a flat Earth point of view. Right? The surface is obviously flat, and we've gone to two locations, and we've stuck sticks in the floor.
I would just love to see, even on MS Paint,
but you know what?
a very
I
crude
think
drawing.
I'm actually wasting my fucking time.
I would love to
All right,
see
dude.
even
I'll
the
see you later.
crudest drawing of
You
these
said
two
you were going to listen,
things being
Floundering.
parallel.
Floundering, you
I am
said you were going to
listening.
listen. No, you're
I am
just
listening.
talking
I'm
right over
asking a
him.
clarifying question. Now you're
No,
butting
you're
in.
not.
I'm asking Jedi a clarifying
No.
question. Are the sticks parallel?
He already answered that. So why
I
are
know
you
he
still
did.
talking? Why are
I'm
you still
trying
talking?
to. Why are you talking? This wasn't even involving you.
Because you're irritating all of us. Please
I
try
don't
to be
care
quiet
that
and
I'm irritating
respectful.
you. It's not your conversation.
Well, this is my server, buddy.
I want a demonstration. That's fine. It's your server. All I want is a helpful visualization that they are parallel.
You can't
there
understand
some
how
way-
you can't understand how two
Again,
sticks
you'd
on
rather
a
be
flat surface
condescending
could
than
be
just let me
parallel?
talk to Jedi to clarify. You'd rather be condescending. That's fine.
Because it's a stupid question. You don't
No, it's
understand why
not.
two
I'm
sticks
asking
would
for a
be
visual
parallel.
aid to help
I'll give
me
you a
understand
visualization.
that those two
This
sticks
has
are
got to
I'll
be
give
sea
you a
lioning.
visualization.
God.
Right? Me and you are in your back fucking garden. I've got a stick and you've got a stick. We're at opposite ends of the garden. You've got a really big garden. Not ends. We're still within the bounds of the garden. You put a stick in the floor. I put a floor. My question is this. How many straight lines of traversal are there between the two sticks?
I don't know.
One.
Okay.
Cool. So you can only travel in one direction from one pole to the other. If poles are defined as actual locations on the floor represented by the poles, right?
I agree with that. Yes.
Good, cool, awesome, thank you. That's all I'm looking for is agreement so I can continue. You are standing at the stick that we've You can travel in any direction away from that stick. What is the name of that direction?
Which one? This, are we talking about the south stick or the north stick?
No, dude, please follow along. We're at the north stick. You're at the north stick. Okay? You can travel in any direction away from that stick in a straight line. What do you call that direction?
South.
Cool. Is every single direction away from that north stick going to end you up in the south, hitting that stick?
Yes.
No. There's only one straight line between both sticks. If you're standing at one stick and you can in any direction as you turn around 300 stick, then not every direction away from that stick is going to end you at that stick in the floor, right?
No.
But you would describe that direction of travel as south, wouldn't you?
Would you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
You would describe your direction of travel away from north in a straight line as south.
Yeah, we agreed to that.
Yeah, cool. This is what I'm pointing out. Not every 180-degree line away from north is actually going to end you up in south. Though you can call it south if you want, for ease of conversation. But understanding this, you must understand that this is where a magic trick happens, because of the convolution of terms of what south is. I will put it to you. Can you show me a straight line traversal following one line of longitude, starting at, let's say, the north, straight line to the south, straight line from the south to the north again? Because that wouldn't be possible in our back garden with our two sticks in the floor, would it?
You mean, can I demonstrate a straight line from north to south and then a different straight line from south to north again?
No, this continuous straight line.
Oh, continuous.
Because obviously on a sphere, if I was at the north, I followed one line of longitude and continued following that straight line of longitude from the south back to north again, I'd end up at north again, wouldn't I? But we only understand, we understand that in the back garden with the two sticks in the floor, there's only one straight line between the two poles. If I was to travel 180 degrees away from that south, being at north, there is no fucking way that I'm going to end up at south again, is there? Because I'm traveling away from it like I'm traveling away from north, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Now, what I would like is any sort of visual aid that you can give me that of this single straight line from north to south. That they're a line and a direction. That's all I need. You know, where's the continents on the planet? I'm sorry, not planet. Where's the continents on Earth?
Dude, I don't know. This is also something that I'm trying to figure in the background, but I can't give you an answer. The only thing I need you to do at this instance is understand.
Like, where is that line? If there is only one, then it
know.
has a location.
Yeah, I don't know. Good question.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. I mean, this is where I wanted to eventually end up, you know, but apparently asking clarifying questions is, you know, like, if you claim that the two poles are parallel, I want to know, are they, okay, if they are both parallel, from a different perspective, they could just be the same line. So all I'm saying is that if the claim is that they're parallel, a visual aid would be wonderful and would help move along this conversation. But now we've gotten to the point where we agree that they're parallel. Excuse me. We agree that they're parallel, but I'll concede all of it, and I'll say, cool, everything you've just said, I'll agree to it. Okay, where is the line from north to south that cannot then in that same continuous line go from south to north again? Because that's a claim, isn't it? That there's a single north to south straight line. That's a claim.
Yeah, if we use the concept of the poles, yes. I understand that we've.
So this is just within this hypothetical concept.
I understand we've embedded in the observation. There's a claim if we take that hypothetical as true. Now let me point this out to you, right? I don't know if I can, or if anybody actually ever has, stood underneath the northern celestial pole and stuck a stick in the floor. I don't know if somebody else has done that with the south and where this line would be, if there was one. But I'm just using the hypothetical of defining what north and south are if we were to use the same north one as the south one. And the northern one is standing underneath a point in the sky, and the south one is too. But we must understand that to travel away from either one in any straight line direction, then consequently, there's only one straight line of traversal between these two sticks. Now, I don't know where that is, dude. I couldn't even make a claim. But at the moment, I'm personally just stuck in my head with that logical conclusion.
Okay, that's wonderful. Would you accept something like, let me come up with a hypothetical and the evidence that I believe may support it. Now, would you accept that there could be some, let's say, an oral tradition, an oral history of Inuit tribes that have lived on the North Pole for a very long time? So we know this isn't just some modern BS from NASA or whatever. Some Inuit oral tradition or history that they describe that you can head away in one point and head away in another point and see different stars or other celestial bodies or other, let's just say, phenomenon like on the surface, like mountains. Would that be evidence that you could head in two different directions that reveal different information from the North Pole? Is that evidence of that position, I should say?
Yeah, sorry, dude, I stopped tracking you about 30 seconds
Because that,
ago.
to me, that sounds like evidence for my position.
Yeah, I don't necessarily how far the Eskimos are getting outside the Arctic Circle, dude.
Okay.
They're only going to perceive the northern stars. They might start to see the tropical stars, but when you're inside the Arctic Circle, if you're an Inuit, which the majority of them are, and you're saying that you can go either side on the North Pole, you're still inside the Arctic Circle. So you're not really going to be perceiving what I think you're suggesting they do.
No, I'm just trying to suggest that you and I agreed that we can only head in this in your worldview, we can only head south in one direction. Now, if that is no,
Truly, from one absolute point to another absolute point, calling them north and south respectively, yes.
Okay,
But
perfect. Yeah.
understanding, this is why I asked you the question of like standing off, because when you move away from it in any direction to describe that to me, you're still going to call it south. But understanding that not every single one of those souths should logically end you up at that stick.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with all of that. I just wanted to know.
But I will say this also. This is just me saying this. I wouldn't hold this to any other flat earther unless you wanted to have a conversation about it. This is like what I'm saying, dude. This is not
No,
what
it's
flat
very
earth.
interesting to me. I just wanted to reach a point of where we can say, okay, for sake of argument, we agree with everything. Now, let's falsify it and let's talk about hypothetical evidence that may exist, that actually likely does exist. Because I've learned, I've actually, in order to talk about the days of endless sun or the days of no sun in the North Pole and in the South Pole, you really do have to go over some evidence of Eskimo oral tradition and oral history, because a lot of flat earthers don't like talking about evidence that NASA provides or that governments provide, because again, this is a position of skepticism against government bodies that are trying to tell
flat
us the Earth is
earthers.
global. So it's a globe. So
We've definitely got flat earthers that live inside the Arctic Circle.
Sure.
Definitely flat earthers will definitely emit to a 24-hour sun in the Arctic North. That's for sure. They definitely will. I get really annoyed with them, the ones that don't accept the one in the South. Because we have Australians, for example, flat earthers, who point to the same thing that we would point to in the North but happening in the South. For example, the way that the stars work. And obviously the way that the seasons work as well. And other, say, marine observations from ships at sea that are sailing around the southern regions and using the sun and the stars, they measure these things to rotate around a central point, including the sun in the summer, including in the summer. So the observation is kind of clear. 24-hour sun up to approximately 5.5 months in both summers, north and south. I agree to that. And the only thing that I can conclude is quite obviously the sun's moved.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that.
This is why I know, or say why I say no. And again, I'm not speaking for every flat earther, just for myself. But logically, if we were to say the Earth was like depicted with Antarctica around the world, like the circle disc Earth that's proclaimed by some, then logically, if you were to stand on the outside circumference of that circle with the sun circling within that circle, then you can't observe the sun circling around you. You're not standing in that central point of radius. The only place that you can observe the sun circling around you is in the center of that map, like the north in that AE azimuthal one. Now, the observation can't happen like that in the south on that idea, but the observation happens. So what do? Well, we throw the map away. That's all.
Well, that's at least honest. I appreciate that. It's that, that particular map would not allow that to happen with the sun. So clearly it's not a good, it's clearly not a good model if it doesn't have any utility.
The globe projection. The AE map is a globe projection.
Yeah, it has loads of utility. Learn how to use it correctly, which is, again, how we know that isn't a one-for-one representation of the Earth.
But just
because
not about
of this,
comparing the north and south directly.
Because of this argument. Flight times. How do flight times work on this map? Let's say I draw a straight line between South America and Australia with my ruler. Now, that distance that I measure with my ruler, when I compare it to the north hemisphere, north of the equator, is longer. But the flight times are actually more similar to the ones in the north, so would be shorter. Well, this is how we know that map isn't real. Not because of the distances, because people don't understand how to use the fucking map. If you want to figure out your distance between South America and Sydney, you don't draw a straight line between the two. You draw a line between South America and the North Pole, and then from the North Pole to Sydney. Then you do a little bit of mathematical calculations on the back of the map, and then you figure out your distance. Because it's azimuthal and equidistant from the center of the fucking map. Anybody who would turn the bloody map over would know this. So how can this be a one-for-one representation of the Earth? It's a globe projection.
What if the cartographer has a very limited amount of information?
Dude, it's a globe projection.
I'm just asking the question. What if
the
cartographer has a very limited amount of information and they only have the distance between South America and Australia?
Did you listen to what I said? I don't feel like you did.
Yeah, I did.
I'm literally just held up the AE map for you and told you in explicit terms how it can't be the flat Earth.
You understand a map is a model.
Where's that mute button?
Like, we can agree on that, at least, right? That a map is a model? That a map is not actually real?
Yeah. This is why you shouldn't reify maps. The map is not the terrain, for example. Probably.
I mean, we both like trains,
the fallacy
right?
of misplaced concretism.
You said you like trains earlier. I like trains. We don't have to get into that. As long as we agree that a map is a model. I'm just waiting to see a flat Earth map. Just one.
Did you make the globe map?
No, I want to see a flat Earth map.
Yeah, but did you make the globe map?
No.
Okay. How would you make a map?
I've made maps before.
How did you do that?
I made a map of my neighborhood when I was a kid.
I think I did something similar at primary school, to be fair.
Yeah, you go around, you gather evidence. You know what landmarks are there. What you measure some distances. You use some estimates based on known information.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And to be really accurate.
To be really accurate, you take really accurate measurements.
I guess, yeah. What type of measurements do you take? Let's say you wanted
That
to figure
depends.
out.
You can use a camera and a sextant to make a measurement from you to your horizon. You can make a distance measurement to the horizon using a sextant. And well, you need a watch too, don't you? You need a camera, a watch, and a sextant. I forget exactly. I don't know that exact method of I'm not a surveyor, so I wouldn't know. But
you're kind of hitting on it every time you keep saying sextant. We use like angle measurements. We can use them with theodolites, which are different angle measuring devices, sextants, which also measure angles. We can use, for example, right angle triangles when wanting to figure out our distance to a mountain that we know the height of, or if we know the height of the mountain, we can figure out our distance from. When we say, for example, map a coastline from a vessel at sea, we will continually measure our distance from that coast in angles, both elevation angles and horizontal angles across that surface. So when we measure the surface of the Earth and then later navigate it, we will be using angles to do so from a horizontal surface, that being the Earth. If you want to use this methodology to do so, then that's some flat Earth methodology.
Cool. Has it generated a map?
Probably, dude. But they all get converted to longitude and latitude, which is the preferred coordinate now for things like aircrafts and shipping and so on, communications and whatnot. That's a spherical coordinate system. That's just by choice. That's why most people now think the Earth is a sphere, because of that choice.
Well, I've heard the argument before that that latitude and longitude work in a flat Earth worldview.
But they're gained from a flat Earth. Again, with that elevation angle measurement, things like Polaris and...
Again, I'll concede all of this. I just want to see a map.
Yeah, I know. We all do, dude. I guess this is what I was trying to point out in the beginning. It's kind of hard to do so. I haven't got the time or the resources and so on. And like I pointed out at the beginning, you didn't make the globe map. And most people kind of come here and say, well, I want a model, that they don't really understand how they would even go about one. And they think that we did this, and they've got no fucking part of it. I wouldn't really know where to begin to make a model, dude.
But it doesn't matter where the model comes from. It either has utility and accurately maps reality, or it doesn't.
Anyway.
That's just the genetic fallacy. That's just a fallacious argument.
Hello.
What's up?
Yeah, all these people in here and nobody's talking about nothing.
Yeah, annoying, isn't
I mean, I see my homie Bear in here and a couple other people. I'm like, anything? Y'all just hanging out.
Yeah, man, we were talking about 10 minutes ago, but it went dead.
Oh, okay. Um, maybe I can try and spice things up. I don't know which way to go with it though. There's 100 different things I could say. But this is what stream am I on? Oh, this is 24/7 Flat Earth. Okay. Yeah. So what's going on the plane today? These days that are most concerning to you on this stationary plane that we live upon? What concerns you? Because whether it's rotating or spinning or whatever it is, it's a sphere, it's a plane, whatever it is. It doesn't really affect your day-to-day life. We can debate that all day long. I'm kind of bored with that because I've spent hours and hours and thousands of hours on this topic, so I kind of really don't want to talk about that. But in your day-to-day life, like what's concerning you about what you're going through on this plane, this video game of life? Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16, 17 people ain't got nothing to say. Jesus ain't even got nothing to say. No, Jesus left. I called Jesus out and Jesus left. That was funny. Oh, he's back. No, I'm sorry. My bad, Jesus. I thought you were the one that left, but I guess you're still here, so my bad. You resurrected. Or maybe you didn't leave in the first place. I thought you did. So I'm wrong. I apologize. Seriously though, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 people. Like normally people are over talking each other and want to argue and talk over each other. Now 16 people ain't got nothing to say. You're all in here and have nothing. It could be about your personal life. It could be about synchronicity. It could be about something weird that happened today, or your gas prices just went down $1. Like anything. Seriously? 17 people? Nobody? Just me, huh? We got Jesus. We got Goyim in here. We got flat earthers in here. We got paraplegic. He's normally talkative. Just in here chilling, rolling around. Somebody left. Nobody, okay.
What are we talking about?
I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, I'm trying to talk to anybody. Nobody's bringing up anything. 17 people in here. I'm like, what's
I
going
got a
on?
good one.
Okay.
I forget who shared it the other day. Was it Matrix or Rayleigh's Criterion? You guys will remember. But so I got my flat Earth meeting tomorrow at my local community center, and I've got a dandy piece of information to share with them tomorrow. I got from someone here. You guys will remember. But the William Hyde Wollaston comment quote on bring line of sight near the surface of the water. Boats and other small objects are found to completely be hidden by an apparent horizon, which, oops, I lost my place, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of water and can arise solely from bending of the rays by, he says refraction, but it's actually diffraction. This is stellar material, and I forget what was the year. I have to look it up again. Oh wait, published in 1800. Beautiful material. I can't wait to share it tomorrow.
So wait, you said you have some meeting you're going to that is talking about flat Earth and stuff like that? Sorry.
Yeah, I put on a monthly flat Earth meeting at my local community center and share new stuff that I've learned, stuff I'm studying, stuff I'm excited about. Just if I got new people coming that are I might do some flat Earth basics.
No,
Observations at
no,
distance
hell
over
yeah.
water.
Sorry to cut you off. Hell yeah, bro. That's super cool. I didn't know. That's cool. You're doing like community thing and spreading, just planting seeds in people's minds. Even if they're like, that's batshit crazy. You're like, people show up and you're planting seeds in their mind to question the mainstream narrative of the realm we're living on, and so that's cool, man. Like, we don't have anything like that where I'm at. I'm in Indiana. So where are you from?
I'm in Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah, well, we didn't have anything like it either. I started it. It was actually me and another local business owner that is also a flat earther, and we started the meeting at her business place. But due to basically she closed her business. But anyway, so I moved to a community center that I rent and put on these prezzies and share material that I'm working on with my other flat Earth friends. And then we have some Globers show up once in a while that want to just see what it's about, ask some questions. I encourage them. I encourage them to show up and
Yeah, no,
mhm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
No, I didn't
just
mean to. I didn't mean to cut you off. No, I'm just saying that's super cool. Like, but like, how many people like show up, and like how many people are Globers that are showing up that are like curious. I mean, the fact that they would even show up at all means they're a little bit open minded, right? The fact they would show, even if they're arguing their own um worldview, no pun intended. Uh, means they're slightly open minded or whatever. But like, what would you say the ratio is? If it's just, are you preaching to the choir, or they're actually like people actually showing up to like learn things?
well, they're all showing up to learn things. So it's mostly flat earthers. My
Okay.
average attendance is about 10 to 12. I've had as many as 22, 23, it might have been, just over 20. Proportion, um, yeah, well, it's mostly flat earthers. The occasional Glober will show up. Mm,
Right.
yeah, that doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, and I get people to bring their friends or people that are just curious. Um, yeah, so I guess
Yeah,
there.
like to educate their friend. They're like, "Hey, let me bring you to this meeting. You're on the fence, kind of." Because even like the people who are even guests that show up, they got to be on the fence a little bit to just be open minded enough to even go to something like that, right? So they kind of got to be like kind of on the fence. So people are bringing their friends, saying, "Hey, we're going to this town meeting with people who know more information and facts and can debate this issue better than we can. So instead of me telling it to you, let me bring you to this group, and they will explain it to you. And then hopefully, I mean, at the very least, it will plant a seed in their mind to at least question. I mean, they've already questioned it if they would even come and show up, right?
Well, I don't know that they're questioning the globe, but
Or
they're
they just want
curious.
to hear the argument.
No, 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 not really. I mean, sometimes they try, but not really. But no, they're
Like,
just curious. They're just curious, like why anyone's talking about flat Earth. They're kind of dumbfounded, and then when they get there, we just start showing them some evidence and why the discussion exists, and
right. The good
yeah,
points that we have.
I've had a
The
I've
good
had a
argument.
handful. Yeah, right. I've had a handful that are converts and they're flat earthers now. That's rare, but
I
um,
mean, isn't that how we all started? We like like Flatter Dave and like people like that, or even me myself, telling on myself. But the reason I got into it was I was like, "There's no way this is true." So I tried to disprove it, and the more I tried to disprove it, the more I got converted, and was like, "Hold up,
yeah,
right?"
yeah, yeah. I was never at that point trying to disprove it, but I was
Uh,
shocked. I was shocked. Yeah,
I mean,
it
that's
blew
how I
me.
started out because, like, the very first time I heard it, I was like, I've gone, like, I was into conspiracies and shit like that before. But then when I heard about this, I was like, okay, this is bullshit. And then I was like, I did heard, Dubai and whatever, and I heard a few things, and I tried to, like, Google a few things and, like, oh, well, obviously we can disprove this. And then the more I tried to disprove it, the more I was like, no, I can't. So that's the way I got into it, is trying to disprove it. Maybe you didn't get into it that way, but that's the way I got into it. I was like, oh, I can easily disprove. Let me Google the Earth spinning in space. Oh, there's no video footage or any anything, uh, you know. Uh, any videos of the Earth actually spinning or turning or whatever, or anything like that. And then the more I went into it, I was like, wait a minute. And then I've literally spent 5,000 hours on this topic, so I'm pretty well versed at this point. Probably spent way too much time on it, but that's how I got into it. Was I was like, this is bullshit. Let me disprove it. But I was bored because I went through all the other rabbit hole conspiracies or whatever. So I was like, well, this one's dumb. Kind of the same thing with Flat Earth Dave. The same thing with him is he said like I'd been through everything else, and anybody who brought it up was like, you're retarded, da 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 da. And then someone he respected brought it up to him and said, look into this, and then he actually looked into it, and then now that's all he does, you know. So, but that's cool that you're doing, educating or at least planting seeds with your local people.
Yeah, sharing. But yeah, I got some good stuff this month. I'm really excited. The Wollaston thing from 1800, that's just wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big deal. And I just found out about it a day or two ago. Do you guys remember who shared that the other day? Was it Matrix or Jedi? I can't remember who shared that. It might have been you, really, or Dub.
I don't know. I'm not here that often.
Everybody.
I'm normally in worldwide debates.
Oh, right.
With Briggs and stuff. So, but I'm muted on their Discord server, so that's why I came over here. It's because and Bear's normally over there too with what's it called? Worldwide debates. But I'm muted over there, so that's why I came over here. But I'm not normally over here, so I don't know who the hell you're talking about. But I used to be here all the time back in the day, but I just got so bored with it. Same thing with Nathan Oakley. They just keep talking about the same. Like, I'm like, all right, bro, you got it. Like, it's just the same thing over and over and over and over again. So I just kind of took a break from it.
Yeah, I know. There's exciting new material coming out. So I always share two topics at my meetings. So one is going to be this Wollaston thing. I'm going to give some videos, observations that demonstrate, what he's talking about. And then second part, I'm covering what Alan Shane and Piezo have been working on over at Ether Cosmology Space Audits on the Galilean occlusion timing of Jupiter's moons and in relationship to the speed of light and the proposed distance of Jupiter, and the fact that it's just been blown completely out of the water. It's wild stuff. It's yeah.
I mean, yeah, to go way out there, like, you have to go into other stuff to be like, yeah, this is bullshit. But it's like those are the outer skirts of things. Like, just keep it here. Just keep it here. Like, are we spinning? Is it a sphere? Can we, see? Is there a curve? And if you use the mathematics, if we use a telescope or the whatever, can we see over the curve? And is it spinning? Are the stars turning or are we turning? Like, but when you go out into like Jupiter and the moons of Jupiter and shit like that, it's like can't really prove anything like that because that's all speculatory too. Like astrophysics and all that stuff. It's really like I don't believe none of that shit. Like light years and black holes and stuff. It's I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, maybe I can't wrap my head around it, but it's like just keep it simple. Just keep it simple to right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, the exciting part is that the claims that heliocentrism makes and the foundations that they have laid are unraveling, and this is one of them. This is one of them, and um, in some respects, it gives relationship to how we find longitude and or establish longitude, and these claims that they're making about magic flying spaceballs, their foundation is, you know, it's got holes riddled all through it like Swiss cheese. And
Yeah.
when you expose them, it's just, uh,
Yeah,
one
no,
more.
I totally get what you're saying about there's all kinds of holes in it, but I'm just saying like just focus on like closer to here, like what's here. Like focus on the holes that are here, like gravity or the spin or the curve. Like just keep it here because it's like those things out there. Like we can speculate on that all day, but we can't prove none of that. But we can prove things here on Earth about the curvature, the spin, things here on Earth. So I would just keep it closer closer to this plane is what I'm saying. Like in these arguments, if you're trying to convince somebody, just like keep it right here. Like keep it as close to Earth as possible and just break it down from the simple things like do you feel like you're moving at 1,000 miles an hour? Like have you ever experienced that? Like if a helicopter goes up in the air and the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, can it just hover in one spot and then in an hour it'll be 1,000 miles away? No. Can you see over a curvature? Like just keep it to like that, like the simple stuff. Like to me, that's the simple stuff. So I wouldn't even bring anything in outer space up in any of your meetings. Like it's good that you're having your meetings, but I wouldn't bring any of the outer space stuff. Just like keep it here, like the local, like the stuff that people can relate to, like the spinning and the curvature and how far you can see and stuff like that. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, it's kind of all related. I mean, there's many different aspects to look at, and the claims they make about debunking the claims they make about the cosmos, they might call it, just show how fake it is. So that's a lot of fun. Just like
Okay, cool. Yeah.
just
Okay,
like
cool.
the bloopers, just like NASA fraud, just like all of it. Put it all together and it paints a picture.
Yeah, I get all that. I'm just saying like start at the base and then work towards that, but don't like be the thing. Don't talk about space as a thing that's supposed to like convince somebody that we're not on a spinning water ball. Like don't use that as the thing. Like start out here and then work our way up. Like a good I forget what the term is for it. But like yeah, if I'm talking to anybody and I say, "Hey, do you think we've been to the moon?" and they say yeah, then I'm just not going to talk to them about anything else. If they say no, then I'm like, okay, they're open minded enough to maybe go into these other topics. That's what I'm saying. It's like keep it at a base level on the simple stuff here, and then work your way up into space, like literally from the ground up. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
who said I don't do that?
Oh, maybe you do. I don't know. You just said you were talking about Jupiter and fucking Jupiter moons and shit like that. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, well,
I would start.
that's a new development, so it's kind of exciting to talk about it.
Okay, so yeah, so you're like next level shit. So it's like you're like the graduation. You're like the Yale, like people
Well,
that already know the basics, and then now you're getting into the astrophysics
oh,
of.
yeah, I'm not gonna present that to a group that are,
You're like a brand new person that's never heard of it. You're not going to talk about Jupiter moons
no,
to somebody
no,
who's.
no. This, as far as I know, everybody showing up tomorrow has been there, coming there for 3 years. So they're
Okay, so like you said, like most of the people that are coming are already like pretty much flat earthers. They're just learning more about why it's not a spinning water bolt. So they're like 3 years into it. So it's like going from high school to college. So you're more of like a college group than a high school group, is what you're saying, right?
my signal cut out. Yeah, no. So the people that are coming tomorrow, as far as I know, everybody's coming's been coming for years. Yeah, if I had a group of new people that were curious, yeah,
Newbies.
I would not be showing that material. But
Okay, okay, cool. Okay. I'm
no,
picking up.
I'm sharing this with my community, the group that comes regular. It's something new that I'm looking into and excited about, and so I'm going to share it with them.
I'm picking up what you're laying down. Like I said, I've spent over, like, literally, I'm not exaggerating, like I calculated like 5,000 hours of listening to this topic and every argument from all the different stuff. So yeah, no, so I get it. So your group is like, people just want to learn more, and they're like third year, they're getting their doctorate, they're getting their PhD in flat Earth. Basically, you're not talking to newbies. If you were talking to newbies, you would talk about the basic stuff, right? Is what you're saying. So like your group is like,
Oh yeah, yeah. When the newbies show up, it's always looking for drop over distance, observations over water. It's integral to
right.
the discussion. Yeah.
Okay,
Uh,
I get it now. I get it. No problem.
mm,
I got you, bro.
yeah.
I was just asking. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. So you're more of a graduate program than like a newbie program or whatever. And that's what I was saying, because I
Yeah.
thought if you had like newbies coming in, you would want to start at the base level, like they just come out of high school and you're going straight into college, and you start with the basics and then work your way up to PhD or doctorate. But the people you're dealing with are already like PhD level kind of
Well,
thing.
I mean, yeah, they've been in it for years, and
Yeah,
I share
not
new
somebody brand new.
material. hmm
Yeah, not somebody brand new. Like if you had brand new people, I mean that's what I would actually focus more on. Is I mean, would you like that, like to bring more newbies in instead of like preaching to the choir and going?
Well, yeah, no, not necessarily. I mean, people have wanted me to advertise and like put flyers out and stuff, and I don't do that. It's word of mouth, and it's for the people that I know that are interested, and we have a good group, and we have lots of discussion after the meetings or after the presentation, which is about an hour, two parts, half hour each. But yeah, we just have discussion. It's a good group. We don't need to,
Well,
bring
it kind of
everybody in
it
the
kind of
world in.
sounds like Flat Earth Church, where you go, where and everybody is all, like on the same page, and you're just learning new things. But it's like Flat Earth Church, instead of like trying to convert, agnostic or atheist people into becoming Christian or whatever religion. It sounds like it's more like just Flat Earth Church that you're going to, like being around, like there's something cool about being around a lot of people that are on the same page and have something in common. Like we're all in this club together that, yeah, we know that everything's a lie, blah blah, and we've been lied to, and that our, the heliocentric model is fucking fake. So it kind of sounds like Flat Earth Church to me, rather than like something that you're doing to convert agnostic or atheist people into flat Earth, like to teach the newbies. I would think. I mean, I understand the appeal of having people that get you and to talk about it. So that's what I mean, like Flat Earth Church. So I get it. I mean, if you want to do Flat Earth Church, that's cool. But to me, I would rather like awaken other people more than go to church with people who are already in the same faith as I am. You know what I'm saying? Like going to church, Flat Earth Church is basically what
Well,
you're having.
well, go rent a community center and put up rent the local rent the
Touche.
local billboard going down your highway and get those newbies in there.
Touche. Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not judging you, man. If you wanna, if you want to do that or whatever, and you got a community and you're having fun and you guys are on the same page, that's cool. I'm not judging you for it or saying you should do this or should do that, but I'm just saying, like, I would like to teach other people about it, and maybe I will rent out a center and teach newbies the basics of flat Earth. You know.
Yeah, yeah, whatever you think you can
Maybe
do
you
to make
inspired
a
me.
difference.
Maybe you inspired me to do that. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
Library. They usually have office space available for meetings and for cheap, and if they
Oh
even
yeah.
charge. I
Oh
did
yeah. You
think
can rent
about.
out little
I did
offices
think.
and shit.
Yeah, I did think about putting up a flat Earth billboard. We have a billboard in town, or I guess that's what you call it. What are those big signs on the side of the highway? That's a billboard, right?
That's a billboard.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
billboard.
So I talked to him about renting it, and I've never done it yet. But I wanted to do a flat Earth thing on the billboard because everybody in my town would know who did that. Of course, it would be awesome.
But
But
but but you want to do the billboard to attract the newbies, right? Not the ones that have been into it for 3 years. You
no,
want the new guys.
no, I wouldn't be
That need to meet.
advertising. I wouldn't be advertising my meetings. I would just be doing like a flat Earth, research flat Earth or something, or um,
Yeah, but I'm
yeah, I don't.
saying you would be trying to attract people that haven't been into it for 3 years. You would be trying to attract people that are kind of curious and that are like newbies and want to learn more. Right? I mean, that would be the point of the billboard, right? Is to attract newbies, not people that like are 3 year
Well,
flat Earth
yeah,
veterans.
yeah,
Or you
right,
just want
right,
to. It's like, do you want to
exactly.
build your church, or are you trying to convert people? Like
No,
if we can
well,
if we relate it to like religion, like, do you want somebody that's already a Christian, or do you want to say that Jesus is king and you want to bring him into your religion? You want a newbie and you want to convince him that this is the way to go. You want to bring in
well,
newbies.
if I did a billboard, it would just be to draw people's attention, not to my meetings. I wouldn't do that. I don't want that kind of
But to the subject,
attention.
they don't have to come to your meetings, but at least
Yeah,
plant a seed
to
for
the
them to like look into it.
to the subject. Yeah, so I'd do like a billboard with. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to come up with some idea and have a picture or meme or something. Oh, the one I want to do for the billboard actually. That one that's like the sheep looking at a TV and it has the
Yeah.
globe on there and it says ballers be like proof. That would be so awesome. But I want to have then down below like
Yeah, just have
you
like a
know
bunch of sheep in a field, like looking at a globe.
Well, yeah, somewhere where they can go and research it. Well, not everybody likes this, but um, you know, Dave Weiss's app, or maybe
Right.
24/7 FE Discord on YouTube,
Yep.
or
Yeah,
somewhere where they can
Dave
research it.
Weiss. Dave Weiss's app is fucking epic. Yeah, like just put his fucking app on there and promote for him. I mean, I know it's not your app, but it's his app and it's fucking epic. Yeah,
It's
like
a
put
good
that on there
resource.
or just
Yeah.
anything in his app gives you access to so many videos that if you're interested, you can watch it. So you don't have to. I'm not gonna force you to watch it, but if you're interested, here it is, and then look
Yeah.
into it like the same way me and you got into it. Probably is like I said. I was like, oh, this is bullshit, and then I started looking into it. And the more I looked into it, I was like, wait a minute. So
Right.
all it takes is that seed or that spark to get
Yeah.
people interested enough to click on a link or to watch a video. It's so hard nowadays because people don't even like to watch a fucking 30-second TikTok video, let alone an hour documentary or a video breaking down all the stuff. It's so hard to get somebody to watch something that's an hour long. Like even my best friend, I can tell him, "Hey, watch this video." He's like, he's not gonna watch it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it sucks. But I guess it's just because I'm older, so I'm not the TikTok generation. I'm in my 40s. What age are you, if you don't mind me asking?
What?
I said, what age are you, if you don't mind me asking?
52.
Oh, shit. You sound young as shit. Yeah,
Can't hurt.
I'm 45. And, bro, you sound young as shit. You're 52? Goddamn. Good job, bro.
Young at heart.
I
Well,
know,
actually,
I'm
I'm
young at
pretty.
heart, too. I can't, like, when I say 45, I'm like, what the fuck? It doesn't sound. I say I'm 24. I'm 25 with 45 years experience.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
52? Are you shitting me?
Nope.
You're 52 years old.
Yep.
Well, good job. Because you sound really young. I mean, not young is like in a bad way. In a good.
No, I appreciate it. I take it as a compliment.
Okay, yeah. I just meant to say I meant it in a good way, not a bad way. Because I don't feel 45. I mean, my body feels 45 sometimes, but in my head, like I said, I'm 25 with 45 years experience. But
I think that, well, I don't know. Everybody's different, but the worst thing for me is I still do all the same stuff I've always done, but I just have a lot less ambition to go do stuff. I don't want to.
right.
My get up and go, got up and went. I do not. I don't strive very hard anymore, but
Are
I
you
still get a lot of stuff. I
are
get a
you
lot of
saying
stuff done. But
are you saying you're a hermit like me?
no, no, I'm pretty social, but
Oh, I'm a hermit. I only go to the grocery store. I go to work and come home. That's about it. I go to the
yeah,
convenience store to buy a pack of cigarettes, and I go to the grocery store to buy some food, and go to work. Go to work and come home. That's about it. That's all I do is go to work and come home. So I'm pretty much a hermit. I don't go out to the club anymore. I was a club DJ for 20 years.
oh wow,
Yeah, so I had my time in the club. I met everybody from DMX, rest in peace, to Snoop Dogg, to Twister, to Yin Yang Twins, all kinds of people. Like, so that was in like 2001 to 2005, and so I had my time in the club. You know, I started DJing when I was 19 years old.
nice.
So I had my fun in the club, but now it's not really my vibe because I don't really like this new music, this new hip hop. I sound like an old man, you know.
All I
Like how they
listen
used to
to
talk,
on
like how they used to talk about hip hop back in the day. They were like, "This is not real music," blah blah blah, and then I love hip hop, and then now I'm like, this new music they're coming out with is like I'm not feeling it.
I like it all, man. I listen to classical, uh, old Western cowboy songs and country music. And when I'm driving, pretty much the only station I have on my satellite radio on the pickup is EDM. Uh, all I listen to is EDM in the pickup.
Do you know what my two favorite groups are?
What?
Do you know what my two favorite groups are?
I do not.
Wu-Tang Clan and CCR.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
That's
know Wu
pretty
Tang
diverse,
Clan.
huh? That's pretty diverse. But the reason
Yeah.
I like CCR is because I listened to my mom's vinyl collection when I was a kid, and that's what she
Uh
had.
huh.
And so I used
I
to
don't.
listen to
I don't
all her
know.
vinyl records when I was a kid in the '80s. So
I don't.
Wu-Tang, and Clarence Clearwater Revival are like my two favorite groups. I like the Doors.
Oh, CCR. Oh, I thought you said C Star.
Oh
Okay,
no,
CCR. Oh
CCR,
hell
Clarence
yeah.
Clearwater Revival. Yeah, Wu-Tang
Oh
and CCR, very different.
yeah. Oh yeah. No, that's awesome. CCR is good stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
absolutely.
and that's where I grew up. Like I said, my mom had the records in her vinyl collection when I was, a kid in the '80s, '90s, and I used to listen to all her records. And so that was one of the records she had. So that's probably why I like it so much. But I like hip hop mostly. But like I said, just to display my musical taste, my diversity is I always use that as an example of Wu Tang and CCR. And like I love this and I love this the most.
Oh heck yeah.
So I'm sure you can relate. You're in your 50s. We're not. We're what 7 years apart.
Right.
So you get it.
Yeah.
It was good talking to you, man. At least somebody piped up and said something.
Yeah. Yeah, I was kind of half asleep and I heard you talking, trying to rouse up a convo. So I re-energized.
I appreciate it. I'm sure we entertained a few folks. The other 15 people that are in here, if they're listening.
Yeah, I wonder where everybody's at.
I don't know. They're just probably in here asleep. I mean, it is like almost 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it's about midnight for me. I better start tuning out. Good chatting with you.
Yeah, thanks for talking with you, man. I appreciate you, bro. And that's cool that you're doing that with your community. Try and get them newbies, though.
Oh yeah, if they show interest, I let them know they're welcome. But I don't try and push to get people to the meetings. It's just for the folks that know about it and want to come.
Yeah, no, I've come to that realization that I'm like, yeah, like I said, I always use the whole moon landing thing to like gauge whether it's worth talking about or not. And I understand just having a community, having your own community of people to talk to and people that are on the same page as you. So that's cool too. Like I said, I don't judge you or whatever. Like I know it's hard to like if newbies come, they come. If they don't, they don't. And then it's kind of cool to just hang around people that are like the same shit you do. Like we sit around and watch the Super Bowl or something like that. Like let's hang out and drink beer and watch the Super Bowl. Let's hang out and talk about how the Earth isn't curved. So, all right, good talk. I'll let you go, man, if you gotta go.
It's it's almost 2 a.m. where I am, but
I lost sound there for a minute, but
that's all
yeah,
good.
I think I'm gonna turn in.
All right, bro. Good talk, man. Thanks for talking with me.
Yeah, same here.
Oh, hold on before you leave. Oh shit, I'm on the wrong thing. Where am I at? Earth 24/7. What was your name again?
Wild Bill.
Oh, Bill. I got you. All right. I'm gonna add you as a friend, okay? So just add me if you want to, because you're pretty cool to talk. Cool to talk to. Ill Bill.
Hey, thank you.
All right, cool, man. Take it easy, man. Hey, you live on a farm?
Ranch. Yep.
Yeah, you're in Idaho. I assume that's your horse or pony or.
Yep, one of them.
What's his name?
Rosie.
Rosie. All right. Well, give Rosie a pat for me, okay?
You bet. I'll do it.
All right. Thanks. That's it.
Have a good night.
All right. You too, bro. Anybody else? I guess there's 12 people in here just asleep with their phone on, probably. They just came in Discord and fell asleep because it is almost 2 o'clock in the morning, but they got work in the morning and shit. Like 14 people just in here chilling. There's gotta be somebody that's awake. And I'm about to go warm up some ribs. Anybody like ribs? Everybody's vegan in here. I'm about to heat up ribs and a baked potato and some asparagus. I cuss, you cuss, we all cuss for asparagus. Who likes ribs? Just 12 people all on Discord asleep. Just on Discord for no reason. Just I got on Discord and forgot to hit end before I went to sleep. You gotta go to work in the morning. If you get on Discord and you gotta go to work in the morning, just hit end. I guess your phone is on the charger, so it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if we're jumping over fences or the best guy or the best goyim. Doesn't matter if we have a flat podcast to promote. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter if you're Jesus. Jesus has to sleep sometime. Doesn't matter if you're D'd up or teed up. Seriously. Alright then, guys. We'll catch you later. Since y'all just want to be in here and the fucking Bob Evans fucking. Who we got? Oh no, they're leaving. Yeah, that's right. Fucking sausage fest. It's okay if you're a guy, but like at least have something to say if you're in here. Like, why are you in here if you have nothing to say? If you have nothing to talk about. Usually people are talking over each other. And then I come in here and nobody's saying anything. You know, I just took too many bong rips or something. Bro, I'm in the flat earth debate, but I'm fucking high as shit. You're the worst guy. The worst guy in the world doesn't say shit. He's in a Discord server for no reason, not talking about a goddamn thing. Alright, boys. Have fun.
if I had a gun to your fucking head and say, define what you just said, what does that mean? You would say, oh, I mean, it's, oh, and telescope. So all the planets and moons we see through a telescope are round, so Earth is the only planet in our solar system that's flat. Really? Okay, retard. Imagine they're all flat discs, right? Do we see spheres in the sky? Dude, I'm getting angry because everybody that's acting like I'm retarded has not thought through any of their arguments. So if we see a bunch of circles in the sky, does that mean they're spheres or fucking dinner plates? You can't prove it. You can't prove it. That isn't a fucking argument. And if you're just gonna hang me out to dry, like I'm gonna go argue somebody, and your whole argument is you look in the sky and you see circles, and that means something is a fucking sphere, I'm getting angry at the concept that I can't win this debate. Dude, take a pill, way too much drama, bro. Well, you're now banned for life. I've
Worked out
had
how
4
to get
drinks.
the
I just hung
your
out with my
funny
wife.
bot working.
I'm having a great time. Also, how can you see trillions of miles away? It's all nonsense. It's all nonsense. Someone please explain it to me that isn't retarded. Some people are thinking centrifugal force. That doesn't mean anything, and we both know that doesn't mean anything. How come when you look at a boat going out to sea and it vanishes at the viewer's convergence point, look through a pair of binoculars, you can see the boat again? The Earth it can't be flat.
Who got that
Hey, I was
working?
listening to that.
No, I didn't stop it.
No, I think Yoda did. Yeah, Yoda did.
I hit /play and then I selected Euphony 4 from the list. Wow, it sounds great. That's like high def audio.
Yeah, it's meant to be the highest quality one. It just worked. Did you use a clip or did you use a link?
Link.
Oh, nice. Nice. It wasn't working
didn't
last time
like-
we tried that, so.
Yeah, it didn't like us the other day.
When I hit /, I don't know if you guys saw this, like / you can pick from like all these different bot options.
Yeah, there's
/play, go through the list, find it.
Yep. You pasted the link where it said search?
I just pasted the link. Like I hit /play, selected Euphony 4,
Yeah.
and then it popped open, like I think it said search : then I just pasted the link in.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I didn't have to type search. It popped up.
Yeah, it's got a very clean sound to it. I'll give it that. So I just ordered a couple of ND1000s too, Yoda. One for each of me lens sizes.
Oh, nice.
So I get to go to the dark side.
So on a similar note, I've been talking with Majin in back chats. He's all over the combat laser test and the David Bricker simulation of the U.S. standard atmosphere model against it. And the Vorontsov paper that describes more of the setup of the combat laser test. I'm gonna go on go hands free and just ramble a little. All right, so I think it was like in 2010, the U.S. Air Force and U.S. I think Navy was also jointly involved. They set up what was called the combat laser test. Combat is actually an acronym for something. They had this huge freaking laser, big freaking laser on Mauna Kea on the Big Island in Hawaii. The Big Island is the most eastward island in the chain, and it's quite a big island, honestly. Like you can get cheap property there, like an acre for $80K, but you're also sitting on a volcano. But on the top they have this facility and this big freaking laser, and they aimed it at Haleakala, which is on Maui, also like a mountaintop, volcano top. And over on the Maui side, they had a big telescope, and the telescope has different size optics in it. So the Maui people, they had a big freaking spotlight that you could see over in Mauna Kea with your big freaking laser. And the spotlight was used so that the folks on the Mauna Kea side on the Big Island could get reasonably close to start to aim and sight in the laser onto the telescope next to the spotlight on Maui. The laser transmitted 3 different frequencies at the same time. One was blue-green, the other was about 1,050 or so nanometers, and the other was deeper infrared at 1,550 nanometers. So the beams were shot out. They were tightly coupled together from the transmission side, and on the receiver side, on the optic, all 3 beams entered the smaller optic. The diffraction footprint of the blue-green laser over 149 kilometers is a 149 kilometer propagation path. I mean, that is just insane. The blue-green laser had a diffraction footprint of about 4 meters. And so they had an optic on the opposite side set up to receive 4 meters. All 3 wavelengths were seen entering the 4-meter optic at the same time. The super deep infrared, the nearer infrared, and the blue-green. And at similar angles to each other. This is very important because what it means is the simultaneity of receiving all 3 wavelengths means that you didn't have like the highly active and energetic green frequency take a wandering path in the middle and then recombine, clustering together with the infrared lasers upon arrival. The path, the time of flight of each of these beams was exactly the same, which means you didn't have like the IR beams going straighter and the green beam taking a geodesic, like I was saying. They all 3 left at the same time and arrived at the same time at similar angles, and all 3 were seen within the 4-meter optic. Means the centroids would have been, you can deduce this wasn't in the paper, but it means the centroids would have been visible because they were clustered together here. And this was not able to be modeled by the US standard atmosphere model by David Bricker. No matter what he did, he tried several different things. He even tried including terrestrial refraction, mixing it in with, some very aggressive turbulence to account for the scintillation. and the wandering of the beam centroids. And his modeling was still unable to account for it. And they determined that I think his best model would only be used for propagation distances under 100 kilometers, but could not go and be accurate to their use within the full 149 kilometer distance. So this is why this test refutes terrestrial refraction, because refraction wasn't present. Refraction was simply just not present for all three wavelengths. So I thought that was very interesting.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Did they
So you
have
saw
any?
mine. Okay, Bill.
They have any explanation, or other than it just worked?
I don't think. I mean, no, but just the U.S. standard atmosphere model was inadequate. Point being, like, if there was some kind of terrestrial refraction, if there was refraction would cause the lasers to diverge away from each other. You wouldn't expect them to be tightly clustered together, and you wouldn't expect them all to arrive at the same freaking time. You would have the IR laser beams going relatively straight, and then the green beam would be arcing like a geodesic, taking a longer time to arrive, and then coming in at a different angle. And as a result of coming in at a different angle, be offset by the infrared lasers. But the infrared lasers were bang on, hitting in to the tight 4-meter optic on the other end. The other IR lasers, by the way, had footprints of about 12 meters in size, in diameter, with the center being of the highest intensity and then it dithering out towards the edges. They detected the entire beam width footprint. I think with combat, they were able to see, you can jostle around your lens a bit and get a reading for the intensity profile, the Gaussian distribution profile of each of the lasers. And they did that. They were able to tell that the beams were diffracting as they expected over that distance. They're diverging. And beam divergence is the angle of like the cone that results. Collimators are not perfect. So, I mean, I think that's pretty impressive. I mean, 4 meters over 149 kilometers, that's a pretty tight beam. But yeah, I mean, to me, that's the real killer there. The any claim that there's terrestrial refraction would require different frequencies to take different paths, and because you'd have more energetic, I'm going to say more energetic, more a higher frequency lasers are refracting more, they would have a longer time of flight, and they'd have a different angle from the point of departure against the other beams, and a different angle to as they would at the point of arrival. So if it was arcing up and then arcing down over a curve, and there was refraction over the curve, you would have gotten different results. And I think they were surprised by this. They're surprised by this because they expected there to be some kind of divergence, some separation of between the three beams, but there wasn't any. And what people seem to not understand when they look at this, and I think even when Indio posts some of the pictures, people don't understand that the simulation of the US atmosphere model was done after the test. So basically in 2010, they did the test, and I think in 2019 or something, David Bricker did his thesis. So he's like, all right, so here's a combat data. Let me see if I can back into this using the US standard atmosphere model. And he couldn't do it. There's another paper by Vorontsov, and they couldn't do it either. So there are a bunch of there may be 4 or 5 papers you can find out there floating around about this. studying that 2010 demonstration, that test. So it just bears worth understanding that these claims of terrestrial refraction. Now I get it, like they were way up high. They were like on a between I think 4,000 and 8,000 or so meters or something off the ground. So the air is really thin up there, which means you wouldn't expect much to get in the way to cause light to want to take a different path through it. So it's a pretty clean atmosphere, but there's also volcanic ash and crap there. If you ever lived in Hawaii and you have asthma problems, you understand. So, but even so, the air's thin. One thing they noted was that the scintillation and wandering was like 2 to 4 times greater than what the atmospheric model predicted too. So there was almost like so much scintillation and turbulence that and so little like refraction. They just didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, it's so chaotic and random. If you were to try and with a 4 meter uncertainty, I mean, if you had maybe one shot to turn on the laser and turn it off really quick, and you're aiming at like another airplane or something, you may miss it by a margin. So, and if these things consume a whole ton of energy and take a while to spin up, then it may be impractical to use these for targeting or for the precision that they might need for targeting. Is kind of my assessment of where this might be going. That doesn't mean they can't develop solutions. I'm sure they can, but it's cheaper to just get a missile with an IR sensor on it, have it follow the enemy's heat signature, and just ram it up the tailpipe. Kaboom! Star Wars is expensive. That's kind of the takeaway. I hope that helps clarify some things, because this paper, this particular claim gets discussed off and on, and you'll see it again. I have to brush my teeth.
Oh, doesn't it? What?
Before I do, let me go post some of the artifacts here. I'll post the 2 papers by David Bricker and by Vorontsov. It's important because David Bricker focused on atmospheric modeling of the test and failing at it. And the Vorontsov paper is valuable because it describes a setup that David Bricker didn't have in his paper. So you can see what the name of the laser is. It's called the AOS. You can see how they basically not built it, but just set it up for the testing. And that's important because we have to have the values for how big the apertures are and the angles that they were able to set and adjust the laser and the optic at the other end by, and so on. So I'll post those, and I'll post some other media here. And now I got to go on mute for a little bit.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Hey, Matrix, was it you or I forget who shared the William Hyde Wollaston comment the other day?
Which comment was that? Sorry.
The William Hyde Wollaston, English physicist and polymath in 1800, on variations of terrestrial refraction in distance
Someone
of
else.
visible. Oh, okay. I couldn't
Yeah, it
remember who
wasn't me.
I couldn't remember who shared that. That's amazing. They knew 200 years ago that diffraction, as you have,
Refraction.
well, this is in regards to by bringing the line of sight near the surface of the water. Boats and other small objects are found to be completely hidden by an apparent horizon, which in so short a distance cannot be owing to any real curvature of the water and can arise solely from bending of rays by, he says, refraction, but
Yeah, it's
really,
refraction, not diffraction.
well, it'd be the diffraction limit of
No,
the.
no, it's refraction, and that's what the paper's about. That was me that shared the paper.
Oh, okay, you shared it. Man, that's great stuff.
Yeah, it's not diffraction. It's not the diffraction limit. I don't really get the argument where people say that things disappear bottom up because of perspective alone. You know, if you
Yeah.
see a ship, it's like even AI, all the AIs will call you out on that one, right? Then they're not going to get that as a solid argument. But if you explain how it can happen because of refraction, then they're going to agree. Of course, it can. And if
Well,
most of the Globers arguments is like, oh, how come we can't see the bottom 6,000 feet of this mountain, or how come we can't see the bottom half of this ship? Right? You can't explain that with just perspective causing the bottom to disappear.
It's a combination
Maybe it
of
has a
things.
little tiny effect, and you can't make out the very bottom of something far off in the distance when its angular size is already really tiny anyway.
Yep. But I'd say it's impossible under almost every condition to be able to make that determination. Yep. You need like a perfect vacuum.
have you seen what is it Marshall that guy from Australia?
Mitchell.
He did it with a
Mitchell.
penny on it. Mitchell, thank you. He did it with a penny on a kitchen table.
Yeah, that's another bad argument, because what happens is when you zoom in with the camera, the aperture opens up wider, and when you zoom out, it gets very small. So when you zoom in, you're opening up that aperture, and then the camera is able to resolve the coin.
Mm-hmm.
And people have tested it by putting sticky tape right on the over the whole center of the lens, and you can still see the coin perfectly. You can't even see the sticky tape because of the way the light enters the sensor in the camera. Look, but if that was the case, then if a boat was so basically what that argument's saying is that if something appears like the bottom, like you can't see it, right? Like if a boat looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth, then you could zoom in and you can see the whole object again, and that proves that it's perspective and not physical curvature. But there's not a single video that exists where the bottom half of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again. That doesn't ever happen. It's not that there literally isn't a single video of zooming a boat back in, right, where it's like the whole bottom part of the boat's missing and then you zoom in and you can see the whole boat again, right? If you zoom in on a boat where the bottom part of the boat looks like it's missing, it's just a zoomed in version of the bottom of the boat missing. Right, I'll show you exactly like an example of it right now.
Well, I'm trying to think of examples. Yeah, I don't have those on hand, but
like this one, for instance. All right, see, so here's a big ship, right? So, all right, so that ship that we can see there, that's this ship. All right, I'll post a picture of the ship. All right, that's this ship here. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and in the image above that, the guy went to the beach, and in the morning, it's like, all right, the whole bottom of the ship's clearly missing there, right? So the flat Earth argument with the coin on the table thing will be like, oh, all right, so we could just zoom in and bring the ship back to view. Right? That doesn't happen ever, right? So he zooms in, and wow, look, it's the exact same amount still hidden. So obviously that doesn't happen, right? And no, like literally like 0% more of the ship is visible when we zoomed in on it, because it's something completely different going on. It's got nothing to do with perspective causing this effect. But what's interesting about this footage is that he stays there and he keeps zooming in on the boat over the next 3 hours. And over the next 3 hours, you can see the whole boat start to reappear. And then 3 hours later, this is the same boat here in this image, this next one, right?
Yeah.
That
What
boat that you
what
can see over there.
distance was travelled in that time? 3 hours. What distance?
It's anchored. It's anchored.
Oh, it's anchored. Oh, it's
Yeah.
not moving away. I'm not looking in the side chat. So I thought this ship was moving away, you see.
No. Like here's the ship tracking radar. It's 12.4 nautical miles out. Right, so it should be a good portion hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if it existed.
Correct.
But
Yeah, 260 plus. Yeah, 266 plus feet of curvature should
yeah,
be blocking the line of sight. So the fact that
right.
you're seeing it
But it's
proves that
probably
I've got it.
probably like 15-foot observer height or something, 20-foot observer height or something like that.
Ah, right.
But the thing is, right, in the morning, you can only see the top of the ship popping out over the horizon. You should have a look in the side chat, Jin.
I'm looking now, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So the first image, this is 9:30 in the morning. So he zooms in on the ship. You can only see the
Right.
top bit of the ship sticking out. Right?
Yeah.
And then the next image down, that's just a picture of the ship, just a random picture, just showing
Yeah.
what the ship looks like. Right. The next one,
Yeah.
that's when he zooms in, showing that zooming in doesn't bring any more of the ship back to view. So there's something else
No.
going on here. Right. So if you zoom in on that image, what you can see is that there's a mirroring effect right where the horizon meets where the horizon line is. And you can
Yeah.
see it at the bottom of the ship. You can see the sky through the bottom of the ship, literally. Right. So that indicates that this is starting to turn into an inferior mirage.
Mirage, yeah.
But you couldn't see it until he zoomed right in. It's like, all right, he zooms in and you say, okay, actually there's a mirage taking place here. So that's not, the Globus can't say that's the curvature of the Earth, because what happens is he actually stays there. And over from 9:30 a.m. until 12 p.m. or 12:30 p.m., like more and more, all of a sudden, this sinking effect starts to go away. And then more and more of the boat starts to reappear.
Yeah, being
And then
revealed, yeah.
And then 3 hours later, you can see the entire boat.
Yeah. So the weather conditions were changing, you see. That's what's going on there.
So in the morning, because what happens is the water temperature stays pretty uniform the whole night, right? The water doesn't drastically change temperature. So let's say hypothetically the water is 20 degrees, right? This footage is from Australia. So let's say the water's 20 degrees and the air temperature during the day is like 25 degrees during the daytime. So we got 20-degree water, we got 25-degree air. But then nighttime comes and the air temperature cools right down. So let's say now the air temperature throughout the night gets down to 10 degrees, 15 degrees.
Yeah, 10 degrees, yeah, 15 degrees.
And then before the sun comes up in the morning, this guy's gone to the beach and the air temperature is probably pretty cool because the sun hasn't heated everything up yet. So let's say the water is still 20 degrees, but the air temperature is 15 degrees. Now what that does is it makes the water, right, is going to be warmer than the air. So you're going to have warmer air down lower, and then it's going to gradually get cooler as you go up from the water.
Yeah.
Right. So it's going to, and then so the light, when the light's bouncing off the ship and making its way back to the camera, it's deviating upward a little bit into the cooler air because the cooler air is more dense, and light will always deviate into the cooler air because it's the denser air, right? And when the light deviates upward, it creates that effect called sinking refraction. So it's like a very mild form of an inferior mirage. And you can see the inferior mirage actually almost there, right? So when you have the inferior mirage, it's like when you can see that mirroring effect on the ground, and it makes things look like they're cut off. You've probably seen that
I've
GIF.
seen it many a time. Yeah, like through a heat haze, and you see the image on
Yeah,
the
it's the
ground
most
shining.
common. It's the
Yeah.
most common mirage that exists. And sinking
Mm.
refraction is just a milder version of that, where you don't get the mirroring effect, but you still
Right.
get the object looks like it's cut off. It could look like it's hidden behind a horizon, but really it's not. So in the morning, it makes sense that we have that effect taking place, basically an inferior miraging effect taking place. And then as the temperature of the air starts to warm up, that sinking effect starts to go away. And if you have a look at the video that goes along with this, he keeps zooming in, and each time he zooms in over the 3 hours, that inferior miraging effect starts to disappear. And then 3 hours later, bam, the whole boat's there. Now he can
Yeah,
zoom in
because
on the boat.
yeah,
Like now when
the
he
air
zooms right
temperature has
out, you can't.
risen. You see.
Exactly. So when he zooms out, you can't see the boat because its
Mm.
angular size is too small. And then he zooms
Right.
in and you can see the whole boat again. None of it's obstructed.
Right.
Right. But in the morning, when we had the other effect taking place, and this is usually the type of thing that globe earthers share, they'll be like, look at this ship. It's hidden behind the curvature of the earth.
Yeah, they do that. Yeah, and it's a sinking mirage.
Yeah, exactly. But what happens is flat earthers will say, oh, it's perspective. It's perspective, it's angular resolution, whereas that's not what the effect is that's taking
Yeah.
place.
Yeah, closer
It's a different
inspection
thing.
reveals what you're saying. On
Yeah.
first quick glance, that's what you're going to say, perspective. But a closer scrutinization of the image, and then knowing the conditions can produce this, changes that position. Yeah, of it being perspective, even though that's still playing a little bit, but it's more
Yeah. It's still
to
playing
do
a
with
little
the
bit. Yep.
yeah, it's playing a little bit, but it's more to do with the actual temperatures right there, creating that sinking mirage
Yep.
phenomena. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, brilliant.
It does get it gets conflated with perspective as well, right? So
Yeah.
even when people do it on a flat, right? So what people will do is they'll get a flat section like a hallway or something, and they'll put like a little object at the end of the hallway, and then they'll go away to the other end of the hallway and they'll put the camera really low to the ground. And
Yeah, I've seen
sometimes
that. Yeah.
it looks like the bottom of the object's missing, and the flat earther will say that's perspective, causing you not to be able to see the bottom of the object. But probably what's most likely happening there is that the floor is a little bit warmer than the air above it, and you're getting that sinking effect, because it doesn't always happen. I've tried it myself tons of times because I used that argument so many times. I'm like, if you get a flat surface and you put the camera down close to the ground, and something will look like the bottom's missing. And then I tried it a bunch of times. I'm like, what the hell? It's not missing at all. But sometimes you can have, if you have the right temperature variations in the room, then that effect can happen. And you can watch hundreds of examples of this in Skyfree. You know Skyfree, the YouTube channel Skyfree?
No, I don't actually. No.
It's like
Oh,
they
maybe
do
I do.
tons of tons of small scale refraction tests at their house. And what they do is like they'll set up the camera on the ground and they'll have all the temperature gauges set up, and then they'll open a window or they'll turn on the air conditioner and they'll let in some cool air. And then all of a sudden a horizon forms on the flat floor, because they say, globers say, oh, you can't have a horizon on a flat surface. It's like bullshit. Look at these videos. All of a sudden a horizon appears on a flat surface. And that's
Right.
before you got in here, Jen, that's what Wild Bill was talking about. There was a sailor and a scientist, right? Really smart guy back in the 1800s. And he wrote a paper saying that he was making observations and he was seeing ships looking like they're disappearing behind the horizon, but the ship was way closer than for it to be Earth curvature. He said it couldn't have been Earth curvature. So he went out and he started testing it and doing different tests. And what he realized is that it was a refraction effect. It was a sinking refraction effect that was causing the ship to become hidden. And it wasn't anything to do with the curvature of the Earth. So there's a good paper that he wrote saying that you can have things that look like they're hidden from the bottom on a flat surface, where it's not the curvature of the Earth that's causing that effect at all.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it? What the air can do when you factor in the temperature. because that's just the thing. That's a key component to understanding what you're looking at.
Yep, all the papers that test this, they all say that temperature is like the main thing that causes not just temperature in general, but temperature gradients, like when you have warm to cold, cold to warm, vertically.
Yeah, the influx of that going on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the gradient,
Yep.
yep. And that's what causes. That's actually what causes all these miraging effects that we see is fluctuations in the temperature gradient, which in turn basically changes the optical density, which is the refractive index of the air, which is basically how compact the gas particles are in the air.
Yeah.
So
Meanwhile,
they
you go over to like the ball buster side, and they're like in complete abject denial that you could have any change of a refractive index of a medium. It seems the way they argue.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, okay, dude, whatever.
Yeah. Quantum Eraser thinks that the that this doesn't happen in the air. You can't, this gradient, right? This gradient of refractive index doesn't exist. He said it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I'll ask
And then
him
when
that
I
question
show him,
next
like the
time.
other day, I was trying to show him. I said, "Okay, buddy, right? You want to attack me and say I'm full of shit? Why is the bottom of this boat missing? What's the reason?" And he just ran away and just stopped engaging. He would not answer it. But in the past, I have done that to him, and he has answered it. And he says, "I don't know, but it's not refraction. I don't know, but it's not refraction isn't going to suffice when a globe earther presents you a picture of a boat where the bottom half of the boat's missing. You can't say, I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction. Scream out some Snell's law citations and then mute them. That's what happens. You can't do that. That doesn't win you the argument because there's a perfectly plausible reason why the bottom of the boat's missing, and we can demonstrate it on a small scale. And even according to the mainstream globe side, right? You can even just get the globe earther to go on Google and type in what is sinking refraction, right? And if I do that right now, what is sinking refraction? First result, sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where distant objects, usually visible over the horizon, appear lower, smaller, or completely hidden below the horizon. And they're not actually, right? It's just an apparent. They just appear to be because you have sinking refraction.
Yeah.
And this is an extreme form of refraction opposite to looming, where density, rather than increasing normally with height, changes rapidly, causing the light rays from objects to bend upwards away from the viewer. So they can even check that even Google, right? Even the mainstream people on the globe side also agree that this effect can happen. So basically, if the globe earther didn't account for this, then their observation is invalid. They haven't accounted for the variables. This could be sinking refraction, and they didn't check and count that out. So therefore, your observation of the boat appearing to be sinking from the bottom isn't proof of Earth curvature. They can't argue against that.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's the way to put it across, because at the end of the day, they haven't gone out and actually made the check for that observation.
Exactly.
They haven't done it.
Exactly.
They haven't examined anything here. So you've really got to go out and do the test for yourself there to get a fuller understanding.
Exactly, because they're saying, the reason is because of Earth curvature. Well, no. It's actually, this is probably from this other thing that you didn't even check for. And we can recreate it on a small scale.
Yeah.
And I got an example.
And the painful thing is, we all know that water lies level and straight, but then again, water and the air can play tricks with you when you're looking at an object on the ocean itself. That can happen. That phenomena happens quite often, doesn't it?
It does.
Sure does. Makes me wonder if QE's ever seen any Sky Free videos.
Well, I tried to show them to him, and he just attacked me and muted me and wouldn't watch them.
Yeah, what was I going to say? It happens, depending on the location, because that phenomena probably wouldn't happen in like the Antarctic area, or would it?
Yeah, it can happen over ice, even over ice lakes
Oh,
in
right.
cold weather, because
Okay.
it's all about the change in the temperature. So
Hmm.
let's say we go from 20 degrees lower to the ground, right? Let's say the temperature, we put a thermometer just above the surface, right? And the air near the ground is 20 degrees Celsius, and then the air above it is 15 degrees Celsius, right? So we got a fluctuation of 5 degrees. Then we're going to get that sinking refraction effect, right? Or like
Right.
an
But what about in
inferior
Antarctica
mirage.
though, where the temperatures are
In
lower?
Antarctica, right? So let's say we have a cold environment now. Let's say the ground is -5 degrees Celsius, right?
Okay.
So not
All
the
right.
ground, but the air, right? So we put a temperature gauge near the ground, and it reads -5, but the
Yeah.
air above it is 0 degrees. Okay, so we've got the same 5-degree change that we had in the warmer environment. It's
Yeah.
still a 5-degree Celsius change. So you're still going to get that same effect because that gradient has gone 5 degrees different vertically, right? So it's gone from
Okay.
-5 to 0, and then in the warmer climate, it's gone from 20 to 15. So it's still a 5-degree change. So you're still going to get that same effect, just on a different
Different
end of the
location.
scale.
Yeah, different
Yeah, different
location.
scale. So you can go
Scales, yeah.
from you could go from 3 degrees to 7 degrees, or you can go from 37 degrees to 47 degrees. It just depends like on the gradient. It's all about the gradient. It's all about how much it changes, not what the actual temperature is overall. It's about the change.
Right. The volume, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll just exactly. It's about the gradient. It's all about
Yeah,
the
that gradient would be a volume as well, wouldn't it? You know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, look. So let's say the gradient goes from -5 to 0, or the gradient goes from 20 to 15. It's still the same 5-degree change.
Yeah, still the same 5 degrees. I'm just trying to highlight that 5 degrees would also be dependent on the amount of air there, that because it's going to cover enough area to create that phenomena in that air. Surely.
Yeah. Exactly. It's just it's still the same amount of air generally. It's just a
Right.
different temperature. It's just temperature
Right.
based. Temperature seems to be the main thing that affects. So what they say is it's temperature, pressure, and humidity. First comes temperature. Second comes humidity. Humidity is actually like lowers the refractive index.
Yeah.
And then the overall pressure. The
You
overall
see, the
pressure.
humidity is the warming up, isn't it? The humidity, isn't it?
Well, the humidity is like the wet air. It's like the
The
wet term.
moisture
What they
of it.
call
Yeah, the
this is
moisture.
what they
The moisture.
yeah, this is what they do, right? They have two things. One of them's called dry term. Dry
Okay.
term refers to the dry air, which is
Right.
the nitrogen and
Self-explanatory.
the
Yeah.
oxygen. Basically, it's
Mm.
mostly nitrogen and oxygen. So that's the dry term, and that's the densest air, right? I mean, that's the densest part of the everything that's making up the air. The main thing that controls the refraction is the dry term, right? It's the actual gases that are in the air, because they're much
Okay.
more dense. The humid, right? And this is what they call the wet term, right? The wet term is the moisture in the air. Right. So the moisture is like the water vapor and that kind of thing. It's
I totally
actually
understand
much
humidity. Yeah. Totally, I
humidity.
walked.
So it's
Yeah.
actually it's like 40% less dense than the dry air.
Yeah,
So
I
if
thought it would have been the other way because of all that moisture. You see?
I thought so too.
Yeah.
But when you actually look up
Yeah.
like if you look up the density of a like a molecule of the dry air, right? Like the oxygen, right? If you look up what's more dense, it's actually the dry air, like the nitrogen and the oxygen.
Yeah.
It's actually like 40% more dense than the humid air, right? Than the wet part of the air. So what happens is if you
I
have
couldn't believe it when you said that because
yeah.
I
If
thought
you look it
dry
up,
air was
you'll
lighter.
yeah, exactly. So it's actually the other way around. And I was surprised about that as well. T-Dub actually was telling me about that. And then when I went and looked into it, he was 100% right. So what
Yeah, because
happens
I would have
is
thought
if you
dry
have
air is lighter, moist air would be
yeah,
heavy.
It's worth noting
Well,
here real quick. Sorry, DJ. The water
yeah,
has almost opposite behavior of what you'd expect, right? Because when you freeze water, it actually expands and doesn't contract.
No, it expands. Yeah, you can tell when you do the ice. What do they call those? Where you put your ice cubes in that ice maker. Yeah, you fill it level, and then when you bring it out, it's swollen. They've all risen up, haven't they? Yeah, they've increased in
right.
size. Yeah.
So look, I just did a quick search, right? Just to show you so I could read it out from Google, right? So I wrote, is water vapor more dense than dry air? And it says no. Water vapor is less dense, lighter than dry air. Humid air, which contains water vapor, is actually less dense than dry air because water molecules replace heavier nitrogen and oxygen molecules in the air, lowering the overall density. So basically what happens if you have a very humid, so if you have a lot of humidity lower to the surface, it's kind of like diluting the density of that air lower to the surface. So if you've got a lot of so you know how you have off gassing, like you have evaporation constantly coming off the water, right? That means that's why it's so much more humid when you go down lower to the ground, because you've got that off gassing.
That's the source, isn't it? That's the source.
Yeah. So
coming straight off the source directly.
So that humid air down low, that evaporating moisture,
the off-gassing
it's actually diluting
yeah.
all of the air low to the surface. So I think that Lanolin was telling me about this. He was saying that he thinks that even if you have a colder temperature down lower, which usually means that the refractive index would be higher, and most people say that light's going to bend downward towards the cooler air. He argues, and it makes perfect sense, that the amount of evaporation that's constantly coming up from the ground is actually diluting that cooler air, causing it still to be less dense than the air above it. And that's why we don't see lasers ever bending downward. Maybe it can happen. I've never seen it, but we've been asking the Globers, show us a laser bending downward, because that's their excuse, right? We're like, okay, we're doing all these laser tests, and they claim that the laser bends around the curvature of the Earth because lasers bend downward. Refraction causes downward bending light. But Dr. John D has done years worth of laser tests, and he says that no, they don't ever bend downward. He's done that in all sorts of conditions. He's never seen them bend down. Sometimes they can bend upward, and sometimes they go perfectly straight. He said he's never seen them bending downward. And he hasn't even been able to find any footage of one bending down. We haven't been able to find any footage of one bending down over a large body of water when you're shooting a laser across it. So I think that upward refraction, light bending upward, is the normal instead of what the globe earthers claim.
Yeah.
Because we can always see too far. And the globe earthers think that must be because the light's bending downward, making everything look like it's lifted up. Whereas that's not the case. They're just trying to cope for the fact that when we view the Earth, it's too flat to be a globe.
I wonder if it has something to do with gases always being, produced at the surface and moving away from regions of higher density to equilibrate with their own density, right? So it would make sense for gases to move away from a rock solid surface or a liquid surface and disperse upward and cause, I guess, what do they call that? Frame drag. So pulling the light up, Fresnel drag.
Yeah, that's
evaporation with water going up.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now I wonder if it was raining, if you were to shine a laser, it'd bend down.
Well, the normal lapse rate is that it gets, it gets cooler as you go up. So I guess the normal is that light would bend up and the laser would bend up. And it's only when you get a thermal inversion and you get like that cool layer of air trapped close to the surface that you're meant to get that downward bending effect. And it's not the normal. It's not the normal lapse rate. It's like a unique situation. But you could argue that when that even if that cold air is getting trapped underneath warm air down lower, then it's being diluted by the evaporation and the gases that are coming up from the earth or from the water, and you're still not going to get that effect. That's why none of us. I mean, I've never seen a superior mirage. Have you guys ever seen a superior mirage? I see inferior mirages all the time, but I've never seen a superior mirage. I think that they're super rare. I think Fata Morgana, superior mirage is super
Yeah,
rare.
Fata Morganas. Yeah, these are rare events. Like I said, that's what they're written up as. So you're very
Yeah.
lucky to
Like
see
when
that
you
if you
see
do
it
see one.
inverted, when you see an inverted ship, right? You can see the
Mm.
ship and then there's another ship above it upside down. Superior
Mm.
mirage, super rare. I've never seen that. Most
No.
people I've talked to have never seen that, but everybody's seen the opposite of that,
Seen
which
the
is an
looming one.
inferior
Looming.
mirage.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Looming. Yeah, looming. I've seen.
looming. What do you think looming to be?
Oh, it's just where the ship appears to be floating in the sky there, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's really
yeah.
on the ocean. It's still on the ocean.
Yeah, I think a lot of these looming, what people call looming, when we see a ship like that, I think a lot of quite often these can actually be inferior mirages that just have a larger area of total internal reflection.
It
Absolutely.
might be closer to you too,
Yep.
Yep.
because it's reflecting the sky closer to you over a wider area in the distance.
Yep. And it perfectly explains what we see when we see sunsets as well. If upward refraction's the normal, then we would expect exactly what happens when we see a sunset to happen.
Yeah.
And if we look at a sunset where we don't have anything blocking the horizon, like obviously if there's mountains or big waves or something, it can look like the sun. As it goes beyond those, it looks like it sets like from the bottom to the top cleanly. But if that's only because there's something physical blocking the sun. If you're actually just looking out into the ocean and there's no waves, the sun, it squishes, it vertically compresses into the horizon, and it actually sets just above the horizon. It doesn't set behind the horizon. It fades
There is
into the
something.
horizon.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, DJ. There is something that I'm realizing from what you're saying, because what you're saying here, right? This information is never readily available in the main media, and that's deliberate, because what you're talking about here reveals the Earth not to be a globe. You see,
Yeah.
so I think that's why we don't learn about it, because this is something we should know. It
This
should be
is
offered up.
what I did. I spent a whole
Go ahead.
day looking at YouTube videos where people zoom in on sunsets over the ocean. And basically, so what you have to do is you have to find a sunset where they zoom in on the sun and a day where there's no waves. And what you'll find is that nearly every single time, nearly 100% of the time, what happens is the sun actually starts to squish, like the bottom part of the sun starts to disappear above the
Yeah,
horizon.
compress. Yeah.
It compresses. Yep.
Mm.
And I couldn't find a video where that didn't happen. I searched all of YouTube, right? I think I watched every single sunset zoom video on YouTube. But look, here's a beautiful example of it right here in the side chat.
Right.
So if you have a look, you can even just see there, like the sun's setting, it's fading into the horizon. It's not setting bottom to top, like the
No, you're right.
globe thing happens. But you can't see it properly until you zoom in. When you zoom right in, you're like, oh shit, it's actually setting above the horizon.
Yeah, look, yeah. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Here's some screenshots. Here's some screenshots from that video.
Yeah.
So
I'm looking at
maybe
the video
before you
still.
zoom in, it might look like, oh yeah, it's setting from the bottom to the top. But look, once he zooms in, where's the bottom of the sun? It's like a little football-shaped sun here, like a rugby ball-shaped sun.
Yeah,
And then
rugby ball, yeah.
as you watch it continue to go, it actually fades out completely above the horizon.
Isn't it amazing, isn't it? And you see the bird fly by. You did see the bird that flew across from right to left across the sun. Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, that's amazing. Look at the way that disappears. Look at that. And the way it just melts into the atmo. Beautiful. See, that's that, I mean, if we didn't have this technology, we wouldn't be able to watch it so closely. Do you understand? We're so lucky, man.
I was thinking,
Alrighty, I
DJ,
gotta.
where I
What's
got
that?
my panorama shot the other day. That would be a mad spot to get a sunset from up there.
Yeah, definitely. But maybe you have a local horizon in that case, where you have some elevation in the distance that's going to block the bottom of the. Like maybe there's some elevation that if it wasn't there, you would see the sunset happen differently to if it was being blocked by the elevated landscape. You know what I mean?
I'd be just happy to see a sunset to see what we get there.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
'Cause I think
I got pictures of. Go ahead.
Most of the
No,
time
go
when we
ahead.
see a sunset over the land, there's like some elevated land off in the distance, and it kind of looks like the sun sets from it disappears cleanly, and the bottom starts to disappear, and then it disappears behind the horizon, what people call the horizon. But that horizon's what's actually defined as a local horizon, where it's actually some physical obstruction blocking your view from where the actual horizon is, from where that perspective horizon is. That's why it's important to look at them over the ocean, where there's nothing blocking the perspective horizon.
Yeah.
And if you look,
Yeah.
if you look
get a
at
cleaner
the
image.
cleaner image. So I'll put like a super technical definition of what horizon is, because when you look up what's a horizon, it just basically says it's the apparent line where the sky and the ground meet. But
Right.
if you look it up on meteorology website, it has a pretty in-depth
Explanation.
definition of horizon. So I'll just bring that up now. Horizon definition. Right, here it is. So this is the American Meteorological Society. And some of that's cut off. So in here it talks about what a local horizon is. Yeah, here it is. All right, I'll post the whole thing. All right, so this is the American Meteorological Society. And
All this
it's like
still for the horizon. Crazy.
too long for me to. So I'll just read it out before I post it.
Yeah,
Right,
it's long, right?
Yeah, one of several lines or planes used as a reference for observation and measurement relative to a given location on the surface of the Earth, and referred to generally as a horizontal direction, i.e., at right angles to the zenith. Considerable contradiction exists between the between what different concepts of what the horizon can be. Aside from the distinctly different geological horizons, strata of Earth material, it may be said that there are two types of horizons: Earth-sky horizons and celestial horizons. Meteorology is primarily concerned with the former, astronomy with the latter. Specifically, the following constitute the major variant usages with suggested nomenclature. There's a few words here I've never heard in my life.
Oh, that's okay. No problem. Man.
Along with other names that have been applied, like local horizon. So it's talking about local horizon here. Local horizon, the actual boundary, the actual lower boundary of the observed sky or the upper outline of terrestrial objects, including nearby natural obstructions. right? So what it's talking about basically is that if you have mountain ranges, if you have something off in the distance, at a great distance, it just looks like a normal horizon, but really there's actually a bunch of stuff that's blocking the horizon.
Yeah,
Like a
you could have like a
cityscape.
skyline, a low skyline, for example, buildings and
Yeah,
things
yeah,
in the
exactly.
distance. Yeah.
Or even if you're at the beach and you're standing at the beach watching a sunset and you've got 6-foot ocean swells.
Yeah.
Now, you're seeing a local horizon again, because if those ocean swells weren't there, you'd be able to see a ton more water. And so that's another thing that's blocking it. So if you've got big ocean swells and you're standing at the beach, you could see a sunset that looks like it perfectly sets the sunsets from the bottom of the sun to the top of the sun.
Yeah.
But if those waves weren't there, then you're going to see this effect like I showed in the video where it actually fades into the horizon and it vertically compresses.
It
from
melts
the bottom
into there. Yeah. Yes,
It
good.
melts in. That's
I'm
a good
watching it
word
now.
actually for it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. That's what I'm saying. That's pretty good, isn't it? Because it looks like it's just melting away. Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And this is what I mean. That if we didn't have this technology, we wouldn't be able to capture. We wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye. You wouldn't be able to see it, would you? Really? Would you?
Not very well. Not as well.
No.
No, it wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to see it as well. And
No,
basically, this is
that's
kind of
what I'm
like an
thinking.
inferior mirage that seems to be the normal happening at sunset. And quite often, when we zoom out at the horizon, it looks like there's just a normal horizon there. And then you zoom in on it, and you can actually see things that are above the horizon that you shouldn't be able to see. Like,
Yeah.
have you seen the GIF with the dolphins?
No, I haven't.
Well, check this one out, because the globe earthers like to say, oh, the horizon, you can only have what they call a crisp horizon on a globe. It would be impossible to have on a flat earth because the horizon's a physical geometric horizon. But check out this one. Check out this one. This one's cool.
Yeah. Have you posted it?
Yeah, just posting it now.
Okay, yeah, because I haven't seen anything come up yet.
Yeah,
Okay,
this one.
now it's come up.
So
Good.
look, it
Yeah.
looks like a normal horizon. And if you didn't
It
have this
does.
amazing camera, watch what happens when he zooms in on it.
Right. Look at that. Look at that.
There's
Yeah, look at
dolphins,
that.
there's-
What kind of fucking zoom has he got there? What's going on forever?
Look at the dolphins. It looks like there's
Yeah, I'm
dolphins
looking at the dolphins now. Yeah,
jumping out of the So obviously, what's happening there is once again,
beautiful.
It's an inferior mirage taking place.
Beautiful.
That's that mirroring layer. Because quite often when we look at the horizon, it's a byproduct of the atmospheric conditions.
Oh yeah, it always is, isn't it?
Yeah, like if someone used a theodolite or something like that, and they zoomed in on this horizon, they would say, "Oh, the horizon is dipping," and that proves that the Earth's a globe. But that horizon that you can see there. It's not dipping. You can see dolphin. Like
it's prominent. It's right there.
The horizon's further. Like the water continues to go.
Yeah,
like it continues to go
see a
on,
line,
but you can't
right?
see it.
And then you
'cause
see the
there's a mirroring
inferior
effect.
mirage, the other horizons. That's what it's very faint, but it's there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. And this can happen drastically as well, which I'm just trying to find an example of it now, which I use to trick globe earthers. Well, not to trick them, but you'll see what I mean in a second.
Well, yeah.
Just showing them that if they think the horizon appears low, because that's one of their arguments, right? They say on a globe, the horizon dips. So I show them this picture first. This one.
Right.
Okay, and if you went out on that day, you would think that that's where the horizon is. And globe earthers would think that that's the curvature of the Earth right there. But, okay, so they could take out their theodolite and they could take an angle, right? They could put the crosshair of the theodolite onto that horizon and be able to determine that that horizon is dipping. Therefore, the Earth's a globe because the horizon's dipping. But that's actually a miraged horizon, because what I did was I photoshopped the boat that was there out of the image. Really, this boat's here. So that's not where the horizon is. That's not where the water ends. That's where the mirage makes it look like there's a horizon there. So really, the horizon is actually way up higher, right where the eye,
This is what I call
right
the
where your
looming.
eye height is.
You see? Yeah. because it
Yeah, so
looks like the
this
ship is being illuminated, lifted above the actual horizon, but it's not. That's the real horizon
yeah,
there, where the
the
ship
real
is.
horizon. If you look closely on the right hand side, you can actually see the water beyond the ship. You can see the
Yeah,
actual horizon there.
yeah, yeah.
So the horizon's not dipping because the Earth's a globe. The horizon's actually where it should be, but
Yeah.
we have this miraging effect that's taking place, making it
And
look
it's
like the
giving us a
horizon's lower.
local horizon. That's what it's giving us, isn't it? That line, it's closer to
No, I
us.
think you could call that like a false horizon, I guess.
Okay, all right, a false horizon. Yeah,
If
yeah.
it was a
All right.
local horizon, it would be if there was some big waves blocking it, or there was a mountain blocking it, or
Okay,
something.
okay. But
That's what a
it's
local
definitely a
horizon
fake
is.
horizon in a sense, because the real one is where the ship is actually. You see, that's why we think
Yeah.
it's looming. You see, because it looks like it's being elevated above that horizon, but that's not the real horizon. That's why.
Yeah. Yep.
That's right.
Here's another example of it happening.
And again, that's temperature working. Look at the dramatic difference. Do you understand? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Night and day almost.
Yep.
Because you can just about make out the original, the original horizon where the ship is. It's very faint, but it's there. But then you have this horizon, which is right there, and you think it's the real thing, but it's not. Wow,
Here's
amazing.
another example. This is like a super extreme example.
Refraction, man. Wow, that's why
See,
they like. That's why the Globers like to use it, because it's so it can confuse. Yeah.
It's actually refraction's their worst nightmare.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Because
It is, because we understand it so well. That's the
it
thing.
explains refraction explains why things can look like they're obstructed behind the horizon. That can be sinking refraction. It can explain why the horizon looks like it's dipping.
Yeah.
Like in these examples here, all of their globe proofs to do with the horizon can be easily rebutted using mainstream refraction explanations.
Yeah, you know the one you posted with the ship there, right? It looks like I can tell it. That ship, that's Quantum Eraser's favorite one, by the way. Okay, so when we were talking about looming and that back in the day on the 24/7 home base number of years ago now, this was one of his favorite images. In fact, I bookmarked that one because it was his favorite one. Okay, I've got this one you posted.
Yeah.
I often post it myself. It's funny you did that. You posted that one. Because he was talking about refraction and looming a few times
He
back in the day.
doesn't think that can happen. He doesn't think that refraction can happen in the atmosphere. He thinks that refraction has to have two separate mediums, like water to glass, or air to glass or something like that. And refraction is only Snell's law, and that you can't have refraction in the atmosphere.
That is his position currently, and always has been. But he did bring that image up to give us what looming looks like. You see, when we were talking about refraction, long time ago, man. This is before the English Hub and that, way back. The early, maybe 2017, came back that far back, and that was one of the images he used. Because he's been talking about refraction for the longest of time. Yeah, I have this image you posted. It's a really nice one. I like it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Natural phenomena, beautiful.
Yeah, even with the the black swan that the Globers say, oh well, you go back on a different day and it looks like the bottom's missing, right? Look at this GIF that I put in the side chat there. Right, same location,
yes.
same observer height, 2 different days.
Right, yeah, 2 different days. Yeah, look at that. But that's what I keep saying to them, that you have to make numerous observations so you can get a good idea of what the air is doing at different times of the day. You have to be dedicated to do that. That way you're going to gather a lot of data, visual data you need, Yeah, yeah. And the more we have, the weaker their arguments become. Yeah.
Right. So the globe earther is going to ask, why is the bottom of the... Firstly, they're going to ask, why is the crane bent on the day where we can see further?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then secondly, they're going to ask, well, on the day where the crane's not bent, how come it looks like it's hidden behind the horizon? That means
Right.
that means when it's bent, that's a day when we have heavy refraction, and on the day that we don't have the bent crane, that's what it should look like. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. This
Silly.
is where
Yeah.
Quantum Eraser will start reading out Snell's law scripts, right? That say that refraction requires two mediums, and just shut the conversation down and not explain why on a different day is the bottom missing. He'll say, I don't know, but it's not refraction because refraction's Snell's law. And the globe earther will walk away thinking, all right, these people are idiots. Right? He couldn't explain my argument. He couldn't explain why the bottom's missing. It has to have been the Earth curvature. Where you can perfectly explain this. Why is it missing? Well, it matches textbook definition sinking refraction. Was that accounted for? How do you know it's not sinking refraction? Because it matches the textbook definition of what sinking refraction is. In fact, sinking refraction happens when it's clear conditions. So you would expect it to be clear.
Yeah, and in this image, it's clear-ish, not brilliantly clear, but clear enough to witness the sinking refraction without a doubt. Yeah,
Yep. And there is some heavy refraction effects going on where you have the bendy cranes on that day.
Yeah, I can see
And
that. Yeah,
that's why. And Quantum
it's
Eraser
obvious.
told me.
It's obvious that when
This
we're
is what
looking at
Quantum
it.
Eraser told me, that he cherry picked this image on purpose with the bendy crane because he wanted the globe earther to say refraction, so he could do the Snell's law thing and shut them down with that.
Yeah.
Okay. He said that there's much clearer examples, which there are much clearer ones that he could have picked, but he purposely picked the one that has the heavy refraction so he could tell them that it's not refraction.
Yeah. Basically, he lured them into a false sense of security there, and then pulled the rugs from under their feet.
How is he pulling the rug from under their feet?
Oh, because he's telling them that
that you can't have refraction, that it's not refraction because refraction Snell's law. Okay, so
That's
how come
right,
well, it's not right. Why? How come the bottom of the oil rig's missing on the different day?
Well, yeah, because like we said, it's we've got a different conditions. That's why we've got a different condition.
Right, which is called sinking refraction.
Exactly.
And Quantum Eraser says it's not refraction. So if it's not refraction, if it's not refraction, how come the bottom of it is missing?
Yeah. So let me see. Sinking is another kind of refraction, isn't it?
It's the opposite of looming. Yep.
Yeah, it's another kind of refraction. Right.
Yeah, it's like when the light bends up instead of bending down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So it is refraction, but it's sinking refraction.
Yeah. Just like what I read out from Google a minute ago.
Yeah.
What is sinking refraction? Yeah. Sinking refraction is an atmospheric phenomenon where distant objects usually visible above the horizon appear lower, smaller, or completely hidden below the horizon, which is exactly what we see in that image, right? We see an object that would normally be visible above the horizon, but it appears like it's hidden behind the horizon. It's called sinking refraction.
Yeah. Now, back in the day, back in 2015, or 16, should I say, when I first saw that image, I thought it was a wave. That's what I said it was. Do you understand? That was my explanation, because I wasn't aware of all the refractions that we had at that time. Okay, so I put it down to that was a wave. I said to the Globers, you've timed that perfectly as a wave has just come up, and you've called it just right. That's what that was. But actually, that was a sinking refraction. That's what it was.
Right, because this guy did remove the video from his channel. He made it private. Someone shared the private link with me, and then I lost the private link. But I do have a video of it, and it's not waves. I'll show you.
No, it's not. That's what I thought it was. You see.
Yeah, I have a clip of the actual video footage here from that observation, just here, so we can see that It's not waves.
No, yeah, definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not waves. No.
There are waves. There are waves on that day, so
Yeah,
it
you can
can
see
be
the waves already.
partially. You can hear the waves crashing on the shore.
Mm.
So yeah, it can be partially due to waves. But this is another observation where the horizon should be at 1.2 miles, but we can see the horizon's actually at about 5 miles.
Yeah,
So it
beyond that.
still doesn't
Yeah.
work for the globe anyway. But then their
No, it
argument
doesn't.
is how come the oil rig looked like it's sinking behind the horizon? That must be from being a globe, right? But no, actually matches the perfect definition of a well-known refraction effect.
Yeah.
Right? It's not something flat earthers made up, right? This is citable by people like Andrew Thomas Young, right? Like refraction.
It's a meteorological. They know all about. They know about sinking. So it's officially there, well documented, and it's well known. Like you said, yeah. Maybe not to the average layman and woman, because, like I said, when I came into the flat Earth in 2015, 2016, now I'm being confronted by these images. I could only explain them as well. You've taken, whoever took this picture took it as the wave was just in line. So the wave is hiding the. That's not. I said it's not Earth's curvature. That's what I said. Okay, because I didn't know about sinking at that time. Do you understand?
Yep.
I didn't know all the
Yeah,
refractions at the time. They're all new to me.
Here's some killer citations in the side chat, Jin. Listen to this one. I'll read the top one out. So this is Andrew Thomas Young. You know who Andrew Thomas Young is?
Oh, I know. You need a laser test. Carry on. Oh, that's
No,
Dean.
that's
John
Dr.
D.
John
Somebody.
D. Andrew Thomas
I
Young
know the
is
name. I know the name. I do know the name. I just
he's a
vaguely remember it.
university professor, and he's like one of the leading experts on the topic of refraction. He's got his own .edu, I think University of North Carolina website, and he talks about refraction, and works with NASA and all that sort of shit. Hates flat earthers. Hates flat earthers, right? So this is straight from Andrew Thomas Young, who hates flat Earth, right? Andrew Thomas Young, Optics of the Atmosphere, Reports on Progress in Physics, page 307. Page 57, chapter 3. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Right? So what he's explaining there is exactly what we can see when it looks like the bottom of a boat's missing, when it looks like the bottom of a mountain is missing, when it looks like the bottom of one of the buildings in the Chicago skyline is missing.
Skyline is missing,
This perfectly explains exactly what that is. And then we've got another one, Perkins, David N. Atmospheric Refraction in Geodetic and Astronomical Observations, Surveys in Physics, 1995. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near the Earth's surface causes different land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So basically, usually you would be able to see the whole object. Okay, but because we have that particular temperature gradient happening, it looks like the bottom of the object's hidden behind the horizon.
Yeah.
So if the globe earther wants to say that it's the Earth curvature that's causing that, it's like, okay, well, did you account for refraction? Because they're always chanting refraction, right? But they're the ones making this hyper-specific claim that it's caused by the Earth curvature. So if they didn't account for this, then maybe it's just this happening.
Yeah, it's a bit premature to call it curvature when you haven't accounted for these phenomena. Looming, sinking, stooping. What's the other ones there? There are a few others.
Powering. Yeah, basically there's two main types of mirages, and it's called inferior mirage and superior mirage.
Yeah,
that's the main
ones.
Two mirages. So basically one of them, right, inferior mirage, that's the most common one that we always see, which is when you see like the mirroring effect on the surface. And that's caused when you have the light deviating upward, and it causes that mirroring effect, and it causes things to look like they're sinking. Okay, and then all sinking is just a mild version of an inferior mirage. It's like when you don't have as much of a heavy change in the gradient. All right, so that's inferior mirage, most common. That's what we always see. That's what everybody's seen. And then we've got the opposite of that, which is the superior mirage, which is basically when you have the opposite temperature gradient. So you've got instead of warm air down lower, you've got cool air down lower. And instead of the light bending upward towards the cool air, it'll bend downward towards the cool air because the cool air is lower. And basically things will look like they're higher than what they were.
That's right.
Before.
Yeah, they're up, and then sometimes they're upside down as well, inverted.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's a superior mirage. That's like a full-blown superior mirage where you have that inverted image. You see double images. That's how you know it's a superior mirage.
Yeah.
And then we also have, just like inferior mirage has a milder version, which is called sinking, superior mirage has a milder version, which is called looming.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Looming, yeah. That was the one I was going to mention next. Yeah.
Inferior mirage is the opposite of a superior mirage.
Yeah.
And then sinking's the opposite of looming.
Yeah. So looming is a superior mirage, but it's faint. And then a superior mirage, the actual is the one where you've got the image upside down, inverted, and it's lifted up.
Yep.
Right. And then
exactly.
you've got your sinking.
and then there's one more with the superior mirage, which is actually like a more extreme version rather than a more mild version, which is called the Fata Morgana.
Yeah, Fata Morgana, that's the one.
And that's where you see multiple stacked images. And that's because you have much more extreme gradient change. So you get
temperature variations there. Yeah. I've never seen one of those in real life. No. But yeah.
No.
I've seen them in images only. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. So that's the two main types of mirages and the variations of those two main types of mirages. After that,
in between, and again, it's descriptive, and it represents the temperature variations. That's why we have them like that. You see, the gradient is there. That's causing those different ones. You know,
exactly, and it's controlled by temperature. Temperature.
I said that at the beginning, didn't I? Temperature plays an important part in this. Yeah,
exactly. And then there's two more types of mirages that are common, which are called towering.
Yep. Yeah.
And that's towering. Towering is when you see things and it looks like they're stretched.
Right.
Stretched out. Like you'll see an oil platform and or a boat and it looks like it's stretched.
When you say it's stretched, is it stretched vertically or horizontally?
Vertically stretched.
Vertically. That's where it's towering.
And then sometimes we can have the opposite of that, which is the opposite
compressing.
of towering. Compressing is called stooping.
Stooping, that's the word, yeah.
Stooping is compressing where it looks like things are squished, basically. Like